You know how sometimes you feel you need more time, but God is gracious. So thanks everyone. Thank you very much for your support and thanks for being here. We're going to have a fantastic session today, but let me just thank you very much for. So, sometimes I could be doing like 3 things at the same time, and so there is a video from Monday that was supposed to come out. You almost finished last week. Too little time, so much to do. Yeah, it is well. So there was a video that was supposed to come out on Monday that we just finished working on this morning, and then the thumbnails and stuff. But everything is ready now, but I can't post it now, obviously, because I'm here. But very soon we'll be able to do many things without having to have me do it personally. But it's good to be here. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's do some housekeeping before we get to the conversation. Please share the live. If you're on TikTok, let's share the live. If you're on YouTube as well, please share the live. Facebook, please share the live. Thank you very, very much for being here. Did I ever say I love you forever? Did I? Background sound. I hope it's better now. I apologize. I hope it's better. It should be better because even me, I can hear it. Sounds better now. Sorry about that. No, I'm talking about now, not then. If you can hear right now, I'm Alubenio because sincerely, there's nothing else I can do. I'm surrounded by noise, and this is the mic cancels noise, and so it's better now, Abi. Thank you. I'm surrounded. You don't even want to know. It's better now. If you were here like January, February without this mic, you would think I was in a classroom. So where we are right now, God said, "Come out to alone." Come out to alone. Also, I'm trying to share the live on YouTube. So please, if you can, share as well. And please, if you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon beside the name, Busui Oris. Join the team. Drop a heart me. Let's all drop heart me's or gift, whatever you like that you can. Please just drop it because these things help the live. It helps the reach. Okay, so we're able to get different spaces. Today we're not going on Twitter. I think there's something missing because they were complaining about the sound yesterday, and perhaps we'll maybe get a couple of things to make it better, and then when we are ready. Meanwhile, if you're on Twitter, please share the live, whether it's TikTok or YouTube or Facebook, so that people can also watch. I just shared it now. So our folks on Twitter, please, if you are here, thank you for being here. Like I said, we're going to come here more often, because a number of people, reached out to me about the sound quality, and I didn't. So the thing is, if we're going to do anything, that means that koti. And so we'll keep. There's something, I think maybe the mic that we used was not good enough because I had to use a separate mic apart from this one for that. But we'll see. There's a way to actually connect Twitter to this feed. It will be a lot better because you'll be having the same sound quality. But we'll see how that goes. 1 second. We're all sharing, Abby. We're all sharing. So TikTok guys, please let's click on the heart icon, join the team. Folks on YouTube, thank you for being here. Please like the live. Thank you. Okay, please like the live. once you're in, these things apparently they help to get it out there. Oh, it's going to be a beautiful day today. And there's so much to do. Aboyepo Agbeti Kunote. Good afternoon. Are you from Ondo? Aboyegbepo. Aboyegbepo. It must be Aboyegbepo. Agbeti Kunote. That sounds very Ondo. Your surname, if that's your surname, Agbeti Kunote. Are you from Ondo? Ondo town, Ondo state. It's a unique name. I know you can tell what town a person is from. I mean, generally speaking, from their surnames. Did I see your messages? Yummy, Abinu. God. In the last 24, no, not even 24, in the last 12 hours, the kind of things that my eyes have seen. I can't believe my eyes, the kind of things my eyes have seen about this Nigeria's history. Oh, I'm seeing what you sent to this particular one. I'm going to have to I will check it, then I will share it. Oh, this is good. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you. I'm fine. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Hope you're good. Thank you very much for being here. And thanks everyone for joining us. All right. Mbo. Did I ever say I love you for? I told you, Igbo minor, not nicknames. Oh, it's Igbo minor. Not sound. Wow, that's a very unique name, Sha. You told me before, that's true. I apologize for forgetting. So, Igbo minor. Yeah. How is everyone today? Everyone is fine. Just because you're asking about everyone. Thank you for asking about everyone. Even if I ever say I love. By the way, whatever song we play last before coming on, I usually somehow it stays in my head. So if you hear me hum a song or sing a song, I be say it is well. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Aboyegbepo. Thank you so much, Eshe. And good afternoon, everybody. Can I read? Gojo, can I read? We're going to have to ask the girls, especially the girl. She will tell you if I can read or not. All right. It's good to be here. There's something I think I'm supposed to do now, but if I ever have a break during this, and I'll upload something. If not, we'll do it later. But we have some fantastic things to get into. So please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. If you're on Facebook, like as well. Everyone, let's share. Twitter for today, we are taking a break because I want to make sure we have very good quality for them. But we're good. All right, so let's start with the news. We'll start from something foreign. No, let's start from home. Ile Latinke Shoro Day. We're going to start from home. We'll bring people up. We'll discuss some of these things, and then we'll get into the topic of today. We're still discussing Victor Banjo caught in the storm. I said something earlier that the amount of information, and that's the funny thing. I've not even really read everything, though, but the amount of stuff I've seen in the last 12 hours. I'll just say something. In Nigeria, if you're a Nigerian, please be good. If you're a man, woman, boy, girl, whatever you are, or whoever you are, please be good. Please be good. Some of the people that you call heroes in Nigeria, some of them are traitors. Like traitors. I've had some of these things before. Like I had some materials on this particular issue. But apparently, what I am saying, they're even deeper. And one of these is I'll tell you what I found, but I think it's also going to help this conversation. I'm just saying that the way Nigeria is structured, certain people have done some terrible things, and I think it's been intentionally hidden in order to preserve national unity. And while I think that our elders who did the hiding did the right thing in that time, right now we can say that, okay, we are grateful for what they did, but now, looking back, I wish they hadn't done it. Because, and I'll say this before we get into the story, whenever you talk about the war or the first coup, there's no way you're not going to talk about an ethnic group. And that's why sometimes it appears like, oh, why are you always talking about Igbo? It's because the part of history we're discussing, they played a major role there. If we're talking about another era, maybe let's say we're talking about, if I'm talking 11th, 12th, 13th century, I will not, there's no way I'm going to be mentioning Igbo because, but when we're talking about Nigerian history, especially pre-independence, even till today, there's no way I'm not going to mention certain ethnic groups. And what I see from my studies is that the federal government, the powers that be, even international bodies and countries, foreign nations, especially Nigeria has chosen to hide some things. Not hide like bury. How do I even put it now? It's actually buried though. But I'm saying not hide like incinerated. It's buried. It's hidden in books, in materials, in Nigeria and the UK. But they did that because they were hoping that they'll be able to, get us to unite. Not even to spare people, to make sure that people heal and unite. And so when you listen to statements by General Gowon after the war, was saying things like, no, I don't want to have a situation where no Nigerian soldier is going to get any medal for this war. I'll see if I can find that video. He actually said that no Nigerian medal would get no Nigerian soldier would get a medal, and his own basic reason is that he said, if, for instance, after bringing the people back into Nigeria, if they now look at you and then they ask you, oh, this particular medal, let's say it's Owerri medal or Suka medal or Maya or something, and then they now say, oh, the people who are supposed to be your brothers, who are Igbos, see you wear that, and then they'll feel somehow they'll feel, according to him, he says they will feel conquered. And he says that when you do that you can't have, 1 second please. And I think his whole idea was that if you want to have unity, then you have to, the other groups in Nigeria have to essentially sacrifice. Like sometimes even on the altar of the truth, you have to sacrifice the truth, not to deny it, but to hide it, so that it will not look as if you are being hard on an ethnic group. That was what he did. Well, I would say this, that I think it was wise for the time, but in our day, I think it was a mistake. I mean, if they had seen today, they would not have done it. But what they did was right at the time. What's happening right now is the people, I've said it several times, like they covered your nakedness. ensure that you're not put to shame or disgraced. And then it's the same people then who now make certain statements about others. And then the truth is that some of these things now drive some of us to go and check those things. And you're like, I think it's important for people to know some of these things. Maybe not everything. I always say, maybe not everything. But there are certain things that I think should come out if we really want healing. And I'll tell you one funny thing. If you read the book by J. Isawa Eligo, the book is called Gowon, the Biography of a Soldier Statesman. He said that even America, after the American Civil War, they didn't heal as fast as Nigeria did. Let me ask you a question right now. Wherever you are, whether you're on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok, I just want to ask one question, and please answer me as honestly as you can. Are we really healed in Nigeria? Maybe not we, a particular ethnic group, let's the East, for instance. Do you really think they are healed? When you read the book, it says nobody healed as fast as we did after the war. But my question is there really healing, especially as far as the Easterners are concerned? I don't think one has to be no healing. Thank you very much. I don't think one has to be a prophet to know this, that there's really no healing. What you have is you have people who have never come to terms with the past. And why? Nature harbors a vacuum. If you don't share the truth, that vacuum you are creating will be filled by something else. It could be lies, it could be untruth, it could be half-truth, whatever it is, it will be filled somehow. And I think that gap that was left by the government is what we are essentially going through. One second, I want to play something to you from Gowon before we get into the news of today. I hope this music is not getting here too much. I don't believe they are healed because of the way they live. You're right. You're right. I apologize for the noise in the background. Let me play something to you from Yakubu Gowon. Oh, I can't. I have to move this. Oh, shoot. Okay, 1 second, guys. I have to bring another device in. All right, okay, this is going to work. So please, let's take a listen to General Gowon. This was just around the time of Biafra. Please take a listen to this.
Was it because he was a coward? Was it because he... Why do you think Ojukwu left Biafra? Was it because he was a coward? Was it because...
Sorry, this was after Ojukwu left Biafra.
Why do you think Ojukwu left Biafra? Was it because he was a coward? Was it because he felt that he stood in the way of a settlement?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. The foreign press seem to know him better than we do, than I do. Seem to give him all sort of excellent quality, so much above, in fact, than the rest of us. Ojukwu, the gallant chap who said, "I will fight to the last man, and I will be the last one, that will fall." What a pity! How are the mighty fallen? And in such a cowardly way. If he has done a Hitler, probably we could have thought, I mean, he is at least a man of courage. He didn't do a Hitler. Hitler took a poison, died, and ordered his body to be burned up. At least because he had, he knew what he has done. Ojukwu ran away and left these poor people that he has led into such, suffering, such abject position. Just left them, and now probably because with the money he has amassed outside, I suppose he will go and live in joy and plenty. Well, I hope he will enjoy the rest of his life. I hope his conscience will, will allow him to rest. God knows. If at all, those who are supporting Ojukwu allow him to really get away with what he has done to his people, to Nigeria, to Africa, then I think they need to examine their conscience. And honestly, I have got no faith in such people.
You've now inherited the responsibility. Why do you think Ojukwu left? Yeah.
That's actually not the video I want to play. I wanted to play the one about the medals, but that also works. I was talking about how Ojukwu ran away and the fact that he had money stashed outside the nation and that he just led his people, and he wasn't even bold enough to do a Hitler. What that means basically was that Hitler was known to have committed suicide, just like a bold, courageous person. But no, Ojukwu decided to run away and then left the people to suffer. You know, like I always say, the more you study this thing, you just be like, if you're Igbo, like, why on earth do you think that person is a hero? Like, what's the definition of hero? But I mean, it is what it is. Umbo.
And has made, as far as I am concerned, the Igbos will be treated as an equal citizen in this country. Propaganda of people who really do not care.
Personal question, how do you see the future for yourself now?
Well, I'll continue to give my best to the nation until we're able to resolve as enemies, as Ojukwu has made. We've never taken the Igbos as enemies, as Ojukwu has made them to believe and has made the world to believe. As far as I am concerned, the Igbos will be treated as an equal citizen in this country. There will be no second-rate citizens in Nigeria unless by their own behavior and performance. And this applies to any Nigerian whatsoever. The head and the heart is the only yardstick which can judge who will be a second-rate citizen. Therefore, the Igbos have got nothing to be afraid of. They can rest assured that they have got a part to play in rebuilding the new Nigeria which has just been born. Let them come. Let them join hands with us, wherever they are, and I appeal to them, the Igbos at home, in areas now being liberated, to Igbos abroad, to Igbos everywhere, not to listen to the propaganda of foreign press or propaganda of people who really do not care for their welfare. The only thing is to sort of see that they continue to resist or to continue to cause trouble and continue to cause and continue to suffer without really bothering about their own fate, except to praise them wishy-washingly. I don't know for what purpose. So the Igbos have got nothing to be afraid as far as we are concerned. Let them come home. Let them return to the fold. I have given them my word of honor. There will be amnesty for anyone who cares to come back. And with that, I'm quite convinced if they're prepared, to play their part, to play, their role properly, I think we can rebuild a new Nigeria where no man will be oppressed.
General, you're widely believed and known to be a man without political ambitions yourself. Now the war's over, you've promised in the past to reintroduce civilian government again. If I can ask you a personal question, how do you see the future for yourself now?
Well, I'll continue to give my best to the nation until we're able to resolve most of our immediate problems. Problem of winning the heart, reconciliation, and at least to see the reconstruction beginning and going properly. And then I hope if I will be in a position to get the Constituent Assembly, which I have promised to the nation, going, and really everything taking a proper shape. Now, whatever duty I'm called upon, to do, I will do it, continue to do it to the best of my ability in the interest of this nation and the interest of the people of this country. But as far as the political ambition is concerned, I can assure you, my, what I have said in the past, still stands. I have got no political ambition. I don't think I will fit in as a politician. Do I look like one?
Could you go back to being a simple soldier?
Absolutely. That is what I have been all the time. Do I look a different man that I have been right from the beginning as a soldier? We've never taken...
All right. I just want to play that just to essentially show the heart of Gowon in this matter. Now, to the news, we're going to start with something from Rufai, and it's surprising, but you know the saying that a broken clock is right twice a day. This is one of those times when the broken clock is right. And I think it's important for us to listen to check the time. So let's start with something from Rufai and his crew at Arise. I'm going to play the one from Dr. Abati later, but let's start with Rufai now.
It's crystal clear. This morning, I mean, it's crystal clear. Engagements we've had and the interview I also had with him, he's going to run. But the part I don't understand, and please with due respect, I don't like when politicians overpromise. Bring stability to Nigeria in 2 years. What's the definition of obese stability? Is it that inflation numbers are going to drop to single digits? Is it that the healthcare system will be improved? Is it that the infrastructure system will be improved? I don't like all this political rhetoric. So I'm against Obi for that statement this morning. I will tell it to you. I don't care who you are. When politicians say they will bring stability, these are just all these far-fetched promises. Let's be realistic with the challenges of Nigeria at hand as we are speaking today. I would like him to clarify that on stability. Is it fixing the exchange rate palaver we have? What is stability? Because everybody is just talking as if, they will come in there and things will change and everything. And please, like I tell people, I am for the progress of Nigeria. Any government in power, be it President Tinubu, be it or be any government, I will constantly be on their neck because I want my country to be better. I don't believe in politicians saying, I will stabilize things in 2 years. I will, no. And some other things he said that I think about, if they make agreements about what, I think those are just, predictions here and there. But I would like to challenge him this morning. Provide your track, the path to this so-called stability in 2 years. Let's get empirical statistics to it. I don't just like when politicians talk.
All right, that's from Rufai. I'd like to play you something from Dr. Ruben Abati. Please take a listen to this.
Mr. Peter Obi is saying, he's restating his commitment to Nigeria. And he says that his commitment is to help fix Nigeria. Well, it's our expectation that somebody will be able to come one day and fix this country. And the details in terms of what Mr. Peter Obi is saying, I think we can all identify with it. He says he will reduce poverty. He will invest in social infrastructure. He will invest in education. He will empower people. And that his family, he will not be involved in any act of corruption if he's given the opportunity. And he says he's interested in the Nigerian presidency in 2027, not as an appendage to anybody, but as an independent candidate, in his own party. And talking about political party platform, he says, yes, he's involved in the coalition, but he wants to see Senator Nenadi Usman-led wing of the Labour Party to be the main wing of the party. Where we can depart from him, in my view, is when he says, oh, he will do only one term. That in fact, if the coalition or even the whatever platform can give him the position, after 2031, he will leave the position. Well, what we have seen is that it takes more than 4 years to fix Nigeria. Can he fix Nigeria between 2027 and 2031? What is likely to happen is that even if he achieves that dream, which is legitimate, you know, anybody can say, I want to lead my country and set it right. He will discover that the mandate is not for him alone. The whole of the Southeast will stand up and say, they have finally recognized that Southeasterners are part of this arrangement called Nigeria. They will tell him, Peter Obi, you are not going to do one term. We go die here. That's how Nigeria is. They will tell you, a Southerner has done 8 years, a Northerner has done 8 years, Southeast will do 8 years. So if possible, they will say, let us review the Constitution. So in other words, the other issues, other factors that will come in will be about equity, will be about fairness, will be about justice. These are key issues at the heart of the national question in Nigeria.
Men will release.
All right, so that's something from Ruben Abasi. So I don't know whether maybe there's a particular subscription that is supposed to pay. I'm not saying there's something like that. I'm just wondering, and perhaps into something Barry, because these are his guys. These are the people who try to force him down our throats. So if they are talking like this, I wonder if something is up. But I think it's good. It's good to have something like this where people actually question politicians rather than just, you know, listen to the rhetoric and celebrate the talking points, right? It's important to interrogate these claims. We're going to move on to other things now. But please, if you're here, there's something I want to read, but not yet. Not yet. I promise I'm going to read it, but not yet. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you very much. Moving on from that, I have a number of videos today, so I want to play a video before I talk. I'd like you to take a listen to the former CBN governor, Lamido Sanusi, and still talking about this idea of being able to fix Nigeria in 2 years, you know, because apparently some people have superpowers. So just to hear what other people are saying about this fantastic idea. So take a listen to this, please.
Monetary side, the challenges that we have, where from the fiscal side and the monetary side, the challenges that we have, and the decisions that will be taken to correct are going to be very painful decisions. So let me first of all, please request our politicians, you must prepare the minds of Nigerians for difficult decisions. Anybody who tells you that it is going to be easy, please don't vote for him. Because it's either he's lying to you or he does not know what job he's going to get. You cannot with this level of debt, service, with this level of collapse in revenue, with this level of poverty, you cannot. And you have to take corrective decisions. Tariffs on the electricity sector have to be corrected. Tariffs in the oil sector have to be corrected. But before we correct that, we have to deal with the opportunities for rent seeking. You have to close off the inflated numbers, the false numbers. And I hope that whoever becomes president in 2023, the first thing they should do is ask NMPC to document and bring evidence for every dollar they took as subsidy. They must give the ships that came, and we can verify from insurance companies if those ships were in Nigeria on that date. must bring evidence, because that is what the law says. There must be proof before you pay subsidy. There must be proof that you brought it in at the price you said you brought it in.
All right. So I think just a reminder that the idea of fixing Nigeria in 2 years, number one, makes no sense. You see, there was a man, I still respect him, interestingly. He said something about 12 years ago, thereabouts. He said that something in particular sector of Nigeria is not rocket science. That's what he said. He said it's not rocket science. It's not like there's no big deal about it until he got into government. Anybody who goes around telling you that Nigeria issue is not rocket science, that person is either naive or a liar. If it's naivety, of course, it means that you're not even qualified to do it. That means you don't know enough about what you're trying to get yourself into, which I would advise that you get some information. But if it's about lying, you don't even have any chance because you're all long. So generally speaking, this idea of 2 years, it doesn't work that way. But some people have other plans. One of them, of course, is the former Senate President, David Mark. And he sent a letter to the People's Democratic Party yesterday. I'm going to read the letter very quickly, and then I'll read the news about his decisions, the decision he made after resigning. Or maybe it was before he resigned, I don't know, but you judge. All right, so he says the chairman, the letterhead is Senator David Mark, Senator David A.B. Mark, GCON, FNIM. The chairman, People's Democratic Party, Ward 1, Ojukwu Local Government Area, Benue State. I bring notice of resignation from the People's Democratic Party. I bring warm greetings to you and members of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Ojukwu Ward 1, and by extension the entire Benue State and Nigeria. I write to formally inform you of my decision to resign my membership of the party with immediate effect. You may recall that over the years I have remained firm and deeply committed to the ideals of the PDP, even when nearly all stakeholders departed the party. Following our loss in the 2015 presidential election, I pledged to remain the last man standing. I have worked steadfastly to build, reconcile, and reposition the party, efforts which, without sounding immodest, helped restore the PDP to national relevance and made it once again a party of choice for many Nigerians. However, recent events marked by deepening divisions, persistent leadership crises, and irreconcilable differences have reduced the party to a shadow of its former self, subjecting it to public ridicule. After wide consultations with my family, friends, and political associates, I have resolved to join the national coalition of political opposition movements in Nigeria as part of the collective effort to rescue our nation and preserve our hard-earned democracy. Thank you, and may God bless you. Sincerely, Senator David Mark. After that news broke, something interesting happened. You see that in the Punch newspaper. It says 2027, Mark Aregbesola emerged ADC interim chairman and secretary. He stated, "We just concluded a meeting tonight. Mark and Aregbesola have been appointed as the ADC interim national chairman and national secretary." Interestingly, this same Aregbesola a couple of days ago was saying that his wife advised him not to be the secretary of the party ADC. Apparently, Ada did not work out, so they are now in ADC. Aregbesola is actually, it's interesting and it's sad. It's sad because from what we hear and read, himself and the president were very close. So, but things happen. I wish them all the best. All right, moving on from there. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you so much. Let's listen to someone talking about this coalition and what it might mean for the president and his own ambition. So please take a listen to this interview. This is from a station called News Central, and it's a very quick analysis of the matter. Please take a listen.
So if the man who is there now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has only spent 4 years. So if it goes back to the north, it then means the south must have done the 4 years. Now, Atiku's ambition is going to unite the south behind Bola Ahmed Tinubu, even those that don't like him. If they are honest to themselves, the best thing they could do is for the north to say, okay, We are not satisfied with what Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done the last 4 years in terms of delivering the dividends of democracy. But the power must still remain in the South. And therefore, who from the South is in a better position to deliver? P2B stands a better chance than anybody else. Enlightened self-interest should dictate that those who are promoting this coalition should go through that route. But in an event that they don't, P2B has indicated that
he will go it all alone.
He will go it
all alone.
All alone.
I mean, you don't have to, bother about the name. The person's name is Ojukwu Amechi or something like that. It's interesting that because we don't want Bola Tinubu to win, and it has to be a Southerner, it must be P2B. And then P2B will do one term because all of us we are not thinking things through. People just, I don't know, like I always say, I like to listen to the politicians themselves, especially the ones who win, not the ones who bicker. So when you listen to them, and they're the best people to teach you exactly what they're doing, and listen very closely, you understand that all this thing is just a joke. Anyway, let's move on from that to what the Igbo youth told Tinubu and APC. The Igbo youths under the aegis of the All Igbo Youth Forum have told President Bola Tinubu that governors from the southeast of Nigeria are deceiving the president and the ruling APC, as the youth from the region will determine the outcome of the 2027 presidential election and not the elected politicians. The youth said these at a press conference gathering to celebrate the recent legal victory of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in Kenya. The youths, numbering over 300 from different states in the southeast, gathered at Orca Hall, Umuahia, I think it's Umuahia they want to write here, where they addressed a press conference before proceeding on a jubilant march on the streets chanting solidarity songs. They, however, gave a condition for supporting the president come 2027, the presidential election. Let me just go straight to the condition. The President General of All Igbo Youth Forum and former Deputy Chairman of Umuahia North Local Government Area. It doesn't like Umuahia, it should be Umuahia now. Why is they writing over and over again? Anyway, it says the President General of All Igbo Youth Forum and former Deputy Chairman of Umuahia North Local Government Area, Honorable Chinedum Obilo Fayose Ohuhu, who spoke on behalf of the youth, said Kanu's release or continued detention would determine whether or not Igbo youth would support Tinubu's re-election bid. He bluntly told the president not to be deceived by empty assurances by Igbo political leaders, declaring that Igbo youth will not vote for him, nor the APC, if Kanu does not regain his freedom. Come and work with the youths, but if you fail, what happened in the last election will happen again. Our governors are deceiving you. Our senators and House of Representatives members are deceiving you. They claim to be in charge, but they are not. We, the youths, are the one in charge of Igbo land. Come and work with the youths, but if you fail, what happened in the last election will happen again. What happened in the last election, Jade? He won. Isn't that what happened in the last election? He won. So if he wants what happened in the last election to happen again, he should do exactly what he did last election, which is what nobody should care about what you are saying. Oh God. How much I go? Wow. Anyway, moving on to other interesting things. The president was in St. Lucia a couple of days ago. Just a bit from what happened just some things about that particular place. By the way, St. Lucia has, I think he's here, I already did. I was going to talk about the Nobel laureate. They have two. Let me just say it now. Sorry, there's somebody on YouTube. Oh, madam, I thought you're one of the people on YouTube, on Twitter yesterday. I apologize for the issue with our sound, but I think this is going to be a lot better in terms of experience for you. But thank you very much for being here. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So about do you know how special the small island nation of St. Lucia, currently hosting President Tinubu, is? With a population of just below 200,000, it has the highest number of Nobel laureates per capita in the world. It has a long history of association with Nigeria. It has 2 Nobel laureates, Sir Arthur Lewis in economics 1979 and Sir Derek Walcott, literature 1992. So it has 1 Nobel laureate for every 100,000 people. Nigeria has 1 for about 200 million. So they have more in terms of per capita. One of the most sought after Derek Walcott scholars, Yale-educated West Indian Professor Carol, I think it's Dawes, lived and taught in Ile-Ife from 1977 till retirement in 1991. She introduced at least 3 generations of students to the significance of Caribbean, West Indian, St. Lucian literature. Apart from St. Lucians with Yoruba ancestry, there's history with Nigeria. St. Lucia was the origin of one-time Chief Justice of Nigeria, 1975 to 1979, Sir Darnley Alexander. The first came to the West in 1959. Alexander first came to the West, that's Western region, in 1959. He rose to become the Solicitor General and later a judge of the West in 1964. I would have him before I have any of these interesting people in Nigeria. He later became a QC in 1963. He became CJ of Southeastern States, now Akwa Ibom and Cross River, in 1967, before becoming Chief Justice of Nigeria in 1975. One of his 2 sons was a conscripted soldier during the Nigerian Civil War and served in the front as medical colonel. Sir Darnley died in 1989 at 69. So there are ancestral ties. So it says these ancestral and cultural ties between St. Lucia and Nigeria are undeniable. Not just the shared roots, but common colonial heritage, pre-post-independence cooperation, and hundreds of citizens by investment Nigerian elite now holding St. Lucian passports. So I'm going to stay on this St. Lucia thing for a bit. Be here for a while. I want to play some videos and also read some things to see the connection between Nigeria and St. Lucia, particularly Yoruba and St. Lucia. But take a listen to President Tinubu's speech while he was there. We've got to move fast. Why are we slow? Sorry. Just okay. Okay, it's not playing on the other device. I may have to play it here. On board. So I think I have a little network issue here because there's no reason this shouldn't be showing now. While we wait for that to be sorted, let me just read something else while we wait for the internet. You know what? I think I can play it here. You should be able to hear it.
Deepen our understanding and enhance collective resilience. Join the efforts in promoting sustainable agricultural practices and addressing issues such as flooding and drought. We also contribute to food security and reduce climate vulnerability in both our regions. Together, we can leverage our respective strengths to attract investments, create jobs, and foster joint ventures that benefit both our peoples.
All right, quickly, I want to play, there's a particular song I heard, I think it was yesterday, that some of the performers in St. Lucia were singing and dancing to, and I think it's something quite interesting because it shows an interesting connection. Okay, okay, I found it. For some reason, I don't know why this thing is not moving as fast as it should. What's happening? Anyway, take a listen to this. We'll make do with what we have here until the other device starts working properly. So take a listen. If you're Yoruba, please listen to that again. Just listen closely. Orilo mo edalese. Orilo mo edalese. Nobody has to tell you what that language is. And they are the people. It's not Nigerian troop traveling there to sing Orilo mo dalese. But let me read something to you that I found. Sorry, was sent to me this morning actually by Just Becoming, which is it's from a book by Manfred Kemser. Quite interesting. It says here, as a result of the abolition of slavery in 1838. St. Lucia, like the rest of the British West Indian Islands, experienced the arrival of several immigration waves of liberated Africans. Those immigrants who came directly from the Guinea coast in West Africa called themselves Jin or Negjin, formerly written as Niger Guinea, thus differentiating themselves from the majority of the St. Lucia's Creole population, composed mainly of the descendants of former slaves. One of these groups, constituting the most prominent of the Jin families on the island today, is said to have come from Yoruba land in western Nigeria, namely from the Ekiti tribe. According to their oral traditions, they arrived in St. Lucia around the middle of the 19th century. Among the first generation of immigrants were the famous names of the founder families like Asau, Joseph, and Delai. They were leading members of African cults, namely of the Shango and Ogun traditions. These two religious traditions from Western Nigeria soon merged in St. Lucia to form a new cult, the Kele. It is remarkable to note that whereas most other religious cults in Afro-America have undergone syncretistic influences, mainly with the Catholic religion, the development which brought the Kele in St. Lucia into existence could rather be termed as a syncretism between different African traditions. All right, so it says again, one second. It says, according to Simmons, the Kele ceremony, the most exotic tradition of the island, began in St. Lucia in about 1867, shortly after the arrival of families from Western Nigeria of the Ekiti tribe, 30 years after the abolition of slavery. You see, when I'm looking for pan anything, that's pan something. And by the way, I would even easily do Pan-African with folks in America, in Caribbean, as long as they understand that they are in Yoruba land, than all these people that are shouting Pan-African in Nigeria, because those ones are trying to use the idea of Pan-Africanism to take something that doesn't belong to them. But just know that we always say this, Yoruba, we are not limited to this part of, we're not even limited to Nigeria. In Nigeria, we are in 10 states. We've talked about this before. We're in Oyo, Osun, Ogun, Ondo, Lagos, and Ekiti. We're also in Kwara, right? 12 local governments of the 16. We're in Kogi. We're a third of Kogi State, the Okun people. We're in Delta. We're in Edo. But apart from here, we're in Benin Republic. We're in Togo. We're in Ghana. We're in Gambia. We're in Sierra Leone. Where, of course, we have our people in different parts that were taken as slaves. But thank God, they still maintain their identity, whether it's in Cuba or in Brazil, and now you're discovering St. Lucia. There's some of them in Venezuela as well, and some in North America. Just to tell you that if anybody is speaking against, St. Lucia, it shouldn't be you Yoruba people. So they, anytime I think about those people, folks in diaspora, again, my Chinese skinny usually comes in. I think of China and Singapore. Those guys went from China as peasants and workers into Singapore, but they are still Chinese, and they are connected with China even till today, right? That's the beauty that I see in the Yoruba, in the concept of Yoruba nationalism or Yoruba people. So it's not just about Nigeria, and that's why I say it often, that this idea of always saying, "What am I better than around me?" It makes no sense for Yoruba people, because most of these people around, with all due respect, they can't bring light, they can't bring a candle close to Yoruba people. Oh. All right, I'm sure you get the point. All right, let's move on to other things. So I found it really nice to know that those people are originally from Ekiti, even though they are now in St. Lucia. And I like the song, Orilo Mowe Dalese. That's brilliant. There's a particular thing here that I'm running away from for now, because, Romino, so I don't want to get into that for now. But before we do that, while we talked about a pastor who denigrated Yoruba culture and said stuff, maybe, like I always said it's, I would say the person, of course, is very ignorant, all right? But it's also important to highlight or to let people know when a pastor, another pastor, says the right things about Yoruba culture. So let me play this video. This one is from Pastor Tunde Bakare. And of course, there are no surprises there, because he's very grounded, and of course, he's also elderly. Oh dear, I'm going to have to play it here. All right. You know what? Let him play it. I don't know if it was clear enough. I'm sure it was clear enough, but just in case it wasn't, Mumbo. All right, so it's important to also mention that we have great examples, even in Christianity and among pastors. I think most of us young people, we need to find that balance. Tunde Bakare is one pastor who would use Ebenezer Obey's songs to drive home a point, okay? The younger ones, I think, maybe because of the westernization, and that's why if you notice 2 days ago, some people were writing in the comment section, and it's also one of the reasons that I took a while before I got people to come up, when they start saying, oh, it's because of Christianity, it's all this pastor. The one who just spoken as also a Christian, is also a pastor. The real issue is a generational thing. My parents are Christians. Their parents, my dad was a Christian, my mom is a Christian, their own parents were Christians. Christianity did not start with me. My grandparents will not talk like that. My parents will not talk like that. I don't talk like that. Why? It's not really the religion. It's the exposure to information. The idea that the songs you listen to mostly are foreign songs. You don't know some Owe that we say here, you get it from songs. Some you get it from sitting around elders. But if everything is so westernized, and yes, religion contributes its own bit, but the real issue is that people have not been, and let me say this, at the end of the day, it's a societal issue. We have to intentionally raise our children. A lot of us who get angry about things like this, I can assure you, we most likely, if we're not careful, we may also sound like that. We may also sound like you would have said certain things that you don't even know. Also, your children, and let me say this, because when things like this happen, like I always say, it's a good time it's an opportunity to learn. Your children, your own kids, how do they think about Yoruba culture in Nigeria? Forget the anger. I mean, I did a video 2 days ago. I was angry, and valid, that video will be uploaded later today. But the question is that if we speak to your children, your 20-year-olds, your teenagers, your younger ones, if we talk to them, what would they say about Yoruba culture? And whatever they say, and I want to say something with all due respect to a lot of elderly people, this thing about Gen Z people don't have sense, that thing should stop. If Gen Zs don't have sense, it's our fault. Oh, all these people, obedient, you are insulting yourself. Especially if you have a child, or if you have any child as a teenager and above, that's your problem. The kids you are calling normally, how did they come to be so easily influenced by outsiders? What did we teach them growing up? What did we teach them? What value did we show them in what ours, in our culture, in our traditions? Because they didn't grow up in a vacuum. And it's the teenagers and the 20s, the kids in the 20s, that will become the leaders very soon. Some of them are beginning to speak up on social media. Because I have to think, I thought about this thing yesterday. I looked at my son and I just thought about it like, wait though, whatever these guys do is on me as a parent. And I see us do this thing. It makes us feel comfortable when we say, I want Gen Z, I want Gen Z, work on Telobi, work on Shekinikon. Don't you know that it's on us? It's on us. Whatever we don't like in them, to be honest, is we don't like ourselves that we are seeing in them. And that's because we did not intentionally teach them anything about culture, anything about survival, anything about self-preservation. We did not intentionally do it. Even if you don't see them down to do it, let them see you say it, let them see you act it, let them notice that in you, and then they can copy it. When you're watching the news together, what do you discuss with these younger ones? Because I was saying the other day, there are some people on social media that they're becoming very popular right now, and the only thing they do is to insult Yoruba people. You insult the teenagers, insult Christians, insult Muslims, insult everybody, because now you know more than all of us. The truth of the matter is that every platform, I think, in my own opinion, I can throw jabs as well, but I think at some point it should all come down to, sharing knowledge. So if you are uncomfortable with what you see the younger people do or what you see certain people do, don't make yourself happy by saying, elections are coming very soon. The person they are going to support or the way they are going to move, regardless of the political party, the way they are going to move, the kind of conversations they are having is directly proportional to the way we have raised them. So if you're a parent here and you always come up to talk about Gen Z, I just thought I should say it today. Please stop it. If you want, even if you're a young person here, like a guy came up the other day, he's Gen Z as well. Like my own Gen Z is the younger Gen Z. Their generation, it's just like Millennial and Gen X. Oh, he's not 1 year. So they are the first set of Gen Z, then the last set. So my own Guinea is last set. But this guy is one of the top, the older Gen Zs, and was saying that he was angry. Like, why is everybody saying? And the funny thing about life, let me tell you one funny thing about life. Do you know that if you really think about it, some of the things your parent told you growing up, like, mato yeah, do you know that if you're not careful, you are saying to your children as well, mato yeah. So the question is that, at what point, there are some things they're going to learn based on experience, but I think experience is not the best teacher. If you have to experience everything before you learn, what time do you have in life to actually become what God has called you to be, to actually do well in life? You should be able to learn from the mistakes of others. So I'm just putting this across to us. Like, we should be intentional with our nephews, our nieces, our cousins, our sons and daughters. Let's be intentional with them. Let's teach them. Let's show them, and let's do it in love. And don't tell them that they are stupid, because, to be honest, it wasn't so long ago that many of us were ignorant. It wasn't so long ago. You were not born with the knowledge. You learned it. So be patient when you are teaching the younger ones. I also like to say that because that's the only way we can carry them along. All right. Having said that, let's move on to what I've been pushing till now. All right, the other thing, but I'm not going to get into it. I'll just say this one, bring people up, then get to the conversation for today. Somebody sent me a link. I just want to sound a note of warning. We're growing. Our community is growing on the internet. So thank God for that. So let's use it to sound a note of warning to certain people. I'm not going to tell you those people. I'm going to read something to you, and you will decide what this is. So this book is called New Concept English for Junior Secondary Schools. Book 1. Comprehension. Please listen to this. Obafemi, the king of Odua. The title is called A Sneaking Suspicion. Obafemi, the king of Odua, and his queen, the beautiful and good Moremi, once lived in the greatest happiness together. Obafemi was so happy in the love of this excellent lady that he wished for nothing except that he wanted to see her again, and to present to his queen his old companion. Okay, and took away. Let me just read that part again. Obafemi was so happy in the love of this excellent lady that he wished for nothing except that he wanted to see again and to present to his queen his old companion and schoolmate Nnamdi, king of Onitsha. Please listen to this. It's for GSS 1. Who was more of the king of Odua? Obafemi. His wife is Moremi. His friend is Nnamdi, king of Onitsha. Obafemi and Nnamdi had been together from childhood, but after the death of their fathers, each one had to rule his own kingdom, and so they had not met for many years, though they often exchanged gifts, letters, and loving messages. At last, after many invitations, Nnamdi came from Onitsha to Obafemi's palace for a visit. Obafemi begged the queen to give his friend of his youth a special care and attention, and his joy seemed to have been full when he was with his old companion. They talked about old times. They remembered their school games, their school days, and their youthful games. They told stories of these to Moremi, who also took a cheerful part in these conversations. After a long stay, Nnamdi was preparing to leave when Moremi, at her husband's wish, begged him to make his visit longer. And now this good queen's sorrow began. Nnamdi had refused to stay when Obafemi asked him, but Moremi's gentle words persuaded him to do so. At this, although Obafemi had so long known the honesty of his friend Nnamdi, as well as the excellent character of his good queen, he was seized with uncontrollable jealousy. Everything that Moremi did for Nnamdi, although it was done only to please her husband, increased the unfortunate king's jealousy. Suddenly, Obafemi changed from a true friend and the best and most loving of husbands into a wild, evil creature. He sent for Aminu, one of the lords of his court, and told him of his suspicions about his wife's unfaithfulness. Then he ordered him to poison Nnamdi. Aminu was a good man. He knew well that there was no iota of truth in what Obafemi suspected, and so, instead of poisoning Nnamdi, he told him of his master's orders and agreed to escape with him from Odua. Thus, Nnamdi, with the help of Aminu, arrived safely in his own kingdom of Onitsha. From that time on, Aminu lived in the king's palace and became the chief friend and favorite of Nnamdi. The escape of Nnamdi made the jealous Obafemi still angrier. He went to the queen's room where her little son, Shango, was just beginning to tell one of his best stories to amuse her. Taking the child away, the king sent Moremi to prison. Then the senseless person who wrote this then wrote adapted from More Tales from Shakespeare by Charles and Mary Lamb. I'll say it again. The person who wrote this is senseless. This is intentional. This is for GS1 kids. This is the cover of the book. I saw it this morning. I mean, was it yesterday? Somebody sent it to me. This is the cover of the book. And in this book, you heard Obafemi, the king of Odua, married to Moremi. Their son is Shango. You heard Nnamdi, the king of Onitsha, who came to live with Obafemi. And then, so apparently it's Igbo man living in Yoruba land, and then after his visit, wants to go, a Yoruba woman now tells him to stay, and then the Yoruba man now gets jealous, and the Yoruba man now asks Aminu, a Hausa man, to poison the Igbo man. The Hausa man now takes the Igbo man and escapes and goes back to Onitsha, and then the Hausa man now becomes the chief friend of the Igbo man. And then the Yoruba man, because of his jealousy, then imprisons his wife. This is what they are teaching children in JSS 1 in Yoruba land. You know the funny thing? I'm not even so angry with certain people, as when I now looked at the names of the writers, I discovered that many Yoruba people, we need help. We need help. Let me tell you the authors of this book. This is actually the one that actually got me angry, not even what they wrote inside the book. F. Ademola Adeoye. Q. Adam. I don't know what that is. J. Eto. Eyisi. A. Adekunle. B. Adepoju. Of these 6 writers, 3 are Yoruba. There's Q. Adam, J. Eto, Eyisi. To be honest, because you have a lot of writers, so what you're going to have for books like this is that you write your portion, the other person writes their portion, and then you now have a person who comes together and is like the editor, right? So the Yoruba person maybe did not see what the other person wrote together like that, unless of course you are helping each other to edit. My point is, if you're Yoruba and you're part of something like this, you need help. But let's assume that you are not the one that wrote it. So other people wrote that section. You wrote your own section, then they put it together and they published it, which is what happens in most cases. The real issue would be that, how do you teach young children this? What are you saying to a Yoruba child with this ridiculous story? And this is not the first, it's not the second, it's not the third book in the last 1 year that have come out. There was one by Tony and Anijo Majuru saying that they own Ile-Ife. There's another one that's on Amazon, written by another fool. And I said it, the person is a fool. Written by another fool claiming ownership of Ife. This one is essentially destroying, and he used names intentionally. Obafemi, Awolowo, Nnamdi, Azikiwe, Aminu Kano. You could have just used Amadu Bello. But so that because in his warped mind, he's very smart, doesn't want to say Amadu, so he uses Aminu. This is the kind, I'm saying, see, my own job on this matter is just to sound a note of warning. Take it. No, sorry guys. It's here already, I brought it out for you. My job on this matter, right, is to sound a note of warning to folks in the Southeast. This thing that is being done, when you guys see it, you know, someone is writing they're using AI to generate our image to look like anything like they should do. I'm just saying that these things that are being done, the punishment for this thing is actually very weighty. And when that cup is full, and it's almost full, the people that will punish you people, they will not be people like me speaking English, and I've not met them, but I know they exist. When that cup is full, don't talk to your people, Don't talk to them. Just you know, keep moving mad. How can a sane group write a story to destroy another group? And then you now turn around and say we are all one Nigeria. I know the funny thing, when by the way, the punishment is coming. That one is not even, it's not like there's no negotiation. The punishment is coming. The only question is, when is it going to come? And like I said, it's not going to be by someone like me speaking English and saying, let's read books. No, those ones will not care about books. And I've said it several times, you will have the exact same result that you had in the 60s. So, and because when people say things like it's not just one person, I have seen a number of books with the same agenda. And you see, I want to read something to you from Papa's autobiography. Give me 1 second. How can a group, an entire ethnic group, be so bent on destroying the psyche of another ethnic group to the point where they are publishing books and getting the kids to read? I'm glad I've never seen the book. I mean, it will not even get to my kids' school because. 1 second. I'll look for something from Papa. There's a level of demon possession. Like you have to be possessed by demon to constantly write things to bring people down. Mambo. I'm going to read something to you from Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Mambo. I want to read something from page 135. It says here, by the end of August 1940, I was certain in my own mind that Dr. Azikiwe was not a conscientious member of the Nigerian youth movement, and that for some reasons best known to himself, he was bent on destroying this nationalist organization. We'll talk about NYM very soon. I'll tell you what happened in NYM. Just to tell you, this is 1940. I'll tell you what happened from 1937 to 1940. And one of the reasons I sound the way I do. Who is this person? You know, so somebody sent me a message. I think it was an Igbo person yesterday. And I want to respect that person. But before I start respecting that person, Eze, whatever your name is, your parents are dumb. Now I'm going to start doing what I told the person. I didn't tell the person anything. I just told the person thank you. So whatever it is that the person wanted me to do, I will begin to try to do it right now. But before I go on, Eze, you, your parents, your entire lineage, you are dumb because of what you wrote to me in the comment section, which I will not read out. Having said that, let me now read to you what happened in 1940. By the end of August 1940, I was certain in my own mind that Dr. Azikiwe was not a conscientious member of the Nigerian youth movement, and that for some reasons best known to himself, he was bent on destroying this nationalist organization. So I was saying I'm going to talk about this organization very soon. When we're done with some of these things, we'll get into some of these stories. So not even story, the history, history. Then it says, at the same time, please listen to this. What year? 1940. This book was published in 1960. Stay with me. At the same time, to me, that his policy was to corrode the self-respect of the Yoruba people as a group and to build up the Igbos as a master race, to magnify his own vaunted contributions to the nationalist struggles, to dwarf and misrepresent the achievements of his contemporaries, and to discount and nullify the humble but sterling quota which older politicians had made to the country's progress. Other incidents which happened thereafter merely went to strengthen my beliefs. This is what I want to say to you guys today. This observation that Papa made in 1940, I made it a few years ago, and I discovered that it's the exact same thing. Why would any sane human being write that kind of book that I just read right now? Not this one, the one about Obafemi and Nnamdi with your wife Moremi. Why would anybody write something like that in Yoruba land to Yoruba people and publish it as a textbook in secondary schools? Why? If not to corrode the self-respect of the people. And listen, we're going to speak up, right? But like I'm saying, it's better that we are speaking up. When it happened in 66, and I'm going to read what happened in 66, 1 second, because Ombo, I want on dead. Emi makoma kaweni. To those of you insulting me in the comment section, just understand the fact that what befell your grandparents will befall you in a matter, like in a very short time. And it will be sad, but I think maybe that's the only thing that that will help you understand. Because I don't get this. I'm going to read from a book by Sheo Shagari. The book is called Beckon to Serve. What I'm doing basically is I'm just raising an alarm. That's all. And if you don't like what I'm doing, don't worry. Because if you don't like this and just, you know the funny thing, you don't see all these clowns that insult me, you don't see any of them saying, that was bad though. No. Why? Because they are in on it. It's all the same mindset. Like I said, there is a minority that's not like them, but it's a very tiny minority. People like Dora Queenly, like I always mention, and people like all those people I mentioned yesterday. Babi Asika. But the generality of the people is the same mindset. Let me read something to you. This one, that I read from Papa's autobiography, is a person. Let me read to you about the people. This my cap is not staying in one place. All right. This book is called Beckon to Serve by Sheo Shagari. He says, Ironsi's task was not helped by the behavior of Igbo residents in the north. Since his assuming power, many of them had been loudly proclaiming the regime to be theirs, and even making a virtue of the January coup killings. This attitude quickly spread from offices and public institutions to places like model terminals and markets. Some Igbo shopkeepers even took to displaying large-sized photographs which depicted Major Nzogu standing beside the body of the slain Sir Ahmadu Bello, the former Northern Region Premier. Igbo people would draw the attention of Northerners to the photographs and say of Nzogu, Shine Maganinku. In Hausa, he is the one who can knock sense into you. Some Igbo also took to public playing of gramophone record called Machine Gun. By the way, there were two. There was Machine Gun, there was El Nabakwa. This Machine Gun was by Celestin Uku. El Nabakwa was by Rex Lawson, which I have played here before. Some Igbo also took to public playing of a gramophone record called Machine Gun, whose celebratory lyrics of the January killings were interspersed with the sound of gunshots. Such unwarranted provocations naturally exacerbated the unease between Northerners and the Igbo. The pulse of the Northern grassroots disquiet was reflected in the vernacular press, that's the Hausa press, on 28 March 1966. Gaskia Tafikwabo. They ran a trenchant editorial calling for the insolent behavior of the Igbo residing in the north to be curbed. What Gaskia Kwabo in 1966, what they did in 66 is what I'm doing today. This was March. 2 months later, they dealt with Igbo people in the north. In May. By September, everything just scattered. Guys, I can't even say I'm begging because I'm not worth it. I can't beg you. But I'm just asking that people actually talk to their people. Because it's not just one person or two persons. Exactly what happened in 66 is happening in 2025. It's been 60 years, your people have not evolved. You guys will run. In other words, let me say exactly what I said. When this thing starts, it's not going to end quickly. And it's going to destroy your people. You know why? Every time this thing happened, whether it was in 66, in 45, in 53, in 67, every time it happened in history, it has the same ending. And it's always the same thing that begins it. Stop. Stop. Live in peace with your neighbors. If you don't want to experience terrible things, stop. Because this thing is going outside social media. How people know this? I saw a press conference of some people for what happened on Facebook. They did a press conference. if you start piling these things on top of one another, by the time regular people get to know, they won't hear Como. If people wrote newspaper articles in March of '66 asking Igbo people to stop their provocative actions and publications, there were almanacs printed in the north, showing the northerners that they were subservient to the Igbos in their own land. It's the same thing you are doing in 2025. I'm just laughing because it's the best way to, I don't want to say things that are not right, so it's better for me to laugh. So please, instead of you to be stupid and insult me in the comment section, instead of you to be sending messages to your parents through my TikTok page or YouTube page or whatever page or Facebook, please have a meeting. And for once in your entire destiny as a people, learn to take responsibility and change your ways. Because if you don't, people are going to get angry and they will not be reading books. They will not be doing what I'm doing. They will be, because in Kompuru, the end of this is destruction, essentially. I'll bring people up right now. But the point is, that one is for them. For you as a Yoruba person, Masu, the idea that we are all one, it's all love, it's a lie. The friends you have, they may be like that. And I do have friends like that as well. They don't really care for all these things. They just want to live their life and enjoy it. They are not about propaganda. I have friends like you do. They are Igbo. We have them who are good people. But, you see, what causes an avalanche? It's a snowflake. A snowflake can cause an avalanche. A snowflake, just kekere, like it doesn't take the entire group to do things. It wasn't not one person, Ojukwu and his advisors, that caused the war. All it takes is a person who is stupid enough to keep repeating nonsense. And when they continue, whatever they do as a Yoruba person, just understand the fact that what Azikiwe was doing in 1940, well, it wasn't doing in the 40s, it started in the 30s, actually. It started in 1938. We'll have a session on it. And there are materials on these things. Not one book, not two. Trust me. And I'm not doing this to make him look bad. I'm telling you that there's a pattern I notice. What was done is like what they say in the church where I grew up. As it was, so it is. It's looking like so it shall be. You see? Just like clockwork, they're on YouTube. One already insulted me. I act like I didn't see. Let me read what they're writing. Igbo people don't have your time. Afonja, your only problem on earth is Igbo people. You notice that you will not hear them say anything about what was done. Why? They are cursed with irresponsibility. Accountability is kryptonite. Like if they take accountability, if they become accountable or become responsible, it's like they will die. So yes, they're going to insult. That's what they will do. It's a curse. And that curse is from within. That's the sad part. You see, if somebody calls you from outside, you will know how to love baby. But when you curse yourself, it's difficult. It's difficult. You are perpetually in a culture that just is stagnated. You are living 1,000 years before today, and you are happy. And I'm trying to say, and that's the funny thing. To the Igbo people that send me messages, listen to me. I'm not going to say I'm the most measured you come across, but I want to tell you that I'm one of the most measured you'll ever come across. If there's somebody, I can't mention somebody's name. There's a document, I will read it. I will read some things later. If you know what I know, which is not much, but if you know the little I know, you'll be having sessions. All those people the people that have sessions to curse people out and just insult Igbo people, they don't even have the materials, but they're angry with whatever they know. If you know what I know, you'll be opening live sessions to be cursing people out. I can't do that because I'm not like that. My faith will not allow me to do that. My person That my culture doesn't allow that. But guess what? The best I can do is to talk to you like you have sense. But I know that you are from a I'm talking to you, Michael Kachi. Your culture is stagnant. Other cultures are dynamic. You don't move. So while you're doing what you're doing, I'll just talk to my people that beware, okay? Love people. Remember your friends who are from that place. So those people are good. I get your English. But there is a plan. And it's not, I don't like conspiracy theories. Because I don't like it when people just make things up and create hate for other groups. This is not conspiracy. These are books that have been published. These are things that have been said. Influential people amongst them have said certain things and written certain things. And you know the saddest part? It's not just that I can find these things in the 1930s and 1940s and bring it to you. I have materials from 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. It was in the 70s it started dying down. Materials from those decades that tell you what has been planned. But that's not even the painful part. The painful part is that in 2025, whatever was done then is still being done today, including rewriting people's history and calling Obafemi, which is essentially calling Awolowo, a bad person who is jealous of Nnamdi Azikiwe. Meanwhile, there are some reports in the UK archives There's one in the House of Commons that talks about, I've mentioned it here before, the others have not mentioned. There's one in the House of Commons that talked about the £877,000 Azikiwe stole in 1956. But beyond that, his involvement in what makes Nigeria what Nigeria is today is documented though. We don't say these things because let's all grow together. But at this point, I think we should say it. You know why? And not just say it, broadcast it. Not just to say it, like put it out there. Let the entire, because once you, maybe if you see a mirror in your life, maybe you will see the stupidity that you are, like the stupidity that you represent and you fix up. Maybe. So we'll see how it goes. I'm trying to, if you notice, I'm also stopping myself because there are some damning things, and it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The kind of information that, information can be a burden. Knowledge can be a burden. I mean, to the unwise, it's a reason to puff up. It's a reason to be proud. But to the wise, I think it keeps you humble. It keeps you humble. And I don't know. We'll see. If some things can be said, we will say it. Let me tell you what I've been doing the last few months. I've been trying to find ways to explain very, very deep and damning things. So, like, how can you say it? What's the softest way to pass across this message? So whenever I come to terms with a particular way to pass across a particular message, I would then say it. So that's what I did, for instance, with even that one. I didn't go deep with the stuff they wrote in 1944. I didn't go deep into it intentionally. It's the same thing I do with when I was reading Beckon to Serve and what happened with Nwa for Rizu. I mean, let me just ask. Let me ask. That Nwa for Rizu stuff and Iransi and Deep Charima, all the drama that happened. Okay, let me ask you, just to ask a question. Maybe I'm the one who didn't know a lot before I started reading some of these books. If you think that information about what happened at Orizu's house, what somebody was going to do, the Charima's role, Akinjide's role, if that information is it's out there in Nigeria, please write in the comment section. Just write yes if it is, write no if it's not. I want to know if I'm the one who is just, I didn't discover those things today. I've discovered it for a while now. But I just want to ask you that those things that we say, or those things like that episode with Nwa for Rizu, is it out there in the open? Maybe I'm the one living in a cave. Is it out there? Like, do people know these things? Am I the one? Is it out there? Maybe you have heard it, but is it out there? Please just write yes or no. I want to know so that I will know whether it's not even necessary to be saying these things, because from my own experience, many of these things I did not hear. I didn't hear growing up in primary school, secondary school, university, even postgrad. I didn't hear anything like this. But you know the craziest part? None of the things I'm saying, none is new. Many of these things have been written since the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. There's hardly any material I bring out that was published after the 1980s. There are some, few actually. Thank you, Intel. There are few information that I share that were published maybe 2000, 2002, 90s, but the vast majority, maybe 80% or 90% of what I share is from some are from the 30s, no, not 80, yeah, like 80 from the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Like 5% from maybe the 30s and 20s. I'll share like 1 or 2 books from the 19th century, and then these things are not made up, but they are hidden. It's not new, but we don't know. Now, I think that the reason for me sharing it is not to infuriate people or to incite people. It's to actually sincerely, and if you go back to the video I started on Radio Me channel, not even on Busui Oris, you know, when my former account, Radio Miriam, by the way, this is my second account or my third. There's another account, Radio Miriam, which you are looking at here, up here. That used to be my original account. That account, if you go there, you will see, if you scroll down, you will see when I start talking about these matters, my own idea is, let us heal. The reason you cannot heal is because you don't know what happened. Perhaps if I shared the things that happened, and I started very slowly, if you go back to check it, if I share what happened, you will see what this person did and what that person did, and then you can take responsibility, the other person can take responsibility, and then we can heal. That was my goal. That is my goal. That's my goal. But you see, if you were raised in lies and you were brought forth in iniquity, it will become as if I'm against you because you don't know the idea of truth. Whatever we can share, we will share. What has been declassified has been classified. I have materials from the UK archives, for instance, that are just damning. I was talking to somebody a while back about an author in the UK that, you know, they were talking about that particular thing. And the person said, the person did not respond because the person is Igbo. They have to, in their mind, deny it. A gentleman here sent me a message a couple of days ago about another Yoruba author in the UK whose book I have. But because of what I'm about to say, I'm not going to mention his name. But he's a good writer when he wants to be, and then he's a ridiculous panderer when he writes about the war. The whole idea is to pander towards the Easterners. And he was essentially putting the blame of everything on the West, like on Oyinbo. And in my mind, I was like, because Iran wa tó bá ṣàṣìṣe tó wọ́n sọ pé nǹkan báyìí ló ṣe wọ́n ní tí ará ilé yín tó bá ń jẹ ẹ̀rọ onídòdò àbá ló ṣe ń pè àbí tó bá ń ṣe nǹkan kan ṣáà máa yọ kí nǹkan máa fi hàn. The idea basically is that you're supposed to confront a person with the truth. Somebody says, let the past be the past. You are not a good person. Change your way. You are too young for this. You are a stupid person. Your parents. Number one, when you use the word young, I hope you know that some of you, like people that write like this, you are very stupid though. What's your name? Thank you for muting him. You are very stupid. Your parents did a very terrible job. This bunch of fools, this particular one and his group of fools, they go around telling you stop talking about the past. Let me say right now that nobody ever hurt the Igbos. There was no civil war, there was no Biafra. Because once they are not the victims of the story, you are lying. Number one, I'm young, but I'm not as young as you think. And if I'm as young as you think I am, it's a shame on you and your parents, because as old as your parents are, they didn't teach you these things. And like I've said several times, I'm just speaking English. I'm just reading books. I'm just trying to enlighten us. The ones who are going to deal with you, it's want to get on little law, and when they handle you people, and that day, Odi Koloni, and that day is coming. I'm not saying this because I have any plans for anybody. I don't know anybody that's going to beat you up, but I know they exist. You know why? Because it will get to a point, you have an automatic koya. And when they come on the scene, they don't care for English language. They don't care for let's sit down and talk. They will beat the hell out of you. Hell will reject you. When they finish beating you, you'll be looking for a lake of fire, because that will be the only place that can be your habitat. But continue. I'll bring some people up before we move on. I don't know how a group of people can keep making the same mistakes in every generation. I won't lie, it doesn't look good at all. So we have two people that want to speak. They will speak very quickly and they will get to the topic of today. They don't want healing. That's the sad part. Like, okay, heal, but you can't heal without the truth. But no, they don't want healing. What they want is to constantly blackmail you with a past that didn't exist or that doesn't exist. I don't even know which word I should use, whether it's past tense or present tense. The past that never happened, they will use that to blackmail you and gaslight you. It's like when they talk about wanting Biafra, they don't want Biafra, they want presidency. Look at the bunch of clowns that were talking to the president. I didn't say anything about it earlier. If the president doesn't release Nnamdi Kanu, what happened in the last election will happen again. What happened? He won. You don't matter.
He won without you. He will win again without you.
He won without you. He will win again without you. And let's heal. This is the truth. This is what happened. I try as much as possible to present it in as like the softest way possible. I know it's hard. Listen, and I will tell you this, I'm not joking. If you have heard me share anything on this platform, those are not the deepest things. So, one second.
I said something about what Iransi was going to do the other day.
Those are not the deepest things. I said something about what Iransi was going to do the other day. Yoruba people came on, one clown came on Twitter and said, when they go to Beer Parlor, they just say Beer Parlor. He was now telling me the book where I got it from. And I was like, I have the book, it's different. The guy just mentioned Beer Parlor. Once he mentioned Beer Parlor, I think you are drunk. I said, you must have a bottle in your hand. He got offended. Adominems. What is adominem? If you throw stone, don't begin to shy away when it's thrown back at you. I don't have time. If it's personal. Let's say, for instance, you slap me on my right hand, my right side. I can turn my left cheek. If it's a personal issue, but if it's a Yoruba case, if you slap me, you are dead. That is it. Once it comes to a communal thing, we're talking about my people. You don't get to slap and expect us to turn. Before you even land your hand, you are dead. You are gone. So all this slap, they will turn the right. All this omoluabi kò ní pé kò sí akíkanjú o. The election was bad, rough. That was rough. You have not seen anything. People should continue. You see that election was rough. It was rough in the East as well now. Maybe they were beating people for, I was even watching a video this morning, beating people for voting PDP, not even APC now. And the funny thing is that they don't think. It's all brawn, no brains. But don't stop, please. Don't stop. Don't stop. Insult me very well. As you're insulting me, it should make you wiser, since that's your own recipe for wisdom. Let's move on to FFT. Sorry, somebody said, why do I feel like I know the author? I think you know the author, by the way. I didn't respond earlier, but please go on.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so thank you for the platform today again. I know I texted you by the weekend while I was reading the book about what I was reading on tonight.
You and this your book.
I finally finished it. during the week. But first of all, I don't know if you guys have spoken about that one, but there are some things that I needed to talk about. For example, I don't know if you guys have analyzed the space by Peter Obi. Actually, the one that relates to this St. Lucia matter. I was on the space, but I saw some of those clips. There was one that is really disturbing for me. He kept on in that clip. He kept on hammering about the fact that people in St. Lucia, they are slaves, and I don't know why he keeps saying that. That is derogatory. I don't know why a lot of people are not making that a talking point. And
why should they make it a talking point? Instead of talking about St. Lucia, just remind him what his ethnic group actually was before colonization.
I would want to.
That's the answer to them. I don't even have time again.
Online when I saw it, because it doesn't make sense, because you are saying that if the slaves want to come back and the American slaves, that you can call them African American.
How can you call them American slaves?
That's what he said when he was saying that people like in the Jackson family, he met them, they came to Anambra, they now say they want to come home. The American slaves want to come home. Why would you say that? So anyways, all the best for him and his cronies. So from what I've read so far in this book, there's been a lot of damage to Yoruba people in this book. Like, it was not holding back. Just kept on firing on the.
What book are you saying? Please say it so that people will understand.
Chinua Achebe's There Was a Country. It's not a book for any Yoruba person who has not read history to. It should be your first go to when you are reading anything about the Civil War. You actually hate yourself. One of the things I highlighted is this. He said that. A statement credited to Chief Obafemi Awolowo and echoed by his cohorts is the most callous and unfortunate. He said, all is fair in war, and starvation is one of the weapons of war. I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. Then now went ahead and said, that was what he said, Obafemi said, Awolowo said. Then he now went ahead and said, it is my impression that Obafemi Awolowo was driven by an overriding ambition of power, for himself in particular, and for the advancement of his Yoruba people in general. So trying to say that it's like the whole Yoruba people, including Obafemi Awolowo, hated them. Because throughout this book, that's what it was hammering on. That the whole of the country hates them, and they are the only saints in the history of Nigeria. He kept on saying it. I cannot even stress it enough. He said a lot of things. Then I think there was one place too that he said something that counters what Igbo people used to, go about saying all around. He counters it a lot. He said something like, he was talking about democracy. And I said, the Igbo are a very democratic people. The Igbo people expressed a strong anti-monarchy sentiment called Ezebwilo, which literally means a king is an enemy. So if Chinua Achebe can say a king is an enemy, how then are they now telling us they ever had a kingdom and they had Eze and this and that? He already said it in his book that if you don't have kings, because there's a saying in your place that says the king is the enemy of the people. Then he said their culture illustrates a clear-cut opposition to kings. Because I think he was always thinking in this book, he's never said anything himself. The Igbo people had seen what the uncontrolled power of kings could do. There is no doubt that in their history, they experienced the high-handedness of kings. So they decide that a king cannot be a trusted people without checks and balance. So this what he said here about the high-handedness, I feel like, because in this case, what he said when he was talking about is like, he said he thinks that it's because of the high-handedness they've experienced. Why is he not telling them about their slave past? That okay, maybe it was because we've been slaves before and kings treated us. I'm not being disrespectful, I'm just trying to make an analogy. If he had said that, it made more sense. For him, not for him to just, and they threw around the words like, you are Democratic, you are Republican, as if they had a choice. Then he said, there's something, okay, this one, I just highlighted this one because this one related to what Peter Obi said, that he will fix Nigeria in 2 years. And the fools around him too, they were clapping. Chinua Achebe himself, which is his, elder, senior brother and grandfather, said that he was saying this about democracy. He said, we also realized that we must learn patience and not expect instant miracles. Building a nation is not something a people does in one regime or even in a few years. It's a long process. So why do you guys see a lot of opposing, like saying the same person will say A, the same person will say B. Some group of you people will say we are going to the right. Some other people will say we are going to the left. But you people that are following both A and B would do as if you did not hear both of them. To us outsiders, you just be supporting anyone that fits your narrative at that point. The whole book is very annoying. It doesn't make any sense. It has some other parts, but I'm not even going to read all those parts.
Thank you.
Nonsense.
When you started reading that book, I told you, and I'll say it. I mean, I read the book because I think I should know where it's coming from. But having read the book, let me put it this way: read the book to get the information. But after you have read the book, you discover that you wasted your time. Yeah. But it doesn't mean that there's nothing sensible there. There are some things, like I said, in order for your propaganda to work, you need elements of truth here and there. So there's some good things in there, but you have to be able to. I would advise that you actually study other books before you read a book like that, so that you have something else to use to interpret it. It's so. I mean, the man should have just, be contented with writing fiction, because he's just making things up on the go. And you know what? I don't even want to talk about it. When you're going, but it is well. Anyway, that's that about There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe. I think it was an absolute waste of time. It's not what the paper on which it was printed. Without no apologies, it's the truth.
Yeah.
There is no sense of responsibility. There is no ownership of faults. It's everybody else's fault. It's finger pointing, just blame games all through. It's other people's fault. I have no reason to take any responsibility for anything. By the way, if it was somebody else's fault from start to finish, I would agree, because you don't have to heap on yourself. You don't have to take a blame that is not yours to take. That's unfair. But even in the face of the truth, you just decide to hold on to something that it's a shame. It's a shame. After an illustrious career, and it was a brilliant writer, I'd like to say that. Things Fall Apart was good. Man of the People, I don't think that was a story. I thought that was a manifesto, but yeah. Anyway, good writer, but to end everything with that book, nah, it's a shame. But that's just my opinion. Doesn't mean that. And to be clear, that book has some good things inside. It's not like it's total nonsense. It's not. But when you write like the person reading doesn't have, the person say, bring me up. I've brought you up. Send requests. Meanwhile, chill, relax.
Exactly.
And I hope when you come, you're going to contribute something good, though, because if it's not good, I'm a jail.
The people that are reading the book, that's the only source they're going to ever have. And it makes you look like a fool when they see some. Don't worry.
Let's just don't worry. If you want stomach upset, please go and read Frederick Forsyth's books. It will also make you feel terrible. All right. So, but it's good to read those books. To be honest, it's good. It's good because at least you understand the mindset of the people. If the intellectuals of a people think a certain way, and they think about it enough to be able to put it in writing, they have codified their thoughts, then you can understand why the younger people behave the way they do. And so it's what the source of the problem is. And I hope in saying this, the younger people from the East also understand the source of the problem. Sincerely, the people are not bad. The leaders are, maybe not these leaders, but the leaders from the 40s up until the 60s, 70s, it is well. Let's move to the next person. Dark Poet, please go on.
Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, we are in evening now. It's 4 here. Prof, Prof, you and I know that Chinua is a fiction writer. Baba or more reality or more reality storyline is a fiction writer. And what he does that I've studied in his book is he used the fiction to captivate people's mind and sneaking all this rubbish into it. If you notice, when the book first came out, there's a lot of noise about the book. Oh, Chinua this, Chinua, hey, one big writer. When people start reading it in deep, they know that everybody just like rubbish. What is this? if anybody that even have interest, no, so historian, people that even have any iota of interest in history, read that book on my Thank God I read same thing with Chimamanda. When Chimamanda the question.
Yes.
Thank God I read Why We Struck and several Biafra books before I read Half of a Yellow Sun. I read Half of a Yellow Sun, and they are calling this one a brilliant writer. Awake when she fiction, this is reality. This is what happened, in which people that witnessed it, that participated in it, have written stories about it. You want to claim the victim as usual for your people. Every other person is in the wrong. You are always in the right, and you are always the victim, and you are you are the best and the victim at the same time. I don't know how they juxtapose those together. We are the best tribe in Africa, and also we are the victim. These people are oppressing us again. They merge two immiscible things. They want to merge it together, and they want to play the card when it suits them. When the victim would suit them, they play the card. But when the victor suit them, they play the card also. Oh, we are the best. Nobody can tame us. We are this, we are that. This is just arrant nonsense. And another issue I want to quickly jump on is that particular book. Prof, we need to do something. I don't mind leading a petition to the Lagos State Education Board. We need to do something about that rubbish. And this is what they do. Once you tell me that and you start reading, this is programming now. This is what they do, and you can, if you notice the target audience, it's not people like the adults who have known or who are now knowing. They are targeting the kids. That's the key stage, the modest stage of these kids, so that they can create more Yoruba bots in future. Because once they keep on reading that, subconsciously it's getting into their head little by little, until when they need them and they raise a particular ideology, it will be easy to program them because they have been doing this little. This is the programming 101 now. Media so all these things, once we cite it, we need to take action. All these things, so all these things. Ó kàn máa ń dùn mí pé bó ṣe ń ṣe yìí wọ́n ṣe bìlí ìpọ̀lọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ṣígbá kàn ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá mú wọn sọ́wọ́ gidi gan ọjọ́ yẹn ló máa mọ̀ pé gbogbo ẹnu tó ń ṣe gbogbo tó ń ṣe. The issue is that what do you have that I should be jealous of as a Yoruba person? Kò sí. Nǹkan tó máa ń bí mi nínú lọ́rọ̀ wọn nìyẹn. What do you have that my culture is rooted in history, mythically, storyline, everything. Mo wà ń bẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin tó yẹ pé ńgbà ọlẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wọṣọ ìwọ fẹ́ máa sọ kan fún mi. Ìgbà kan náà, there's nothing of us that they've tried to claim. They try to claim Gele, they try to claim Owambe, they try to claim Ashwebi. Listen, they are writing out to claim Ife. They just want to see. They know our culture is rich and to a large extent is reality. So they need an identity and they need a root. They are looking for where to align so that they can say this is our root or not only brag there. They don't have these things. So they need people that have it, let's align more.
Gerando.
Okay, I'll align more, and thank God we are doing this thing now. And I think apologies, Joshua. I saw his page. I follow his page. I think he do call me normally, and he's spreading the same message. And I follow his message on my little by little to follow to make sure he's still on this the path. Other people who want to do it, please let's be spreading this message because. We need to. I know they can't win, but we just need to educate the future, like the Prof said. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Professor, please, I need to get
FFC, if you're good, maybe 30 seconds, please, so that we can move. 30 seconds. Oh yeah, 30 seconds. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I just the Obafemi Awolowo, I didn't read it very well because I was thinking that was not what got me angry. It was towards the end. So let me finish it. So he said, continuing from that Awolowo, let me read it from the beginning. So it is my impression that Obafemi Awolowo, Chief Obafemi Awolowo was driven by an overriding ambition for power. For himself,
we've done this thing here before. We've had this conversation here before.
And for the advancement of Yoruba people in general. So Ina said, and let it be said that there is on the surface at least nothing wrong with this with those aspirations. However, Awolowo saw the dominant Igbo at the time as the obstacle to that goal. And when that opportunity arose, the Nigerian Biafra war, his ambition drove him into a frenzy. to go to every length to achieve his dreams. In the Biafran case, it means hatching up a diabolic policy to reduce the number of his enemies significantly through starvation, eliminating over 2 million people, mainly members of the future generation. So this thing alone, what is he saying is too bad. He's saying that a leader of Yoruba people, by extension Yoruba people,
FFT. If you are going to speak about what you are saying, you have to be able to controvert it. What you are doing right now is to spread what he's saying. So I get the anger that you have from reading it, but the important thing is you have to now find the information that is true, that would let you know that what he's saying is wrong. If not, it'll just be your word against his. So what he said, absolutely nonsense. Papa, I want to use the opportunity because if you keep saying you're going to be talking more about what he wrote, so let me just quickly answer this and then we can move on. Did Papa say that starvation was a weapon of war? Yes. Would I do the same thing that Papa did? Absolutely. Let's try and help ourselves so that everybody will know exactly where we stand. Everything Papa did in that war, I will do the exact same thing. And anybody that has sense will do the exact same thing. What did he do? If I am, number one, if you are fighting a war, why are you expecting me to feed you? You want to fight. I begged you not to fight. You say you must fight. Okay, fight. Now you are fighting. You are asking me to feed. Why should I feed you? On a normal day, why do I need to feed you? Why? You are fighting me. We are enemies now. Why should I feed you? There's no basis for that. You who wants to fight so badly must have created an avenue to feed your people before going to war. That's what any sensible, sane human being will do. You will not expect your enemies to feed you. That's the first thing. Number two, because Papa and Gowon thought that, listen, regardless, those people are still Nigerians. So even if the person getting them into this trouble did not plan for them, we also have a duty to take care of them. They then sent food to them. Then your soldiers went around to waylay and ambush all the vehicles, and they stole the food every time they are stealing food. If I were Awo, I would do exactly what Papa did. What did he do? He said, listen, I can't, if you read that stuff, starvation is a weapon of war. Then he said something very, very important, which is what I thought you should actually hammer on. Don't hammer on the lies, hammer on what Papa actually said. I cannot be feeding my enemies fatter so he can fight me harder. In other words, the enemies he's talking about is not the people. He's not talking about the people. He's talking about the soldiers that will fight harder. Why would I feed your soldiers? I'm trying to help the people, not because you deserve it, but because I think that the people should not suffer for your own errors. Now I'm sending food to those people. You are then stealing the food. And by the way, what I'm saying right now, let me give you 3 sources for that thing. Number one, Papa himself. If you don't like it, that's okay. Papa's interview in 1983, you will find it online. If you look for the link, I think it's in the Telegram channel, Redomi Realm. Sorry, Redomi Global. Again, let's quickly put it up. Please, if you're on TikTok, let me type it on YouTube. I'll bring you up, or everybody that's saying bring up one more. I think the link is somewhere on TikTok. Sorry, on Telegram. Join that channel, and you find that particular source. You see it in the ICRC report. How difficult it was for them to get food across. You will see it in the letter by Robert Goldstein that was written in 1968 August. The point is that there is no sensible person that will be feeding you. And even when they were now ready to feed your people, like, these people, let's remove the blockade, let's just get the food across to them. You then said you didn't want food. I've not seen in this world. You know, they say about young people today, if you don't give them food, just give them your phone. Content is all they need. Somebody told people not to send food to his own people, but rather take cameras and take pictures. And the people are dying. The descendants of those people see that man as a hero. Then they see my own ancestor who was trying to feed them as the enemy. And I'm supposed to keep quiet because you think I'm a bigot. You are dumb if you think that way. And Yoruba people, there is no reason to pander. There's no reason to apologize for anything anymore. You don't even, number one, even from the word go, you have nothing to apologize for. If the person who planned the war did not plan to feed people, and you think he's a hero, okay. After he got into it, he couldn't even get all the weapons he needed. He was stealing Nigerian weapons. We'll read it again today. Was stealing weapons, stealing food. They blocked that avenue. By the way, I saw a video yesterday of an Igbo girl saying, during the war, the federal government had a blockade. They always start their history in the middle. It can never start at the beginning, because if you start at the beginning, it makes them look bad. They now said, okay, you know what, lift the sanction, lift the blockade, let's send food in. You then said, no food. It was so bad, Ghostin was begging him. How can an Oyibo be begging you to allow your people to eat? So, yes, they will say it, and Papa said it, and Papa was right, and I will do the exact same thing. I cannot feed the enemy soldier. I am not your God and Savior. If as a matter of fact, I don't have any duty to feed your people. But guess what? Because I am a Christian, because I'm Yoruba, I will still say, oh, let's find a way to, let's take care of those people. But that doesn't mean I'll be feeding your soldiers in that, allowing food to get to your region, then it's not going to your soldiers. No. So I don't care about the propaganda of Awo doing something. Be proud of what Awo did, by the way. Awo ran 30-month war. Not once did Nigeria borrow any money. Nigeria did not borrow anything throughout the duration of the war. By the way, the first budget after the war, Nigeria had a surplus of 20 million pounds. So, yeah, budget surplus, I meant. Nigeria had budget surplus. So, be proud of Awo. Don't let anybody try and say, Awo, he did it. You know how they say that he did it, he did it again. He did it. If you put me there, I will do exactly what he did, and there will be no surprise, there will be no apologies for it. And any sensible human being would do exactly what Papa did. But then again, maybe I'm expecting some people to be sensible. A lot of people are not. Anyway, we'll take it very short, like 2 minutes, and then we can move on. So, just becoming, we'll go and we'll bring 2 more people, and then we have to get to the topic in the next few minutes, please. So let's go on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I just want to make comment regarding to what FT said earlier when he was talking about the Oba situation. And he said, did he actually say they said that the Obas are enemies to them or something like that?
He didn't mention Oba. He didn't mention Oba. There was no Oba in that book.
King or royalty or whatever. There
was no king there. There was no king. There was no royalty in that portion of the book.
So what was he referring to? Is it a reference to king?
He said the kings are their enemies, and it must have been because he thinks it must have been because.
See, I don't want to talk about this book again, please. No, I don't want to talk about this book. Please, talk about something else, please.
Well,
if you're going to talk about that book, if you're going to talk about that book, then you must have something to say to controvert what was written there, or else you're just spreading the propaganda.
I want to reference it to the situation with Lagos when they were making statements about them sending the monarchies out of Lagos. And when the monarchy are now starting to react, like the king of Ojora, Oba Ojora, that is now telling those chiefs that is not getting involved in politics, and is warned them that is not involved in politics, and they went behind his back. And the way the Igbos are reacting, making statement like, "Oh, our traditional system is being broken." I asked one. I said, "What traditional system? What has Igbo got to do with Yoruba reality? What the hell is going on?" So when he said that, I was like, seriously. So they actually have that kind of mentality. So that's why I was asking to confirm again that did he actually say that? That's what I was saying.
The mentality you're talking about, the mentality they actually have is actually to remove all Yoruba Obas. That is the original plan. And you see it also in Papa's autobiography. That was the original plan, to remove all Yoruba Oba. The other plan is to now bring leaders from the southeast into Yoruba land to reign as kings. And when I posted those things on the source, it's the same some Yoruba Bonu that was saying, it's a lie, it cannot be. Show them this. Say, Martin Dent did not write it. I showed him another article. No, there's another book. I was like, Like, even if you want to be stupid, why not be stupid on things that can affect you and your family alone? Why would your stupidity affect the generality of our people because you want to make some people feel good? Like, do it on, like, your salary, your monthly salary, collect it and be distributing it to the people you want to. Like, use that to please them or placate them or pander to them, whatever you want to do. But I cannot be the one, don't do that at my own expense as a Yoruba person. So no, they don't have kings. And by the way, you know what? Let me play you something. Since you said I said you should not say anything about king, but since you did, meanwhile, thankfully you didn't dwell on the propaganda. But let me play you something from the last election. I think it's very short. I think it's probably going to help you understand where people are in as far as Yoruba culture is concerned. Please, guys, take a listen to this.
There will be no under bridge. They are empty. They are empty. They can no longer have anywhere to stand. They will have to run from Lagos. Don't you want to chase them? Me, I would like to chase these people from Lagos. The way to do it is to take power from them. They will have no place to hide. There will be no under bridge for them. All those traditional rulers that are using thugs up and down will be removed from there. You know what power is? We'll remove all those crazy people. Lagos will become a city that works. They will not, Oluomo will have to find a place to go. I would implore you to ensure that you vote and...
All right. Now, let me play something from the Oba Gowon. What happened in the palace that got those chiefs, that got them there, whatever issue they got into. Take a listen to this. I'm going to play the other one just one more time. So before I read what I want to read from Azikiwe, from Papa about Azikiwe. 1 second.
They are empty. They are empty. They can no longer have anywhere to stand. They will have to run from Lagos. Don't you want to chase them? Me, I would like to chase these people from Lagos. The way to do it is to take power from them. They will have no place to hide. There will be no under bridge for them. All those traditional rulers that are using thugs up and down will be removed from there. You know what power is? We'll remove all those crazy people. Lagos will become a city that works. They will not, Oluomo will have to find a place to go. I would implore you to ensure that you vote and...
Let me read something to you from Papa's autobiography. And to bank parallel pé ẹlẹ́rìí òun wọ́n wà lọ́rùn ìwé ẹ̀ wà ń bí. Sure, I already found the page. I don't know my... Okay. Please listen to this. Oh dear God. Oh dear. Sorry guys. Mumbo. You know what? While we're waiting, just keep listening to. Let's listen to those chiefs. Mumbo.
What you said now.
That's why man that's why you don't go to me and policy. Don't go to me. Don't go there for Bafra.
Yes, sir.
I want to sign it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Olotu, can I say something before you read your book?
If you're going to make it very short because of time.
Yes. I just want to say that aside from talking about the Obas, we clearly can see that these people don't have respect or regards for us. But I'm also concerned about how many of them are in sensitive positions regards to the books they've been writing. Because
they are not in sensitive positions. They are not in sensitive positions.
They are working with kids. They are teachers. For example, someone was saying in the comment section that they are teachers in places in Yoruba land. So that's a sensitive position.
No, teachers don't just, no. Hold on. Teachers don't just teach. Books have to go through different things. You have to get into the curriculum, and that has to do with the heads of schools and the school boards. And there's universal basic education. I think the SUBEB, they called it in the states at the state level. The private schools also have their own structure. Books don't just get into schools through teachers. It has to go through. One second. It has to go through the boards that eventually now accept that book to be part of the recommended text in the curriculum. So it's not just, let's be careful not to, go to the extreme. It's not like teachers can just bring any book and start teaching kids, right? So it's not, if we're talking about book, we're talking about book. And by the way, teachers being Igbo working Yoruba land, nobody can do anything about that unless we are just trying to, make ourselves happy. We can't do anything about it.
No, too. I'm saying that this needs to be looked into. I'm not just talking about the books. I'm talking about the mindset. Because if they're writing this sort of books, and what are the mindset of all these tutors, all these teachers that have access? Because they could be bullying the kids without us knowing. So the educational system needs to look into this, because all the books they've been writing tell us their mentality. It's telling us their mentality, and they are working in sensitive position. They are working with kids. So our kids should not be working with people who don't like us. That's the truth. It's not about extremism. They need to look into it.
You know the point? There's something I usually say on this platform. The things I cannot help, I don't bother talking about. So for instance, when people talk, someone in the comments and say it's about teachers. Okay, the question is, so what are we going to do about it on this platform?
They may be listening to us. You never know who is listening. So we talk about it now. Someone could be listening to us that is in an important position that could do something about it.
So, what's the practicality of doing anything about teachers? How will you know the mindset of teachers? How many teachers are you going to see? There is. Hold on, please. Let's just leave the matter. It's not today's topic. We'll come back to that some other time. Let me just read what I want to read, and then we can get to the stuff. People say a lot of things. We shouldn't employ them to teach. We shouldn't. Okay, so how do you? It's not somewhat the idea. Ideas are many, but how do you now? Like, okay, it is okay. It's well. Let me just read what I want to read. The British, who had not given much thought to the heterogeneous character of Nigerian peoples in formulating their administrative arrangements, had been compelled to divide the protectorate of southern Nigeria into two for administrative purposes, because it was becoming more and more enlightened and articulate. In the main, language lay at the root of racial differences, be they differences in culture and custom, in philosophy of life and political institutions, in national characteristics and social concepts and practices. I referred to some of the writings of Dr. Azikiwe, from which it appeared that he would abolish the institution of Obaship and chieftaincy if while such a proposition might be acceptable to his followers in and from the eastern region, where the British had experimented with varying degrees of success and failure with royal chiefs, it would not do for the western provinces and the northern provinces, where traditional chieftainships had been established from time immemorial. So, essentially the point is that the idea of people wanting to remove kings, it goes way back. And I'll say this, if Azikiwe was doing this in the 30s and 40s, and the person whose video I played right now said it in 2023, it tells you that it's not an individual issue, it's a cultural problem. All right, and you can't change their culture, but you can change the way you're going to act towards them when it comes to politics. And the reason I say what I said earlier is that when it comes to conversations here, I'm very careful. If I want to say something about, I have to have something I'm speaking against. I can't make up an idea and fight it and then assume that somebody will be listening. If you're talking about a book, for instance, petitions can be written. You're talking about a specific incident. In order to be able to talk about that other one, and then also what's the practicality of some of the ideas that we share? Again, let's be measured. That's all I will say. But let's go to J-Links and then we'll move to the next person. J-Links, please go on. Just go on. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. J-Links, please go on.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to, now we think that I just wanted to add to your point on starvation. But then I think you've already addressed it very well. I just felt our brother from that side, they've forgotten that this this starvation as an act of war was just recently passed by US and recently the 2018 resolution. At the same time too, they always forget that starvation is always a propaganda. Not that they don't know, they don't actually know who is causing the starvation. They only know that there is starvation, and the propaganda will just be spreading all over to the other countries, and they continue using it, not knowing that it was even their own people, their own person that was using it to garner sympathy, fraudulent sympathy. A case in point is what we see in the Palestine-Israel war. We see on the news starvation, only for us to see videos of the soldiers of Hamas being the one hijacking the food being sent over. This is something similar to what that happened in the past. But then, if one want to stay on the point of propaganda, you just they are starving, not knowing that there are some people, there are some elements that are using this starvation against their own people. And again, the UN resolution on starvation, not to use as a means of war, it was just passed in 2018. This civil war we discussed happened in 76 or so. That is one. And again, I think I was on Thai's Live 2 days ago, and I can say that these people have been raised with just like we were analyzing Chinua Achebe's book. These people have been raised with this exceptional kind of truth. there is something that is going to be difficult to change their mindset. I was on Ty's live 2 days ago, and there was a guy speaking, and I think Ty has learned a lot from you. So I think your work is going far. I must say it. I must commend you. And I kid you not that the points about the civil war, about Ojukwu's civil war and the coup, Ty countered not less than 10 points from what the guy is saying. Thank God there are two guys there. The guy was a listening type. When you want to start with this one, Ty borrowing from your teachings, and Ty was acknowledging you. He was saying the Ty will correct it. The guy will move into another one. He corrects it, up to like 10 points. So that was, and I think that guy was from the south side. He was claiming the south side guy, and there was another Igbo guy in the same platform. Despite all the logical point about the coup that Ty made, the guy was still taking him back to. We the Igbos, we are trying to rescue Nigeria, we are trying to save. So I think this thing, what I'm doing is this perception cannot be changed, no matter how much we try. They have been, except we can only face the younger ones, and may God help us. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much. So, let me quickly say something that is not to change the mind of the Igbos. The primary reason for the platform is to arm Yoruba people first, then other Nigerians, against the onslaught of propaganda that has been set in motion for more than 55 years. As a matter of fact, if you really think about it, if you really clock it very well, it's been more than 80 years. But it's been, it has exacerbated since the war ended. And all of us have to now suffer from what people think about it. So it's important for us to. So I'm saying that to say that they are not the primary reason. I'm not doing this because I think they are going to change. I hope they do. Not like I always say, even if anybody is going to change, most likely it's going to be the next generation, not the older ones. That's my bit. But if they do, that would be nice. But that's not my primary reason, to be honest. That's not my primary reason. If we learn what happened, then we're protected against the lies. But in truth, if they open themselves to it, it might also help them heal. You cannot heal if you do not take responsibility, especially if you have a role to play in your own predicament. And this is not just about the war, it's also personal. In your life, if you get yourself in some troubles, and you do not take responsibility, you will never move beyond that point in life. It's a law. Unless somebody else wants to take that responsibility for you. But even then, even if they take responsibility for you and you get out of that problem, that mindset is going to keep you down for life. You will never make progress. It's not a curse. Because when you get to the next level, something is going to happen that will require, accountability, taking responsibility it's a skill that you pick up and you need all through your life. If, for instance, I make a mistake, and I mean, we all make mistakes. Even that is accountability. I remember having a session with somebody years ago, and they asked us, what did you do? It was something about business analysis. So what did you do when you made mistakes, working on a particular project? And the guy said, I've never made a mistake in my life. And I said, in my heart, I told a friend, I said, that person, don't be close to him. Don't get close to a person like that. I said, I can't be close to that kind of person. A person who says, I've never made a mistake in my life. That means that if we ever get into any, whatever, let's say we're working on a project and something happens, you will never take responsibility for it. It must be my fault. Because you don't make mistakes. You are perfect. But if you can acknowledge the fact that, listen, I make mistakes, I can be wrong. Once you say that, it means that it will be easy for you to apologize if you notice any errors. Therefore, people around you know that, okay, everybody makes mistakes, but this one can acknowledge it and say, you know what, I'm sorry. I mean, why do relationships there are relationships today? Some of you, your boyfriends and girlfriends that you dated, the reason you're not with them is because they couldn't apologize for basic things. I'm sorry. I'm sorry can change a lot of things. But what we will not do in Nigeria is to be saying I'm sorry perpetually to people who should be telling us that they are sorry. So I'll say this before we go on. Yoruba people, you have nobody to apologize to in Nigeria. Nobody. Nobody, 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 no. There's no apologies for anybody. Meanwhile, I want to quickly read something from what you said about starvation. So starvation has been used in different wars. There was a siege of Leningrad between 1941 and 1944 during World War II. Yes, it happened in Biafra. There was blockade of food. It happened in Tigray in Ethiopia in the 1980s and in Yemen. But what I'm really looking for is the Article 54 of the International Humanitarian Law, which is an additional protocol to the Geneva Convention. It says starvation of civilians as a method of warfare is prohibited. It is prohibited to attack, destroy, remove, or render useless objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population. I'll say this again. If Ojukwu's people were not stealing food, the food that was going to them would have still been going to the people. If his soldiers stole food, if Ojukwu soldiers stole food that was meant for the people, and the person sending that food said, because you keep stealing the food, therefore, because again, I did a video on it the other day. Look at the video of the surrender. When they came to surrender, look at the video, Philippe Effiong, the rest of them. Did you see the video? Did you see the way they looked? Everybody will be all right. But thank you very much for coming up. We're going to move to the topic of today. It's almost 5. Wow. We started a bit late, to be honest, because I was editing some things. But thank you very much for being up. I'm going to take you down now, and then we'll get into the conversation for today. Thank you. All right. Today we're not talking about FFT. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about Archie Facebook again, unless you want to dissect it.
It's okay. I don't even do this anymore. It's annoying. It's not something to talk about.
I want you. Now I can say I told you so. But I mean, like I said, you'll be able to pick some things from. So, there are truths here and there. But generally speaking, as far as it's concerned, everybody hates them because they are Chris Rock. Everybody hates Chris. All right. Thank you for being here, FFT.
Thank you so much.
All right. So let's get into today's conversation. But we spent time on this, so. Sorry, somebody here is saying, we see your gray hair. No, I had gray hair before you were born. Fact of the matter, I had gray hair before you were born. Your dad was still struggling at Upper Iweka with his korokwe and wheelbarrow when I started having gray hair. My regards to him. Tell him that he will not labor in vain. Thank you, African Development. Have you ever seen me without gray hair? If you're on TikTok, please power tap. On 156.3. And thanks to Just Becoming for a fantastic job for getting us up here. But please, let's power tap. Let's try and get this to 200K. Thank you so much for your support in the comment section. I think that something was off. 1 second. Sorry, something was off, but I think it's sorted now. So yeah, nobody should be starving anybody, but whoever got starved, may God rest their soul. And may God bless everybody. And may our land, prosper. And even Igbo land, may Igbo land also prosper. May they have less dense people like the ones that are always insulting me here. So just becoming the queen of just becoming like confederacy. And I understand why she does. It makes sense, actually. that at least makes people run their space. Or meanwhile, somebody resisted arrest. They caught her not using the pedestrian bridge at Ojota, and she was assaulting the officer who caught her. Anybody can do this. It can be anybody, but this particular person is Chidinma. It is well. Deko Fedra. Eko Fedira. All right. 1 second, guys. Let's get into the topic for today. We've been talking about Victor Banjo caught in the storm. It's almost 5, so we're going to have to run. I will try not to do the normal recaps. If you want the recap, please kindly watch the recordings on YouTube. Okay? Facts of the matter. Don't you have facts of your own to counter Busui's narratives? How would you ask him for that? It's like asking desert for water. Like you go to the desert, you're asking for an ocean. You're looking for an ocean in the desert. This one doesn't have sense now. Where will he get facts from? He just put it in his name because that's the only thing. That's something he lacks. So he has to put it there to remind himself of the possibilities that, he will ever get to a point where he will be able to get facts. Facts of the matter that has no brains. And I said I was not going to respond to people like that. But, keep it coming. Yeah, Victor Banjo. We are moving straight to what happened in the Midwest when he got to the Midwest and the invasion of the Midwest. So when you go back to the book we read yesterday, called Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed, you see that other than being pained, Africa, be writing, let us know the person you directed that thing at, though, because we like saying a fight. All right, where was I? On the 9th of August 1967, the Biafran troops, that's the Liberation Army of Nigeria, the 101st Brigade of the Biafran Army, invaded the Midwest. And contrary to what Ojukwu said they had no plans. They're not trying to do anything. They don't want to own anything. By the way, let me read it so that you can give us context. Again, we're going to read FFT's book. FFT is the Minister of Chinua Achebe in this on this platform. Like I said, a broken clock is right twice a day. So just because I don't like the book, and I don't mince words about it, I don't like the book. I don't like the book. But it doesn't mean that there's nothing to learn from the book. There's always something, depending, of course. Umbo, 1 second, please. Nobody, 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 no. All right. Please let's power tap on TikTok. All right, African development. I get it. TikTok, Facebook. Please let's power tap. Now let's get started with. There was a country by Chinua Achebe, and he's quoting Ojukwu. Our motive was not territorial ambition or the desire of conquest. We went into the Midwest, later declared the Republic of Benin, purely in an effort to seize the serpent by the head. Every other activity in that republic was subordinated to that single aim. We were going to Lagos to seize the villa in Gowon, and we took necessary military precautions. So please remember that. That's what Ojukwu said. And if you've been listening to this, and you've been reading all these books, you know that Ojukwu really said anything that was true. It's a natural thing, I guess. Maybe it changed later on, but during this war period, it didn't really care for truth that much. So please remember what we just read right now and what Ojukwu said, because we're going to need that information very soon. Having said that, let's go to the book that we're going to be using. The primary book for today is Midwest States Non-Igbo Minorities Response. That's the book by Uyilawa Uswanlele. All right, so let's quickly get into the book. So just to quickly, okay, I'm trying to see where to start. Well, okay, yeah. So we talked about how the invasion happened and how certain people from the Midwest helped them. People like Lieutenant Colonel Conrad Nwanwo, trying to look for the page. Conrad Nwanwo, Isiche, Ochei, you know, a lot of them actually did help the Midwest to invade, helped Biafra to invade the Midwest. They actually made it very easy for them. And then we also read that the Midwest Igbos, some of them also supported the idea of Biafra. As a matter of fact, they were canvassing, for people to, even for the Midwest region to rebel, so they could join their kith and kin in the East, which makes sense from an ethnical perspective. But then for people who say that, for Ojukwu, who said his idea was not to own any part of the Midwest, why would he send Igbos from the Midwest who were living in Enugu and their other Igbos from the East to the Midwest to tell them two things. Number one, that they all have the same origin, even though they didn't believe that before 1967. Then number two, that they must break away from Nigeria and be part of Biafra, even though Midwest was never part of the Eastern region. Right? In case you were not here yesterday, I'm just going to read that part so it helps us, have congruence. So it says, with the growing chasm between the federal military government and the government of the Eastern region, both the Midwestern and Eastern Igbos in the Midwest engaged in open and clandestine activities against the federal and Midwest regions government. Firstly, some of the Midwestern Igbos started to agitate for their excision from the Midwest and a merger with their kith and kin in the Eastern region. To actualize the agitation for merger of the Midwestern Igbo areas with the Eastern region, some Midwestern Igbo residents of Enugu and Igbos of the Eastern region soon infiltrated the Midwest and started propagating Ojukwu origin for all the Midwestern Igbos and denying the cherished affinity of some of them with the Edo people. So they now start telling them that all of you are now from Ojukwu. Now, there's a book I said I was going to bring. Did I bring it? 1 second. I just want to read something to you. I want to read something. Just there's something I wanted to say a couple of days ago. I didn't, but I think it's a good time to say it. But I need to find that book. Just give me a second. Okay, I think it should be here. 1 second. This is going to help us understand this a lot better. Oh, Ẹkáàbọ. Welcome. I think I found it, but I'm trying to open. I want to read. I'm going to read something from among the Igbos. No, Notes on the Igbo country. This one is called Notes on the Igbo country, Southern Nigeria. It says the origin of the word, by the way, I'm not trying to get into Igbo history. I'm just trying to say something about the whole idea of the fact that they are all Ojukwu. The origin of the word Igbo is obscure. It is not. You know why? I have another book that tells us the origin of the word, not the people, but the word. The origin of the people is obscure, but the origin of the word. Okay, the origin of the word is obscure, but the meaning of the word. Okay, sorry. The origin of the word is obscure, but the meaning of that word. Even the origin is not obscure. We know the people who gave them the name, but that's not today's topic. The origin of the word is obscure. In the records of the early explorers, we do not meet with the name The country on the left bank of the lower Niger was spoken of as Eluigu, which simply indicates highland. That on the right bank was called Ado, and this rather refers to Benin. There was a small town between Onitsha and Ida called Igbo, but this could hardly have supplied the name by which the whole country is known. The name was doubtless first met with at Onitsha. The people of this town, this is where I'm actually going, Onitsha. The people of this town, Igbo doesn't mean International British Organization. I see these things on social media, like, guys, man. By the way, if you call it International British Organization, it's actually better than what it really means. That's the truth. It's better than what it really means. But let's continue. So it says, the name Igbo was doubtless first met with at Onitsha. The people of this town, what town? Onitsha. The people of this town claim to have come from the western side of the Niger. And some of the leading families state that they are of Bini stock. These people designate all the eastern hinterland as Igbo and the western side of the river as Enuani. The word is not usually spelled and pronounced Igbo, but to the native it is Igbo. The GB being used as an explosive sound, IBWO, is probably the nearest we can get to the true pronunciation. You know, when I say that it's Igbo and it's pronounced Igbo, and people think I'm lying, I got it from learning Igbo language itself, but there's also a book to also help you understand. This book is called Notes on the Igbo Country, Southern Nigeria. The idea is that some of these guys would, especially the elders, the leaders, the elites of that area will tell you that they are from Benin, they are of Benin stock. That is what Uswanlele was referring to earlier when he said they came and said they are all from Ojukwu, denying the fact that some of them were actually connected to the Benin heritage or to Edo stock. In actual fact, they, up until Nigeria, even during colonialism, when they were giving a united identity to all of them, some people still refused it. Up until just before independence, many people did not agree that they were. Now, did the same thing happen to other, even Yoruba people? It happened to us as well, but in a different way. For us, it was about the name. For them, it was about the identity. And I want to spend some time to explain that thing because I see it a lot in my videos, but I don't have enough time to. So let me use the opportunity to talk about it. You see, the name Igbo being used for the people, the reason some of them said no to it is not just because of the name, it's because of the identity. You see, when people say things like, and I see it on my videos, comments, but Yoruba people, all of you were not called Yoruba. Some people were called Ekiti and Oyo, and it's Oyo that was called Yoruba, and it was just Ekiti and Egba. It's true, to a certain extent. It wasn't used as a general name from the beginning. But the real question is this: did the people have a common identity? The answer is yes. The people that we now call Yoruba, they've been called different things. They've been called Ife. By the way, a lot of them. Maybe we'll do a session on the idea of Yoruba identity. They've been called Ife. They've been called Karojire. They've been called Kotu. They've been called Aku. They've been called Olukumi. They've been called, now they are called Yoruba. Regardless of what you call them, they have always had the same common identity. The difference is not about the name, it's about the identity. Folks and this is why I say we have to be careful in Nigeria where we say things like, if it exists here, it must also exist there. It doesn't have to. So for the Easterners, they are Igbo people. There is Igbo identity, but it was not a common identity to all of them who are now called Igbos today. That did not happen until colonization. Like, it's just what it is. Let me just quickly, you will find this in ethnic politics in Nigeria by Okudiba Noli. You will find this in Igbos, 20 years after Biafra by Joe Igbokwe. and I'm trying not to mention any Yoruba source. You also find it in this book, Notes on the Igbo Country, Southern Nigeria. It was not a common identity to all of them. As a matter of fact, Onitsha person would never, up until less than 70 years ago, Onitsha man would never call himself an Igbo man. And that is why today, he calls himself the real Igbo. What he's doing is that he's trying to assess that he's different and that he's superior. We all know that there's a apart from the caste system, there's also a class system based on where you're from. And we know what happens to people from Abakaliki and Ebonyi. Mr. Chibuzo, bring a book. You can come up at some point. I may even stop this stuff because of you, but if you are coming up, bring a book. I'll read that thing again. Maybe it's going to help you. The people of this town, Onitsha, claim to have come from the western side of the Niger, and some of the leading families state that they are of Bini stock. These people designate all the eastern hinterland as Igbo. Who are these people? Sorry, the Inri calls themselves the real Igbos. Oh, is it Inri? Oh, sorry, I made. No. Is it? Is it? Wait, oh. No, I made the mistake. It's not Onitsha, it's Anambra. Sometimes I mix this thing up. Onitsha is the capital of Anambra State. The Anambra man thinks he's the real Igbo. The Anambra man tells other people that they are not the real guys. The Anambra, there's a stratification. The Anambra is at the top of the food chain. All of us know these things. Anambra I was looking for, not Onitsha. Anambra. Thank you, Clipper. The Onitsha man did not like the name. I was going to say Anambra. Thank you for, but I didn't know about the Inri, but I know Anambra people consider themselves to be at the top of the food chain. Anyway, but thank you. Prof, thanks. To the Onitsha, the name Igbo as applied to the interland denotes backwardness. Exactly. So let me just read this. It says, the name was doubtless first met with at Onitsha. The people of this town claim to have come from the western side of the Niger, and some of the leading families state that they are of Bini stock. These people designate all the eastern hinterland as Igbo and the western side of the river as Enuani. So the point, and by the way, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because regardless of all of this, and I don't want to go deep into Igbo issues, to be honest, but I just want to read just this one thing. Because when you now go to Swanlele's book, he's saying people travel from Enugu to tell them that they are all from Ojukwu, even though before then everybody knew that they were not from the same source. The difference between that and others is that thank you, Clipper. The difference is that, and by the way, this doesn't make any group superior to another group. That's not the point I'm making. I'm just trying to explain the differences, not that one group is better than the other. I'm saying that for the Yoruba people, the identity has always been consistent. It has always been constant. Like, it's more of a group that had an identity formed and then moved into different spaces. The Igbos, there was an Igbo identity, right? I'm not saying it just started last year. It's been there for a long time. But they were different groups that then came together and took on that name and identity, as all of us are now Igbo. And that is why when people write in my videos and say things like, but you have Ijebu you say Ijebu is Yoruba, you say it is Yoruba. The difference is that in your own case, you started calling them Igbo much later. In this case, regardless of the name we call them, there is a common identity, there's a common ancestry. We can trace ourselves to the same root. You cannot do that where you're from. It doesn't mean you are less, it just means you are different. Maybe when we begin to understand this thing, it will not trigger people that much like, oh, you are saying you cannot have my history. And just because you don't have my history does not mean you are cursed. It just means that you are different. Why is this even important? Because people are telling us right now that they are from Ife. So if, for instance, you have a history that changes every market day, I really don't mind. Like, it's yours to change. The issue is when it begins to come into my space. So you are from Israel, you're from Europe, you're from America, you created Mecca, you created Japan. No, not Mecca, Japan. Let me not exaggerate. But the ones I've heard, let me tell you the ones I've heard. I've heard Israel, I've heard America, I've heard Europe, I've heard Japan, Amerigonca, Europa, Which one again? I've read the Benin side. What's the older name? Idu. I said they are Idu. Now we are hearing Yoruba, and then there's Ife. Now, Anunnaki, or whatever you want to say, guess what? You have a right. As long as you are okay. Bantu, everything. I've heard South Africa as well. Say we are from South Africa, we're original Bantu, Zulu, Kiniko. And now I was asking question. Anyway, whatever you want to claim. But you see, once you trespass into my story, into my space, I'm not going to insult you by saying, you're not from there, I will insult you, you're from Mali. No, I will tell you exactly where you're from, which is not even what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to explain the fact that our identities are different, and what they are doing with identity today was what they did in 1967 by going to the Midwest to tell them, you are all from Ojukwu. Let me read that thing to you. Like I said, these things will probably not mean so much if it's just history. It means more today because of the connections. Somebody wrote here, Ijebu claims Sudan, Owo claims Benin, Owo doesn't claim Benin. The connection between Owo and Benin is even different. And the wars that were fought, Benin was defeated several times. The 16th century, the 15th century, even with their guns. It happened in Ekiti, it happened in Owo. That's another story. Ijebu and Sudan, that one, you have to tell me exactly who said it, because I know exactly who said it, by the way. But I'm going to act like I don't. Sudan, as it is called today, let me tell you something. Oh, shoot. Okay. Sudan, as it is called today, is younger than Ijebu. Which of our lost? Who is this? Edo warrior. Oh, yeah, Edo, you have been. I know you don't like your pride hurt, but it's just the fact. But it's not today's topic. But trust me, it was a terrible war, and they beat Benin black blue. They beat them so well. It was. No, they say it shall be permanent. They never fought again. You find that story in a book called A History of the Yoruba People by Banjo Akintoye. They beat them thoroughly. They went to Ekiti with guns. The people of Ekiti didn't have guns. What was that word? They chose to stay at the doorpost. I'll look for the name. I'll tell you the name. They stood at the doorpost without guns to fight a group with guns, and they still beat them. 1 second. You know, when people ask questions, if I didn't say it, I would have just moved on. But sorry, guys, sorry I said it. Now that I've said that, I need to quickly read out exactly what I need to find the exact name so that somebody might hear it for the first time and also help us. It's an Ekiti word. That's why I can't remember as fast as I should. They stood at their porches because they could have run away because it also tells you that you don't have cowards in this place. They could have run away because they were hearing guns like Mumbo. We'll go back to what we're discussing very soon. That name is coming to my head and it's going out, and it's sad because you know, a history of the Yoruba. By the way, the Edo guy there, don't worry, man, I want to keep future. I'll be near my bow. Can't believe I can't say this book. Unfortunately, 4, yeah. But the Benin have this. They have pride, which can be good. Ego can help, but again, don't change this to just to massage your own ego. No, not even Ado. Oruko Gunye mo fẹ́ rántí. You know what? I'll come back to it later. It's in my. I didn't prepare to say, but I've said it here before. Kini kan po ṣe kini kan ṣá. Ó ṣàwà nù wé Baba Banjo Akintoye. Tí n bá rí màá kà fún yín, tí n bá rí àmọ́ sọ́jọ́ mi. I think one of my weaknesses, and I've had this for a very long time, if I'm looking for something, I must find it. And it's not good for me to do right now. So we may have to move on. Or do you guys want me to look for it and find it? Or lost to Benin, no matter how much you try to. What was the source? Ikiti-Kwarakwo, no, Ikiti-Kwarakwo was during Kiriji War. Remember? That was during Kiriji. That was 19th century. Olukmono Kusukmono. I found it. Olukmono Kusukmono, the war in which all resolved to die fighting in front of their homes. You know what? Let me just read a little part of it. During the early 17th century incursions, as the noise of the Benin guns reverberated outside the Ado city walls, the Ado people resolved to fight to death rather than flee. When Benin troops entered Ado, they faced opposition on every street with fighting using traditional weapons like bows, arrows, spears, and swords. This engagement was remembered as Ogun Olukmono Kusukmono, the war in which all resolved to die fighting in front of their homes, resulting in dead bodies of both invaders and defenders. Other Benin units, despite their guns, were also met with resistance in most places in Ekiti. All right. I was going to actually play with you, Edo Warrior, but since you are also going the route of, the regular clowns, I'm going to have to mute you for 5 minutes. Maybe it's going to help you reset your brains. All right. So just in case, we may have another session on it. I think I've talked about it here before. It's in Ekiti. Olukmono Kusukmono. That means ento nile, ento niwajule, oku siwajule. So they died rather than flee, even though the person coming had guns, and they dealt with Benin severely. All right, that was just to tell you what happened in Ado. You're not talking about what happened in Ikere or what happened in Owo. Another day, I promise, we'll talk about things like that. Let's jump to the real matter of today. You know what? Actually, no, it's not Ogunkirijo. I'm saying 17th century. Abba, this is the 1600s. Kiriji was in the 1800s, late 1800s actually. Kiriji was towards the end of the 19th century. This happened in the 17th century. Kiriji is more recent, more than 200 years after this one I'm reading. But yeah, Benin tried a lot, but every time they dealt with them. May God bless Benin people. Let's go back to the real stuff I was trying to read. I feel good about that stuff, Sha. I like finding things. It's just that it's not everything we find we can share. Anyway, let's go back to this. Olukmono Kusukmono. Man, Yoruba history is sweet too. Just hear guns. Listen, in fact, let me be petty. Can I be petty? Let's be petty. You see, in 1967, I want to be petty. In 1967, Nigerian army had guns. Another group didn't have guns. I won't mention the group, so I won't be petty. They didn't have guns. And then when they heard the sound of the mortar, the sound of a bomb, boo, 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 the writer said they ran away like drunken monkeys towards every direction, away from the sound of the guns. But in my history, those ones had machetes. This one also had machetes. In my own history as a Yoruba man, when the Benin came to Ekiti in the 18th century, in the 17th century, my own people decided to use their machetes, their bows and arrows to fight, to say, this place, this is our land, and they dealt with Benin thoroughly. Now, the people whose parents ran away at the sound of the gun now call me and my parents cowards. Is that not a joke? I don't want to be petty, that's why I'm not mentioning any group, but is that not a joke? Like, everywhere you turn, people were running away. They ran away. I don't want to mention the name of the place. Let's just move on. People were running away everywhere. They were saying, Gowon, Afnaozo. Meanwhile, my own people that fire up and say, this is our land. and some of them died defending their space. They are the ones that some people call cowards. And let's go back to the book. Where did I stop earlier? I stopped at the point where they were trying to infiltrate the Midwest. To actualize the agitation for the merger of the Midwestern Igbo areas with the Eastern region, some Midwestern Igbo residents of Enugu and Igbos of the Eastern region soon infiltrated the Midwest and started propagating Ojukwu origin for all the Midwestern Igbos and denying the cherished affinity of some of them with the Edo people. This agitation was re-echoed in the United Kingdom by Midwestern Igbo Students Union or Great Britain and Ireland. In other words, even guys in the UK, again, UK doesn't make you smart. The US doesn't make you smart either. You can travel abroad and be dull, especially if you go through the Sahara. But we're just talking. You get the point. This one's even went by ship. Went to UK, maybe by air. Went to UK by ship or by ship or by air, and still would deny their real identity for a piece of pottage. Anyway, Ejo alleged that the agitation was sponsored by the Eastern Region's government, which promised to contribute £2 million to the development of the Midwestern Igbo area. I said something yesterday. I said, the man who promised to give them £2 million also stole exactly £2 million from Central Bank of Nigeria in Benin. Olegba was going to steal Central Bank of Nigeria money. Well, whether that was the money he was trying to give to them, I don't know. Maybe just lied to them, I don't know. But the point is that he stole one money and then he promised another money, the same amount. Yes, so in addition, the agitators demanded the government of the Midwest region to support the position of the government of the Eastern region and rebel against the federal military government. The propaganda of the Igbo agitators created more tension. Some of the Igbo involved in the propaganda activities were promptly arrested for organizing meetings to incite people into supporting the Eastern region's cause and merger with the Eastern region. In other words, people who were Igbos were telling the Midwest region, where, by the way, the Igbos were not the majority. At this time, the Igbos were about 360,000 people. The Edo people were about 630,000 people, or 633, thereabout. And so they were the majority. So Edo, of course, was a larger group because within it has other subgroups like the Afemai, the Esako, Isha, Bini itself, folks in Auchi, and that kind of mix, right? But the smaller group is now telling everybody to break 342. Thank you, Adekomi. The Igbos were now telling everybody who were the minority to break that region. The government of the region should begin to agitate and rebel against federal government so that they can go and meet their kith and kin. What a wonderful word. But then again, they eventually had to arrest them. Let's move on to where we're going. We're getting there small. The refugee problem and the ensuing struggles over employment and trading opportunities fueled conflicts between the Igbo and the non-Igbo in the Midwest. Disputes at the African Timber and Plywood Company in Sapele, the largest employer of labor, quickly resulted in violent attacks on the Eastern Igbo, who were accused of bringing arms to the town, and policemen had to be deployed to Sapele and Benin City to keep the peace. In spite of the police deployment, In spite of the police deployment, violent demonstrations were staged in Benin City in mid-December 1966 against the Igbo for debarring non-Igbo it should be 67. Okay, 66. Against the Igbo for debarring non-Igbo Midwesterners from markets in eastern Nigeria. Hostile activities of Igbos in the Midwest, and particularly the rampant confiscation of goods of non-Igbo Midwesterners in Onitsha. After the stuff that happened, sorry guys, let me help this one. You are Ovien. You know, Bini, I just don't get your time, oh. You are an OVN. You are talking to me in the comment section. The palace will deal with you. So I don't have your time. Don't come and center yourself. You're not worth it, eh? All right. Where was I? So essentially, what he was saying was that during the time when the old crisis in '66 happened, around the time that Ojukwu expelled every non-Igbo from the east or non-Easterner from the east, around those times there were also activities of Igbos in the Midwest, and he says one of those things was they were confiscating goods that belonged to Midwesterners who were not Igbo in Onitsha, even though their town is just across the river, across River Niger. But because they were not Igbos, they were confiscating their goods. Okay, but guess what? Nothing evil happened to anybody in the East. It's just the East that was victimized by Nigeria, which is sad. By the way, that was sarcasm. The increasing confrontation between the Eastern region's government and the federal military government and the failure of mediation in Aburi, Ghana in January '67 hardened positions of the opposing sides, and the Midwest region was caught in the middle. I'm going to jump very fast because of time. The Midwest region's government opted for neutrality and maintenance of the federal system in opposition to the confederation option demanded by the Eastern region. As the confrontation worsened and both sides accused each other of arms buildup and planning attacks, Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo, the military governor of the Midwest, reiterated the neutral position of the Midwest. Please power tap on TikTok, please. Let's get to 200. Where was I? All right. The Midwest will never, Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo, the military governor of the Midwest, reiterated the neutral position of the Midwest. Quote, the Midwest will never accept being used as a base to fight another. The Midwest cannot be used for this purpose, end quote. Ejo's stance was unacceptable to the Igbo leadership of the Eastern region and their Midwestern Igbo sympathizers. The Igbo leadership were sure that they had the Midwest under their control through some of the Midwestern Igbo military officers, defunct NCNC politicians, and other Eastern Igbo resident migrants acting as proxies. Yoruba Ronu. The Midwest region's government proclaimed neutrality was therefore not taken seriously by the Eastern region's government, not only because of the support among some of the Midwestern Igbo soldiers in the Midwest Military Area Command, but also due to the known weakness of the newly formed Midwest Military Area Regional Command. These factors bolstered Eastern Region's military governor, Ojukwu's confidence and readiness to take the federal military government. This is evident in Ojukwu's statement, quote, the actual situation is that Gowon commands troops stationed in the north, in Lagos and the west. Though the Midwest tended to agree with Lagos, he, Ejo, is not really in effective control there. Ojukwu's statement was most likely based on the fact that the predominantly Igbo-dominated officer corps and men of the Midwest Military Area Command were divided over the support for the Eastern Region's government stance and almost along ethnic lines on the matter. What is all this Turenchi? What does it mean? It means that at this point, what book is this? I've been trying to send you a book, Patrick. Get on Telegram now to make it easier. It's called The Midwest State Non-Igbo Minority Responses by Uyilawa Uswanlele. So Patrick, please send me a message on Telegram. There's a particular book that we talked about once, but it's a pamphlet. I don't send books on. I don't send books on social. I don't send PDFs on the platform. Tèmi yé mi. Ente ba mo nkan tí mo ṣe nsin yìí. Ó yé mi. Ó yé yín náà àbí. Where were we? So essentially, like I said, and we've always said this, there were Igbos who were Midwesterners. For those who have been insulting me in videos and making videos about it, I don't know why you're doing it. The point is this: there are Igbos who are from the Midwest. They are still there today. When the Midwest was divided into Delta and Edo State, they were in Delta State. When Dennis Osadebe became the premier of the Midwest region in 1963, he came up with an idea to name an area using an acronym. You should read Sunset in Biafra. I've read it. I've even read it here before. But thank you for recommending it. I've read it. I think it's a fantastic book, by the way. And that man was very gracious to the Igbos, despite what they went through in the hands of Igbo people. Yeah. Where was I? These distractions can be very interesting. I was saying something earlier. Yeah. I was saying that there are Igbos in the Midwest that are native to that area. When Osadebe became premier, he came up with an idea to name an area using the acronyms of those different groups. Interestingly, one of those group concepts is an acronym. That group name is called ICA. ICA itself is an acronym. What it means, I won't say today, but because let them insult me on the Anyoma, finish, I'll now start ICA. He now used an acronym and formed Anyoma, which is Anyocha, Ndokwa, Ika, and Oshimili. And then he added Ma. This I'm not making up, by the way. See, this one, you don't have to buy any book. Google it right now. Anyoma, acronym. Google it now. You will see it. It's not. That's why when they insult me, I'm wondering, like, don't you guys read? Like, it's out there. I don't know why they're insulting. Anyway, the point is that Anyoma is made up of different people groups. Those people groups, one of them is Igbo. Some of them are Igbo people in that group, right? Some of those people were those who then worked with Biafra to gain entrance into the Midwest. People like Conrad Wanwo, people like Oche, people like Isiche, people that were mentioned in the book by, I've read it before, I don't think it's necessary to read it again today. In the book by Alabi Sama, I said it's not necessary and I'm looking for it. Don't mind me. It's force of habit. I want to make sure. You know why I do this thing sometimes is because a person may not watch the other video. And now that I've mentioned a few books, if I don't, say what exactly is in it, then you have just put that person in suspense. And if they don't have access to the book, then it becomes really difficult for them to piece things together. So I am wondering if I'm the one listening, I will want to have maybe not full information, but at least something that I can work with. So give me a second. All right, I'll just quickly go through the names from the book by Alabi Sama. All right, it says, this is The Tragedy of Victory by Godwin Alabi Sama. It says here, the Biafrans depended on the Midwest Igbo officers, who in the end were not helpful. They were not helpful later, in the beginning they were helpful, but in the end they were not helpful. A traitor is always a traitor, and what you compromise to get, in the end you lose. Some of the Midwest senior officers that sold out and went to join Biafra were Lieutenant Colonels Conrad Wanwo, Okwechime, Ben Waje, Igboba, Oche, and the worst of them all, Captain Joe Isiche. All these officers had appointments in Biafra. Some even commanded Biafran troops in battle. These officers had their parents and families at Asaba and their hometowns in the Midwest, but they were fighting for Biafra across the Niger, where most of them were later relieved of their duties in Biafra as saboteurs. In other words, they called them Sabo, including Ben Waje at the Owerri front. The man called Achuzia, a civilian Midwesterner, fought for Biafra, as did Lieutenant Colonel Mora, who became the paymaster in Biafra. How could Biafra have won such a war? As soon as the firing was too heavy to bear, they thought of Mama and Papa back in the peaceful Midwest. Then they ran away. Running away, no. Why? Most were losers. Let us for once imagine that Biafra became a reality. What part of Biafra would they have belonged to? What would have happened to their children in the future? All right, so that's from Alabi Sama. The point is that it was the Igbos who were Midwest, they were the ones who allowed it. It's like every tribe wrote their winning history only. No. Yoruba people, we also wrote even the part that we lost, we wrote it. That's how you know a progressive, a highly developed society. Some societies in Nigeria, they only write, number one, they're even making a mistake. It's not even their winning history. So people from that side don't write a winning history. They write a losing history and a victimhood history. If it's winning, maybe at least the children will grow up and be proud. But it's winning, losing. Oh, we are the victims, but we won here, but we are the victims, but we are the best, but we are the victims, we're better than everybody, but we are the victims. That's the kind of story. It affects the minds of people. But you see in Yoruba history, what happened, even from Ife, the wars that we fought in Ife, they are written. The one in Oyo is written. Ibadan is written. Kiriji is written. Even when we lost, we still write it down. Why? Because it's part of history. Why did we lose that to battle? If you tell the children that are coming up behind the next generation, listen, we fought, by the way, we fought Fulani, we lost. We needed that story to be able to win the ones we won at Jalumi and the Ojukwu War. You don't just tell the stories that make you feel happy, because if you don't tell them how you lost, they will make the same mistakes and they will keep losing. So what's the essence of losing? It's bad enough that I lost, but I must be able to take something out of that loss. It's the lesson. That's why history is told, not just to make yourself feel good. So no, Yoruba don't just tell you the winning part. And let me tell you something, as a Yoruba person, if you really study your history, do you know how many times I'll start reading and not just get angry? Just like, but I like that they are doing it. I like that our elders share all these things. Not so that we can say they don't know what they were doing, but we can say, oh, they made mistakes here, and here. Okay, we will not repeat it. What happened to Kurumi? That was a terrible thing, but there's a lesson there. And it could be something as simple as Afojudi. Those things are the things that make you grow. Not all these, don't mention, we never lost anything. That's why I said, no victor, no vanquished is a problem in Nigeria's history. There's nothing like that. There's nothing so-called. There was a winner, there was a loser, and it is fine. In Yoruba land amongst ourselves, we had winners, we had losers. The person who won and the person who lost, that's not to say that they're not going to work together after a while. Maybe they will settle and move on. Kingdoms have started and scattered and been rebuilt. And if we ask you, for instance, a Yoruba person, why do you have many Owus? Why do you have many Owu kingdoms? Because Owu 4, Owu 2. Does that make Owu less important in Yoruba land? Of course not. So I don't know why people like only the one that make them happy. Smile on YouTube says, did you came late? Did you say something about the girl Chimamanda? No, somebody else said something about her, but not me. So we should be, we're not looking for this history that makes us happy. We're looking for the history that helps us to learn. Learn of your greatness, but also learn of the mistakes of the past so that you don't repeat them. If we do that, if we have that attitude towards history, we'll be fine. Let's continue. So he says, it says, though the Midwest tended to agree with Lagos, Ojukwu's statement was most likely based on the fact that the predominantly Igbo-dominated officer corps and men of the Midwest Military Area Command were divided over support for the Eastern Region's government stance and almost along ethnic lines on the matter. So I was saying earlier that, sorry guys, somebody wrote something in the comment section. Busui, Nigerian says no victor, no vanquished, but the Igbos call themselves the victims. That's the problem. So why not say you are not the victims, but you are the vanquished? Let me tell you something. I'm going to say something respectfully. What we just said right now, there are three words there. There's the victor, there's the vanquished, there's the victor, there's the vanquished, there's the victim. You see, the victor and the vanquished, the person who was vanquished doesn't mean that they are victims. They lost a war. Nobody said they die. they lost war. Nobody said they keep person. Just because they lost doesn't mean that that's the end. That same group can. Do you know how many laws we have lost amongst ourselves as Yoruba people? Do you know how many towns in Yoruba land that lost to other towns? Nobody rubs anything in. Why? That same town will probably rise in another 10, 20, 50 years and do something fantastic that you will require. But you see, victims are not victors because they cannot be victors. They know they were not the victors. But they also say they are not vanquished because they don't want to take the fact that they were defeated. Therefore, they remain victims, not necessarily of the war, but of the consequences of the action, of not taking responsibility or even acknowledging what really happened. I lost. How many of us have done businesses that failed? Imagine doing business that failed and I say, no. That business that failed is because of this person. It's because of that person. It's because of this person. You already know the person you're talking to can never run any successful business. I have run things that failed before and I've done things that succeeded. Guess what? Both helped me. I don't get it where I like acting like you are not Victor. That's not your name. You are not the vanquished because you can't take it. Now you are the victim. The only good thing about it is that you have a V. At least you have one V. But victimhood is terrible because, and I said several times, in Nigeria, those who call themselves victims are not really the victims of the war as much as they are the victims of the propaganda of the war. And it's a shame because people just suffer for waiting they're not even supposed to suffer from. It's sad. Everybody will be all right in Jesus' name. Amen. It was against this background of increased tensions and clashes in the Midwest and the increased intransigence of the Eastern region's government that the federal military government abolished the regional structure and split of the region into 12 states, while Midwest region remained intact and renamed Midwest on 27th May 1967. I want to quickly say something right now. I made a statement that must be put in context. Abolished regional structure is different from the idea or the system of regionalism. The person who abolished regional system in Nigeria is Ironsi. The person who changed the structure of Nigeria from 4 to 12 states or regions or then now start calling it states was Yakubu Gowon. The abolishment or abolition of regional system was Ironsi with decree number 34 on May 24th, 1966. I'm saying that because people have gone to town saying it was Yakubu Gowon that destroyed regional system. No, it did not. Whoever removed the autonomy of the regions is the one who destroyed the regional system. So the question is, who removed the autonomy of the regions? Who talked about unitary system? We are all together. Forever, together. Who did that thing? That person is the one that, I just wanted to make sure I, put that out there. Let's move on. We're going to now go to how they got into Biafra because all this introduction, all right. 1 second. We're about to get into it. I think it's going to help us understand it a bit better. Now, before I do what I'm about to read now, I have to go back to Chinua Achebe. I think this is the way to understand. Well, we're reading too many things. So please let me read that statement from Ojukwu. It helps us understand. So this is what Ojukwu said. Please listen. That analogy is not so correct. It wasn't an analogy. It was an explanation. The system, the idea of the system being abolished. As a matter of fact, if you read Anthony Nauro's 1968 stuff at Addis Ababa, it was there, and it was one of the statements in Decree 34 itself. Breaking the country into more states is different from removing the autonomy of the constituent states or constituent units. The man who removed the autonomy of the constituent units was Ironsi. The man who created more constituent units was Yakubu Gowon. It's not about what you think, it's about what really happened. What can help us? Please read Decree 34 I have the document somewhere. Maybe I will share it. Read Decree 34 of 1966. Then you understand. So, autonomy was out. Everything flowed from the top. Therefore, the system was disrupted. So, imagine, let me explain something. Just before we move on, I'll go on, but because of the thing in the comment section. So, let's assume that Iransi did not remove regionalism. Like, it didn't come up with a unitary system. You know what would have happened? You would have more states, but all those states would still be autonomous, just like they were before Iransi. For instance, when Papa was premier, we didn't have to take anything from the federal government, right? There wasn't FAC. We're not going capping out to the federal government. The Western region had to generate its own revenue to take care of what they wanted to do. By the way, the Western region had different things, which was eventually appropriated by the federal government. We had our own embassy, our High Commission, the Embassy, High Commission in the UK. We had one in Saudi Arabia. The federal government took it and made it Nigeria. Everything that was ours, NTA was ours. WNTV, WNBS, they took it. They nationalized it. Nze, ask your dad, he will answer you. Don't ask me, ask your dad, eh? You come tomorrow, you get the same response. I'm not going to block you. If you come again tomorrow, I'll tell you the same thing. Go and ask your daddy, who forgot to raise you. God bless you. As you ask him, where was I? The point is that the reason for creating a unitary system wasn't followed through. What are you talking about? What reason? What reason? The man who unified, why do you think, no, that's not today's topic. Why do you think the riot in Kaduna happened in May of 66? If he didn't do any of these things, why? That's my question. Just one question. I'm not speaking anymore on this thing, but why did the riots in the north happen on May 24, 1966? Why did that riot happen? If you tell me why it happened, then I will not understand your position. Since you said he didn't do anything, again, see the mistake you're making again. Iransi didn't do anything. He didn't break any system. He was just a saint. The man was a coup plotter. I'm saying right now, I'm not just saying it. There are many sources to back it up. It's a better way to have conversation. We'll continue. Let's get back to the book. So this is sorry, 1 second. All right, thanks for staying tuned. Let's continue. Please power tap on TikTok. Thank you for getting us to 210K likes. Thank you so much. But please, we're getting to that time of the day when Ojukwu, Iransi's son did an interview expressing how his dad delayed the judge on those who carried out the coup. Delayed the judge. Judge Bao. He didn't court-martial them. See, should we do a series on Iransi? Not yet, though. Maybe we should do a series on Iransi. But it's sad. I don't want to do it. You look as if you are just saying that everybody from a particular place is just. But the only book I have that made Iransi look like it was all that is a book by an Igbo man, Chuks Logbolam. Every other material. And it wasn't like he was a terrible person. It wasn't a terrible person. But he did some funny things. E.g. the coup. E.g. Decree 34. E.g. telling Obas to do something. E.g. unifying the civil service. Essentially destroying everything that the North had achieved by 1966. Which was essentially a reversal. 1 second though. It was a reversal of the nationalization policy of the Sadaona. But we'll talk about that some other time. Let's get into this. Listen to Ojukwu. The book again is There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe. He says here, our motive was not territorial ambition. Please, I'm reading this over and over again because I want you to remember what Ojukwu said. Our motive was not territorial ambition or the desire of conquest. We went into the Midwest, later declared the Republic of Benin purely in an effort to seize the serpent by the head. Every other activity in that republic was subordinated to that single aim. We were going to Lagos to seize the villain Gowon, and we took necessary military precautions. So no, they were not coming to the Midwest to do anything. They were not hurting anyone. They're just going to Lagos. They were going to Jerusalem. Having said that, let's now read what really happened, apart from the propaganda that Ojukwu was espousing. Oko Nigeria mare loju agbami agbam agbam. The leadership of Biafra, I'm back to the book by Uswanlele Uyilawa. The book is The Midwest States Non-Igbo Minorities Responses. The leadership of Biafra under Ojukwu not only claimed the right to self-defense, but went further in assigning itself the task of liberating southern Nigeria from the feudal Muslim northern forces that it alleged control Nigeria. Since 1964, the Eastern Regional Government had not only threatened secession, but also undertaking studies on the economic viability of and survival of an independent Eastern region. Please, guys, listen to where we are going right now. We're going to something a bit different, but you're going to like it. It says here, since 64. Now, just in case you were not here when we talked about it, after the census crisis of 63, the Eastern region threatened to secede from Nigeria. All right? That was the first time they would threaten. And I think I did a session here where I talked about the issue of secession in Nigeria. So the first group that threatened to secede out of Nigeria was the North in 1951. 1950. It was in 1950. The North threatened to secede in 1950. And the reason was because they wanted half the seats in the parliament. The West said no. The East said yes. Therefore, the North got 50% of the seats, and the East and the West now had to share 50%. I've read the document here before. It's from the parliament. I don't want to distract. I don't want to start moving around, but it's shared there. The East, represented by Honorable C.D. Onyema, the same man who in 1945 said that the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. And I quote, said, and I quote, that the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. 5 years later, he's saying that the North can have 50% because we are one Nigeria. And then why did he do that? He also believed that they will always be part of the council of ministers who will make decisions without necessarily consulting the parliament. Therefore, he believed that it would not matter to them, even if they gave the North 50%. That thing that happened in 1950 is part of the reason the Senate of Nigeria has more northern representatives than southern representatives today. That was done by Onyema, representing the entire Eastern Caucus in the Legislative Council in 1950. Okay? And as it's my custom, I want to just read something to help us make a very short point, just to tell you exactly the title of the book, in case you want to look for it and maybe read a little part of it. So it's called the Nigeria Legislative Council Debates, 16th September 1950. 1950. I'll just quickly read something from what Charles Onyema said. He said, Your Excellency, but let me read his name. The first member of the Eastern Provinces, the Honorable C.D. Onyema. Your Excellency, this matter of representation of our central legislature has been a very difficult problem, which has puzzled the minds of many of us since the Ibadan Conference. The Ibadan Conference was the first place the Northerners demanded 50% of the seats in Parliament. You can blame the North, but at least they did not give themselves those seats. They were given because another group decided to just be funny. Meanwhile, they did it because, you know what, I'm going to tell you, let me just say, they did it because in their mind, they don't have sense. They don't know anything. They are ignorant. They are illiterate. And to make matters worse, I've said it before, there's a book I want to recommend by Sir Amadu Bello. The book is called My Life. In that book, he mentioned how they knew how they were treated and how people looked down on them. They knew it and they used it as a weapon against Nigeria. So they don't go to school. They don't know anything. Let's give them 50%, but we have a way around it. Okay. Let me read to you what they said. What he said. At Ibadan, I was very much against the idea of having one region represented in such great numbers as to balance the other two regions put together. So a third would have half of the seats, which doesn't make sense. But I have given the matter further thought. And the problem as I see it now, listen, the problem as I see it now is whether we propose to have one Nigeria or to have a break between the North and the South. If we all agree, as we appear to have done, that we must have one Nigeria, then we must then consider what sacrifices we have to make to maintain that unity. I think that any student of history will remember that the United States had to fight a civil war that we eventually had to now fight 17 years later. Guys, these decisions, consequences were, but let's continue. If we all, I think that any student of history will remember that the United States had to fight a civil war in order to maintain its own unity. If all the sacrifice we make in this country is to allow the northern region, which is also part of Nigeria, to have 50% representation and thereby achieve unity, I think we would have got away very lightly indeed. Furthermore, we thought that even if we gave the North, this is the craziest part, even if we gave the North 50% representation, we still had a council of ministers at the center whose votes, as a matter of honor, are bound to be the same once they have reached a decision as regards government policy. In other words, no matter what they do with their 50%, it's still the council of ministers that will make a decision. And guess what? We have a plan to take Gabon inside the Benin. Because we want to have unity, let's give a third of the country half of the seats. Then the two remaining will share 50% among themselves. Why do you think the North always has power in Nigeria? They are bad people. They are bad people, really. Anyway, how did we get here? I was talking about secession. By the way, the Oni was in this meeting and he spoke against it. Just to say it was, but I'm not going to read it now because of time. He spoke against it, the Oni of Ife. But no, we want unity. And we don't want them to break. Let's give it to them. So the North threatened to secede in 1950. The West threatened to secede in 1953. The reason we wanted to secede was because of Lagos. Can you believe it? And Papa was the one who brought up that matter and it was in the UK. Like, you got to move the capital. We're going to sponsor it. We're going to put money down. And let's get another place, not Lagos. Because one is to be part of the Western region, the region as it. When we was talking about Lagos, not Lagos State though. There was no Lagos State at the time. There was no Lagos State until 1967. And that's why I tell people, Lagos State was never the capital of Nigeria. Lagos was, but not Lagos State. What you call Lagos State now, much of it was carved out of Western region. Whether it was Ikeja, Elupeju, Ikorodu. There are five divisions of Lagos. Ibile. Of those five, only one was not part of Western region. There is Ikorodu, Badagry, Ikeja, Lagos Island, and Ekpe. Of those four, only Lagos Island wasn't part of Western region. Ekpe was, Badagry was, Ikorodu was, Ikeja was. Everywhere. Having said that, we now said, move this capital or we're going to secede. Then they both got angry with us. And then everything, so we're going to keep it. It's as if Baba knew what was going to happen, that that same year, let me read something to you. I know I'm digressing, but it helps. Let me read something to you from 1950. Yoruba land there. That's why I tell people that the things that your elders did, just enjoy, just do well in the land and prosper. Don't be stupid. I'm going to read to you what the Eastern region said about Lagos in 1950, which was one of the reasons Papa said, let us look for another place as capital of Nigeria. I also mentioned the way it happened from region to region, but let me find that book first. This book was written by Tekena Tamino, Separatist Agitations in Nigeria since 1914. This is page 569. It says, let me not go to, I was going to go to 568 to get it there, but I'm going to read two things to you from this one. Listen to this. At the same 1953 conference, Nigerian delegates again became painfully aware of the serious political differences which tended to mar the evolution of harmony between various sections. The controversy over Lagos, Nigeria's capital and leading commercial center, caused more bitterness in 1953 than it had in 1950. During the 1950 and 1953 conferences, which discussed this issue, delegates from the Eastern region made it clear that they regarded Lagos as a no man's land. When was this? 1950. And that's not even the first one. The first person was, the first time they said it was in 1947. They said delegates from the Eastern region, the same region. And I can tell it's from the same ethnic group, not just the region. Delegates from the Eastern region made it clear that they regarded Lagos as a no man's land. The Western delegates, however, regarded Lagos as a Yoruba town. Again, not the state, the town. The Western delegates, however, regarded Lagos as a Yoruba town, which they wanted to administer on their own terms. During the 1950 General Conference, the Northern delegates who held the balance had also agreed. The North also agreed that Lagos municipality and the colony districts should be merged with the Western region for administrative purposes. During the 1953 conference, however, the Northern delegates re-examined their stand because of ports, as they and the other delegates had recommended greater regional autonomy under a federal constitution. The Northern leaders in 1953 feared that whoever administered Lagos would control and perhaps deny them their key outlet at Apapa, then considered more important than Port Harcourt. During the 1953 conference, the Action Group delegation led by Obafemi Awolowo emphasized the historical connections between Lagos and Yoruba land. Awolowo expressed willingness to allow Western region to contribute towards the cost of building a new capital elsewhere, provided that Lagos and the colony districts would continue to be administered by his region. That was when we threatened to secede. Why? Because we're trying to take our land and call it no man's land. See, you know the crazy part of this story? What Awo said they should do in 1953, they began to do in 1973 and eventually packed in the early 90s to Abuja. I think it was in 91. They eventually moved to Abuja. So what he said they should do in 53, they eventually did it. Anthony Koche to Nigeria. What book is this? Separatist Agitations in Nigeria since 1914 by Tekena Tamino. I'm going to do a session on this book one day, very soon. So this is Nigerian politics. When people tell you that they are victims, you see what the other book, somebody asked for the name of the other book. Wait, 1 second. It's Nigerian Legislature, Nigeria Legislative Council Debates, 16th September 1950. We're going to have a full session on that separatist agitations in Nigeria since 1914 by Tamino. And he has some fantastic books, by the way. We'll see how will they go. We'll see the ones that I want to bring out first. Sorry, anytime I post like that is because there is a loose mad person roaming on one of the platforms. All right, but I think we are good. Where was I? So we're talking about secession. The reason we got into this was because when you go back to the book that we started reading, that's the one by Oswanlele, he mentioned since 1964, the Eastern Regional Government had not only threatened secession, but also undertaken studies on the economic viability and survival of an independent Eastern region. We're going to go into that very soon, but let me just quickly say something. There's no Telegram link for books, so Babati, we don't share books, but there are materials. Some of them are books, but there are materials that maybe they're not in print that you will find in Redomi Global. Please, someone, let me type it on YouTube. Someone, please help type it on TikTok, please. But this book I'm mentioning, you won't find it there, because I'm very careful with copyrighted materials. But if you want to buy books, go to Redomi Books. Okay? You go to Redomi, the same spelling, Redomi Books on Telegram. You see books. On the Redomi Global, you will find some materials or books, but not the books I'm mentioning. If you're really looking for books, you have to go to, thank you, I'll type it here. If you're looking for books, maybe there's some of the books that we mentioned here, please go to Redomi Books. You see some of them, and then you can place your order. I need to type, let me just type it on Telegram, on TikTok. I think people are not able to do so now. All right, so that's the link. That's the link on Telegram, on TikTok rather, the Telegram group or Telegram channel. Where was I? So I was saying that we're trying to explain what you just mentioned briefly. It's important to not assume that, all of us know, let's just move on. I just think that it's important to break it down. So 1950 was the first time Nigeria, that a group in Nigeria threatened to secede, was the North. 53 was the West. We threatened to secede because of Lagos and the way they were talking about Lagos since 1950, which is how they're now they're not just talking about Lagos the town, they're talking about Lagos the state and saying it is no man's land. You saw it after the elections, the last elections. A bunch of clowns got on the streets, start shouting, it's no man's land. Where is the Oba? Where is the Kiniko? Where is that? Where is this? It started way before. And that's why I said the saddest part of Nigeria's history is that the people who made mistakes in the past, their children and grandchildren are literally repeating the exact same mistakes. That's the saddest part. That's the saddest part of our history. I know, the reason why it's the saddest, because it will earn them what it earned their parents. We know how the story ends. And I can assure you, it's not looking good for some people. 1 second, let me change the audio source so that we can really enjoy this. This one is going down, so let me change the audio source. Just give me a second. I know where I'm stopping now. We're talking about the history of secession and what has happened, and the regions that have threatened to secede in Nigeria. Every region in Nigeria has threatened to secede. Just that one, I've not gotten over it. And Biafra was not the first time the East threatened. 1967 was not the first time the East threatened to secede. It was actually 3 years prior, and they had plans. Just give me a second. Let's quickly do this so I can continue the conversation. Okay, I hope you can hear me. Oh boy. Thank you, sirs and ma'ams. Let's get back to it. So I was talking about the history of secession. 1950 was the North, 1953 was the West, 1964 it was the East. Because of what happened in 1963. What happened in 1963 was that there was a census and the results favored the North more than any other group. Therefore, the East threatened to secede. And beyond just threatening to secede, they began to actually have committees that would ensure the sustainability of that part they were going to. Meanwhile, when I say the East threatened to secede, essentially it was Igbo people threatening to secede, but they're going to use the Eastern region. I'm going to read it later. So 50, 53, 64, then 66 was South, was Adakaboro with Niger Delta. That was 66. Was it 66? No. Yes, it was 66. It was 66. The North 1950, the West 1953, the East in 1964, Niger Delta in 1966. Early 66, Adakaboro was going to break out of Nigeria. Then, July 66, the North again threatened to secede. Courtesy Murtala Mohammed. They were going to break Nigeria into four different countries along the lines of their regions at the time. So that was the North, second time. Then the East then came along in 67 to break again. So we've had it 6 times. The North twice, the East twice, the West once, South once. 2 gave 4. Everybody is fine. But while every other person had moved on, and even when they talk about secession or breaking Nigeria, they don't talk about it in the way, in those terms that it was discussed back in the day. And by the way, that discussion that Awo had in 53 happened before the 1954 conference, when Awo now suggested that we should have a secession clause, which Azikiwe promptly spoke against. So they didn't give us in 53. Awo suggested in 54. The North agreed with Awo. We'll talk about it some other time, but just to give us an idea, the North agreed with Awo. They even got Azikiwe to work with them in Nigeria. They agreed though. They now traveled to London, to the UK. It was while they were, guys, please power tab. This is the time when those guys usually come. And now we are seeing inactivity. Please, guys, on TikTok, please power tab. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you so much. TikTok, please power tab. Like, this is showing inactivity. And you also know that this is around that time when some of these wonderful human beings will come and start messing up. So please, thank you very much. We don't want to let it end abruptly.
So the idea of secession would have made sense. So that even in 53, although we were not given...
So the idea of secession would have made sense. So that even in 53, although we were not given the right to secede, this was before independence. We threatened, but they shut it down. 54, Papa said, in fact, if you read it, we're going to have a session on it, sincerely. How that thing went, there was a meeting in Ikorodu. There was a meeting in Ikorodu between, NPC represented by Tafa Balewa and AG represented by Samalado Akintola, talking about this idea of state creation and all of those things. What am I going to say? State creation, the same thing. I think we got there in 57 and destroyed everything. Destroyed that one in 57. Secession clause, they already talked about it, East and North. They got there, I think we destroyed it again. The real reason is because of the plan they had in 44. If that plan would work, nobody must secede. Since that plan has not worked and nobody has seceded, the people are now disillusioned. Somebody said, please clarify the issue of Western region election. The East, I mean, the Igbo and some Yoruba denied Dr. Azikiwe from becoming the premier of Western region. Through carpet crossing. Thank you. Oladipo, you are not Yoruba. You are not Yoruba. And you should stop using other people's names. It will not kill you to tell people that you are Emeka or Chukuma. Number one, there was no premier in 1952. This is why you know these people that they were brought up with lies and raised in iniquity. There was no premier. And there was no cross-carpeting from NCNC to anything. And today, I'm not talking about it. I talked about it last week. It's not part of today's topic. And no, if it happens again today, we'll still deny you and your relatives of holding any political power in Yoruba land. It will never happen. This was in 1952. Bigotry mentality, thank you very much. You that are not a bigot, go and open your place. Go and start canvassing for Fulani to become your governor in Enugu, Imo, Imo, Owerri, Ebonyi, Abakaliki, Anambra, Oka, Abia, Umaya. Go to those 5 places. Go and canvass for your state governors to be Fulani. When you are done, come and tell me about bigotry. You are very stupid. You will never have political power in Yoruba land. Never. If you don't like what happened in 52, change your life. If you do it again, you get the same results. And by the way, the people that moved into AG did not move from NCNC. This cross-carpeting nonsense that the East has. By the way, no part of the country does more propaganda than the East, by the way. Azikiwe started it. It started in the 30s. They started all these terrible things before us. We didn't catch up on how to respond with media until 1948. We'll have another session on that one. It's called Lagos Press War. The people who moved to AG in 1952 were those who got into the parliament as independent candidates or folks from smaller parties. No, we didn't respond with Daily Times. It was Daily Service. Folks who were in smaller parties who were already in the parliament, but the big two, NCNC and AG, could not form government because they were not the majority. So what did they do? They had to woo the independent candidates and those from smaller parties like Ibadan People's Party and things like and parties like that. People like what's this man's name? I think Otutola was an independent candidate, and I think Adilabu was IPP. They now talk to those ones. When the day of that election arrived, NCNC was sure that those people will work with them. AG was also sure that they will work with them. They were not members of AG, they were not members of NCNC, they were just on their own. On the day they decided to work with AG, this other person is now crying around like bush baby, like a baby, that they didn't allow you. Why would you want to be something? The fact that you even had a seat in Ibadan is enough to show that we are open. And it wasn't just Azikiwe that had a seat representing Lagos. Ebube Dike was also representing another part of Lagos in Ibadan. And we said, listen, we can allow you to have your seats, but you're not going to become the leader of government business. It wasn't even premier in 52. We didn't have a premier until 54. So what is your lie that you're lying about? But it was 1952. It was leader of government business. And if it happens again today, it's the same that will happen. Not one day in the history of Yoruba land will an Igbo person or an outsider become a political leader that will lead the destiny of our people or that will decide the destiny of our people. It will not happen. If you have a problem with that, find a nearby transformer, hug it, and greet your grandparents when you get where you're going. Heaven or hell. Where was I? Back to the book. This nonsense that this clown said, they will never say it in the north. Okay, I understand. I get you. Thank you very much for clarifying it. Sorry about it. Sometimes things can be lost, Abi. Meanings can be lost, Abi. Translation, Oyibo, Jesu. Translations, you get the point. When you put type, you have to be very, very explicit so that I get it. But I get your point. But it wasn't, they called it cross-carpeting as though folks moved from NCNC into AG. But that was not what happened. These were guys in the middle, and both parties were trying to woo them. And one party won. Whatever they used, they won. Whatever NCNC used, they lost. Again, there's a problem with folks from the East. They hate the idea. People lose every day. Did Buhari not lose 3 times? Did Papa Awo himself, did he not lose election? He lost in 59. He lost in 79. He didn't kill anybody over it. Thank you, HRH. Meanings get lost in translation with text messages, so you have to be very explicit. If you lose, move on. And by the way, the people who say, oh, they use tribalism to take over power, they didn't allow Zeke to become premier, as well as his father's birthright. When he got to the east to represent Onitsha, what did he do to Eyoita? Guys, what did Zeke do to Eyoita? Spoiler alert, he removed him. Why? He's from Calabar. No, that's not tribal. It's not tribal. It's only Yoruba people. I don't even care what people think about it. Thank you for writing that, Rewaju, Eso Hassan, Badamosi. Yes, thank you. So, no, I don't really care what they think. I know no Igbos will have political power in Yoruba land. Because I hate them? No. Because it's not because of hate. It's because we have different value systems. A person who has told you he's going to remove your kings, why would I want him to have political power in my land? I cherish that tradition. I cherish that institution. You don't have it, and it's fine. And it's okay that you don't have it. It's okay that you don't like it. It's good for you, but not for me. There's a way I want to run this space. I don't want to wake up tomorrow and say, everywhere, indigens are now, settlers are now indigens. If you've been somewhere for thank you. If you've been somewhere for 5 years or 10 years, you're now an indigene. These are the policies of politicians from the East. Why would I want to vote for anyone? The ones I voted for, what did I gain from it? We sent one in Lagos, Osho Disolo, to represent us. They were going to give Lagos special status. He voted against it. Party loyalty or whatever it was, or maybe it was ethnic, and Jew, maybe it's Lara, I don't know, but he voted against it. Why would I want you to represent my people? Meanwhile, what exactly do you have that I don't possess that makes me require your help? Again, these things are insulting. You have not created an El Dorado where you come from. You want to become a representative. Like, based on what? Meanwhile, every law you are passing, I'm seeing, say you want to enter my land, take something, own something, fight, fight. And you don't even have the power. You don't have power, you are doing all these things. If I don't give you power, uncle, so no, it will never happen. And by the way, why do you want it so badly? Why are you so desperate? And why don't you like Sokoto? Is it not Nigeria? Kano is cosmopolitan. It's been cosmopolitan for centuries. Kano, that Kano you're looking at, has been cosmopolitan for centuries, hosting traders from different parts of North Africa and other parts of West Africa. That same Kano. Alassane Dantata, who became the richest man in West Africa, moved from Ghana, relocated to Kano. It was from Kano, moved to Ghana to trade, moved back to Kano after railway, built the biggest company, owned the most money, became the richest person. That's Kano. Before independence of Nigeria. So if you want to try your cosmopolitan, open it up, please, I beg you, in the name of God, go and start in Kano. If you leave that place with your head on your neck, then try it in your region. When you are done, then we'll now do it in Yoruba land. God bless you. Back to the book. Since 1964, the Eastern Regional Government had not only threatened secession, but also undertaking studies on the economic viability and survival of the independent Eastern region. One such study showed that an independent Eastern region survival, listen to this, guys. One study showed that an independent Eastern region survival will be dependent on the vast oil resources of the minority areas, which was 57.1%, since the Igbo areas had only 5.8% oil. And a large, by the way, that Igbo area itself, now they are saying they're not Igbo. And a large population suffering from land hunger and declining agricultural productivity. But undergirding Biafran liberationist war aims, is in quotes, was the control of resource riches of the minority areas. When you read Anthony Nauro's speech in 1968, he mentioned 64% of the agricultural revenue that went to the south, that went to the eastern region, was from the eastern minorities of Calabar and Ogoja. 64. And parts of Rivers, but mainly Ogoja and Calabar provinces. 64. When it came to oil, much of the oil in Nigeria was shared between, we're going to get into it. In fact, it's the next I'm going to read right now. The two groups had oil, Rivers and Midwest. The East Central State did not have oil. So the whole idea of seceding in 64 was based on the resources of the eastern minority areas. Oil from rivers, agriculture, and land to build in COR, like in Calabar and Ogoja provinces. Now let's read something very interesting. I'll read that last sentence again. It says, undergirding Biafran liberationist war claims was the control of the resource riches of the minority areas. Biafra's interest in the oil resources of the Midwest is attested by Ejo's allegation of Ojukwu's proposal for the two regions to form an oil consortium, for which all operational details had already been worked out. So a person sits down in the comfort of his living room, creates, what's it called, operational detail of an agreement, comes to you. This is a pattern, by the way. Comes to you in the Midwest and say, listen, guy, I'm this state, you are that state. I brought you something. We're going to work together. And this is how we're going to do it. That's the same thing that happened in Aburi. This is what we want to do. What did Gowon say? Some things we agreed to, some things we didn't agree to. Ojukwu acted as though everything he wrote must be done, because it's the Alpha and Omega, the savior of us all. We are going to be partners, but we already drafted the details of the agreement. Wonderful. Let's read. It says, Biafra's interest in the oil resources of the Midwest is attested by Ejo's allegation of Ojukwu's proposal for the two regions to form an oil consortium for which all operational details had been worked out to exploit their oil resources. The oil and other natural economic resources of the Midwest were then located in the non-Igbo areas. Alagba Olongo. Alagba Olongo. Nobody's as wise as God. Do you know that even though they had the majority in the Eastern region, they didn't have the resources? And in the Midwest as well, they didn't have the resources. God is great. God is great. I have something to say, but I'll keep it. But God is great. God is great. With the significant refugee problem and its virtual encirclement, Biafra's only outlet to the world was the neutral Midwest, which was also the source of most of its resource needs, located in the non-Igbo minority areas of the former Eastern and Midwest regions. The neutral and resource-rich Midwest had 37.1% of Nigeria's oil exports. That's after what you have in Rivers. And 75% of Nigeria's timber and rubber exports, as well as foodstuff, which had always been in short supply in eastern Nigeria. You know, I read that thing from the Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. People were shouting, it's the truth. Food has always been a problem, and it goes all the way back to a very long time. We have records from 1857. We're not going to talk about it today. In the apparent bid to capture Lagos and overthrow the federal military government, Biafra invaded and occupied the former Midwestern region, now renamed Midwest State. Now, please fasten your seatbelts. It's about to get more interesting, okay? I'll try not to leave this book. I'll try not to. I'm not promising, but I'll try not to. Because there are some things that may require me to check out other books. The ease of invasion and occupation of the Midwest was facilitated by the weaker military force and armaments of the Midwest Military Area Command, and more importantly, by the connivance. Now, somebody said it earlier, it was Brigadier Gordon Labi Sama. So please listen to another person tell you. He says the reason it happened so easily was because, yes, the military force they were already was weaker, but then he says more importantly by the connivance of the most senior Midwestern Igbo officers. Sorry, guys. Kebuinoni. All right. Where's my book? Oshe? Please, on TikTok, let's power tap. Let me just, I know I'm in the middle of something, but I need something. Just a second, I need to drink something. All right, thank you very much for staying tuned. Let's now just need something to refresh. So again, I'm reading the book, The Midwest Response to Biafran Invasion. So this is by Uilawa Oswanlele. It says here, the ease of invasion and occupation of the Midwest was facilitated by the weaker military force and armaments of the Midwest Military Area Command, and more importantly, by the connivance of the most senior Midwestern Igbo officers who had almost complete control of the armory. Ogwemudia, one of the senior non-Igbo officers, alleged that the Midwestern Igbo officers tricked the non-Igbo officers to hand over the keys of the armory and remove most of the magazines on the eve of invasion. There are also accounts of lax security in Asaba, the Midwestern Igbo major town and gateway to the Midwest state, resulting in clashes between the police and the army on the eve of the Biafran invasion over the security of the bridge. Ogwemudia also alleged that Colonel, wait for it, Wanwo, the same person that was mentioned inside Arabi Sama's book. In fact, all of them were mentioned again. I'll read their names. It says Colonel Wanwo, a Midwestern Igbo officer, showed a lackadaisical attitude towards the invasion and only called a meeting after Biafran troops had effectively occupied the state. Why? They were in on it. Nwanwo quickly switched sides and defected to Biafra. Other Midwestern Igbo officers who worked for Biafra stated their different reasons for supporting Biafra. One of them, of course, is Colonel Okwechime, who is also mentioned in that other book. Mbo. Now, the Biafran invasion of the Midwest. No, before I read that, let me finish this one. Support for Biafra was not limited to Igbo politicians and military officers, as some non-Igbo politicians also welcomed Biafran's invasion of the Midwest region. The Biafran invasion of the Midwest, which was led, now we're about to get into the crazy bit. The Biafran invasion of the Midwest, which was led by Colonel Victor Banjo and Lieutenant Colonel Fola Oyewole, both Yoruba, and other Igbo military officers, was virtually without incident and welcomed in the Midwest Igbo areas. In his study of, we're discussing Victor Banjo. All this thing we're talking about is Victor Banjo. So Victor Banjo went there. There were no problems, but then other people talked about the problems they had. Who was responsible for those things? Ultimately, it's Victor Banjo, but apparently it's not Victor Banjo. Apparently, it's Ojukwu. You know why? Because when Victor Banjo was sent to loot the central bank in Benin, and he refused, Ojukwu still sent his boys to loot that bank. Which tells you that he had the way of undermining Banjo, even when it came to choosing the leader or the governor of what was called the Republic of Benin after they changed the name. Sorry, guys. What was this clown's name? Lord, like, when did Victor Banjo become Igbo? Don't worry, listen. If you can't listen, go and play with the children. Go and play with sand, since that's the only thing your brain can take. No, it wasn't Bendel yet. It didn't become Bendel until much later. As at 67, it was still Midwest. I was talking about the fact that it became Republic of Benin in 67, in August of 67. So the second calling it Republic of Benin was a liberated space, and it was a country on its own. So I was actually saying something before I responded to this clown. No? Yeah. So when it came to choosing the person that would lead the so-called Republic of Benin, Victor Banjo had something that he wanted to do. Not Benin Republic. Oh. Hey, Jesus. Benin Republic is former Dahomey. That's Cotonou. Midwest is Edo and Delta states. Present-day Edo and Delta. They used to be called Midwest from 63 until when the name changed to Bendel. Bendel then broke into two and became Edo and Delta. By the way, the word Bendel itself is just like Anioma. Bendel is also an acronym. I don't know if I use the word acronym or what other word did they use for that thing. They made it up using two different spaces, Benin and Delta. B-E-N from Benin, D-E-L from Delta, Bendel. Just like they did Anioma, A from Aniocha, N from Ndokwa, I from Ika, and O from Oshimili. Okay? So when I say Republic of Benin, that is what they decided to call the Midwest. That's present-day Edo and Delta states combined. That's different from Republic of Benin, Kinio, Cotonou, All right, where was I? I was saying that Victor Banjo was constantly undermined by Ojukwu. When it came to picking the leadership of that space, he preferred Ejo and even gave three options. Ejo, who was Urobo, Ogbemudia, who was Benin, and then Trimnel, who was the Shekiri. But Ojukwu did not care about any of them. He chose Albert Okonkwo, who was Igbo. When it came to guaranteeing the safety of that place, Ojukwu sent somebody else to kill Ejo. Meanwhile, Victor Banjo was guaranteeing Ejo's safety. So it would have been killed, it could have been killed, and then they would have said it was Victor that did it. YouTube don't have problem. Oh, shoot. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. When it came to the activities that went on within the so-called Republic of Benin, as a matter of fact, Ojukwu was trying to also assert his authority by ensuring that Victor Banjo didn't even have to meet or have any conversation with Albert Okonkwo, who was the governor of the region. But let's read a bit more before we go today. So let's go back to this. All right. So the Biafran invasion of the Midwest, which was led by Colonel Victor Banjo and Lieutenant Colonel Fola Oyewole, both Yorubas, and other Igbo military officers, was virtually without incident and welcomed in the Midwest areas. In his study of the Biafran War, Michael Gold claims that Banjo took Benin without the loss of a single life. This is important. Why? Because of what I'm going to read, that what happened, what's about to happen. Remember Banjo here. Banjo took Benin without the loss of a single life. Indeed, the inhabitants gave invading troops a jubilant welcome. That's for Banjo when they got in there. Abi? If you remember, when we read the broadcast, the transcript of his broadcast, where it was mentioning how certain people were disturbing the natives. 1 second. I want to read that from his own mouth before. All right, please take a listen to this. So he was saying it's not an invasion. We're not here to fight you. It is not intended to promote it. In fact, let me read to you what Banjo said. As a Yoruba person, especially if a Yoruba bot like they call you, please compare Victor Banjo, compare and contrast him with yourself. And the way to do it is that I will read what he is saying, then I'll now read what happened without his knowledge or independent of his command. Victor Banjo here. It is my idea that the peaceful settlement of the Nigerian problem, okay, it says it is not at all an invasion, talking about the way they moved into the Midwest. It says it is not at all an invasion, and it is not intended to promote the domination of any group of the Nigerian people by any other group through the presence of the library. Let me take it slowly, please. Sorry, guys. We read fast sometimes. Actually, I read slow sometimes. I always read fast. So I'm trying to calm myself down. All right, let me read it again. Victor Banjo says, it is not at all an invasion, and it is not intended to promote the domination of any group of the Nigerian people by any other group through the presence of the Liberation Army. I wish to stress once again what I said during the press conference and previously on the radio, that the movement of the army into the Midwest is not a conquest. It is also not an invasion. It is to enable the people of the Midwest to see the Nigerian problem in its proper perspective. He then said, I wish to assure all ethnic groups in the Midwest that the achievement of the Liberation Army does not give any ethnic group an advantage over the other. Please, guys, listen now. I wish also to appeal to all ethnic groups to exercise restraint and humility and not to indulge in acts which may result in confusion, bringing distress to a large number of our people. Then he went on to say another paragraph. I wish to appeal to all Midwesterners to avoid tribal conflicts. The present situation calls for cooperation among all ethnic groups in the Midwest. Such cooperation is essential to avoid any shortages and to ensure an atmosphere of quietness in which these shortages can be contained. Now that we have read this part again, let's now go to what really happened. Let's go back to that now. So he says, Michael Gold said, claiming that Banjo took Benin without the loss of a single life. Indeed, the inhabitants gave the invading troops a jubilant welcome. But this claim of Biafran occupation is not true for all areas of the Midwest and its people. As it caught, this is what he said though. He said the Midwestern Igbo areas, they welcomed Victor Banjo when he got there. But my question is, how about the areas that were not controlled by the Igbos? One. Number two, who led the battalions that went into those areas? Let me first read what happened, and I'll read to you what happened, who led those battalions. But this claim of Biafran occupation is not true for all areas of the Midwest and its people, as it caught the non-Igbo areas unawares and was achieved through sporadic fighting and violence. An Irish priest reported the violence that was perpetuated by the Biafran soldiers who took Benin. The leper settlement in Osiomo had about 1,200 residents before the war. Divided by the Osiomo River, the Igbos lived on the east bank and Beninese Yorubas and others on the west bank. When Biafrans invaded in August, they swept through the Igbo side and, crossing the river to the west side, killed all the Benis and Yorubas they could find. 6 weeks later, the Federals came from the other side, set up the artillery on the Benin side, and shelled the Igbo side, after which they crossed the river and killed any Igbos remaining. What you will hear is that the federal government did this to the Igbos. And by the way, unfortunate for both sides, but it's important to also acknowledge what happened on both occasions. These guys went into the place, a leper settlement. 1,200 residents moved from the Igbo area, went into the other side that had Bini, Yoruba, and other people, killed anybody they could find. It was a peaceful invasion. I'm coming. Remember what Ojukwu said? We're not trying to own anything. We're just going to Lagos. If you are going to Lagos, is it lepers that will stop you from getting to Lagos? Virtually all the newspapers, including Nnamdi Azikiwe's West African pilot, reported fighting in some towns in the Midwest during the invasion. The Biafran capture of Benin City, the capital of the Midwest state, was not without resistance and violence. West Africa magazine described it as the mutiny of the Midwest Military Area Command, which involved street fighting for several hours between mutinous and loyal troops of Benin garrison. Resulting in the Biafran overpowering and disarming of the police and loyalist Midwest soldiers. So there were still soldiers in the Midwest who were not Midwest Igbos, who were loyal to Nigeria. But by the time they dealt with those ones, they surrendered their weapons. They're just going to Lagos, so they're not doing anything in Benin. Why? What do they want to do in the Midwest? It's just to go through. They're going to Lagos. Okay. Ejo, who was the governor of the region at the time, claimed that while the invaders were busy occupying Benin City, Lieutenant Colonel Ochei of the Midwest Area Command, acting on instructions from Biafra, launched an attack on the government house. By the way, Ochei actually was in the Midwest, though. He's a Midwest people. He's one of theirs, but ethnically he's Igbo. It says Lieutenant Colonel Ochie of the Midwest Area Command, acting on instructions from Biafra, launched an attack on the government house with the intention of capturing or killing him. This is what this man was talking about in this book. When he mentioned the unaliving of Ejo. And when he also said that, listen, Oga, idealist, revolutionary, wonderful man, Victor Banjo, he was telling the guy, don't worry, we'll work with you. You'll be our next governor. You'll be our next governor. The person he was telling that we're going to need your services. He meant governor, because they eventually told Ojukwu that they wanted Ejo to be governor. While he was doing all this plan, Ojukwu had sent somebody else to kill that man in his own house. If you didn't believe it from this book, he's a Yoruba man. Let's listen to this one. He's not Yoruba. He said, Lieutenant Colonel Ochei of the Midwest Area Command, acting on instructions from Biafra, launched an attack on the government house with the intention of capturing or killing the military governor. I have read on Twitter that Midwest attacked Igbos during pogroms, hence reprisals here. They did not attack. Let me tell you what they actually said. They didn't attack them during pogroms. What they said, which is also recorded in this book, by the way, is that after the pogroms, when they returned, that they were told to go and take what should accrue to them in Enugu. Not that they hurt them. Some people have also said, by the way, this man, Uilawa, said that there's no basis for that argument. But again, let's acknowledge what they said. What they said was that when they were chased from the north and they returned to the Midwest, and then they went to the government of the Midwest, the military governor, to collect whatever they thought was their right, people told them to go to Enugu because that's where Igbos were. And even that, people have denied that it happened. But never did they say pogroms. what you see on Twitter, Twitter is a blessing. Let me not say something else. One person insulted me yesterday on top of ignorance. So you see a person who doesn't know something, he will be cursing you out and explain to you that you are wrong. You'll be asking your source. You'll be saying, I don't feel like give you. Twitter is an amazing place. Don't believe everything you see there. But unless, of course, there are things to, there are sources to back up what they're saying. Anyway, back to this. I read it like twice already, but I'm going to have to read it one more time to connect it. Ejo claimed that while the invaders were busy occupying Benin City, Lieutenant Colonel Ochei of the Midwest Area Command, acting on instructions from Biafra, is a person from inside, now Midwest guy, they don't send a message from Biafra, launched an attack on the government house with the intention of capturing or killing him, that's the military governor, but that he fought his way out with a gun. Similar fights took place in Auchi, Ubiaja, Ueli, and Wari, while the massacres of Northerners by Biafrans were recorded in Benin City and Sapele amidst rioting in Urobo areas. No, they are going to Lagos. It's not Lagos. Yeah, they are going to Lagos. The number of deaths from this first day of invasion and occupation is not known. The major victims of this fight were officers of the police force, which was reported to have lost many men during the occupation. Since the over 250 policemen of Eastern Nigerian origin in the Midwest were redeployed to Biafra in May 1967, it is safe to assume that the majority of those killed were non-Igbo officers. On the march to Lagos, but they'll tell you, oh no, he's just going to Lagos. The craziest part is Victor Banjo that was caught in this. You know, Tomakori Aja, Akori Kokotovise. How do you talk about this without mentioning Victor Banjo? That's the issue. Even although he wasn't the one leading all the battalions, and it was Oche and Chukuka and different groups. Let me even read that one. There's no way you can say this without even still acknowledging the fact that he was the one who led them there. Yoruba bots, they'll just use you and drop you. Let me read something to you about the people that actually led those massacres. The 12th Battalion that went to Agbo was under Lieutenant Colonel Akaga, and that was actually the battalion that captured Benin and Ore. It's not even, the brigadier, it's not like you're going to see him fighting on the war front. He tells the battalions what to do. Abi? Tells the brigade what to do. Break into battalions that they're moving. He's not the one that did it, but Shebi, you're the one that went to work with. So Lieutenant Colonel Akaga was one who led the 12th Battalion, and he moved. Let me read properly. On 9th August 1967, in a swift military operation codenamed Torch, Brigadier Victor Banjo led his Liberation Army of Nigeria across the River Niger Bridge into Asaba. He then split up his army on reaching Agbo. When Victor Banjo got to Agbo, he split the army. The 12th Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Akaga went west and captured Benin and Ore. The 13th Battalion under Colonel Mike Ivonso took Auchi, Agenebode, and Okene. What were they looking for in Okene? That's the Gala area now. When I told you that these people want to take over Nigeria, you say it's a lie. If you really want, can't you just stay in your place? Anyway, let's continue. The 18th Battalion under Major Chukuka was saddled with the responsibility of taking Wari, Sapele, Ugeli, which they did successfully, as confirmed by Adewale Ademoyega in that other book, Why We Struck. It was Chukuka, Humphrey Chukuka, that went to the prison to release Ademoyega and told him to go to Benin. So what do you see here? Listen, guys. Banjo leads the army and they all cross the River Niger. They get into Asaba. From Asaba, they march to Agbo or drove to Agbo. When they got to Agbo, they split in three. One went to Benin Ore side. One went to Agenebode Okene Auchi side. One went to Wari Sapele Ugeli side. Not one of those people, not one, went. Oh, sorry, Okene is a Bira. Sorry. Thank you, Badmos. Thank you. Okene, yes, is a Bira. Sorry, thank you. Emma Bino, if you are a Bira person here, sorry, I go give your town to Igala people. But yes, Okene is a Bira. Thank you for correcting me. So they broke into three like that. All the three parties that broke dealt mercilessly with non-Igbo people in the Midwest. But guess what? How am I going to talk about it without saying, what was Victor Banjo looking for there? It was not the one that led them there, but what was he looking for in that army? And the answer, interestingly, is in one book I will mention now. It was because he could have come to Yoruba land, but they told him that some people said that there was a rumor that they would be court-martialed, and that was why he didn't return. I'm going to zero in on that rumor a bit. That's why I'm not mentioning the name of the book. Once I get the real facts, I will tell you all the books. That one and others. If it's true, then I will tell you the source. Anyway, the ones that went to Benin, led by Kloko Eleinte. The one that went to Benin is the one led by Akaga. They were the one who went to Osiomo, crossed the Osiomo River, and went after lepers, killing them. If they were not Igbo, they killed lepers. Lepers, so that cannot carry, they can't even handle arms and ammunition. That same group captured Benin City, fought in the streets for hours, fought with police, killed policemen who were not Igbo, of course. The entry of Biafran troops, by the way, about 250 policemen. Okay. The entry of Biafran troops into Midwestern towns and villages was characterized by search for and torture and killings of suspected northern Nigerians, conscription of soldiers, and the seizure and looting of food, livestock, vehicles, machinery, money, and any item that caught their fancy, as well as raping of women. But no, they're just going to Lagos. Eyewitness accounts, by the way, a lot of Northerners were killed. Why? To make up for, to revenge for the counter coup. They are revenging a revenge. But again, it's the nature of man. Eyewitness accounts and newspapers reported that the Biafrans targeted the Hausa quarters of most towns. Igbo residents pointed out the residence of northern Nigerians in addition to searching the houses of Midwesterners suspected of hiding northern Nigerians. I wish we could talk about this without reading this. I wish we could talk about Victor Banjo without. We could, but I just don't want to. It's important to also mention that he didn't have to be here. In Benin City, many resident northern Nigerians were loaded into trucks and taken out of the city by the Biafran soldiers, and it is not clear what happened to them. Some personal accounts provide clues as to the fate of these residents. 65-year-old Labo Sokoto, a northern Nigerian, claimed that he was shot in the chest and dumped in the bush, but helped by local people to later escape to the north. The Northern Nigerian government newspaper, New Nigeria, reported various atrocities allegedly committed against northern Nigerians in the Midwest. Some Ẹkáàbọ people and Igbo-speaking people confirmed that they helped to hide and protect non-Igbos, which included northern Nigerians, from being killed by Biafran soldiers. You know, you read this, and although you would never ever approve of what Murtala Mohammed did, but you begin to understand it. They are not invaders, oh. Far be it from them. They are not invaders. They are just passing through. They're going to Lagos. The atrocities were also extended to all non-Igbo groups who showed signs of hostility from the moment of the occupation. The fighting and violence that characterized the invasion and occupation frightened many non-Igbo people and foreigners into fleeing the major towns. Major towns would be Benin, Saple, Ureli, Warri, Agbo, Asaba. Everybody just sat down. So many non-Igbo people and foreigners fled the major towns without their valuable properties. These properties became the immediate target of the Biafran soldiers and their civilian Igbo and non-Igbo accomplices. The West African pilot newspapers reported that Biafrans confiscated foodstuff and other commodities which were immediately taken to Biafra. Why? Because that side has always had issue with food. But in a twist of fate, I want to read something from, I'm seeing this book, don't worry, I'm not leaving. One of the other Yoruba men that work with them, you know, at least 4 Yoruba people fought on the side of Biafra. At least 4 fought on the side of Biafra. You that you're insulting me. Do you know that your life needs help? Your life needs God right now. Anyway, 4 Yoruba people fought on Biafran side. At least 4. Victor Banjo, Foloyewole, Adewale Ademoyega, Ganiu Adeleke. One of those 4, Foloyewole, has something to tell us. Please listen and be blessed. Oyewole, who led one of the columns of invading Biafran soldiers, corroborated newspaper reports on how the Biafran army treated properties in the Midwest. Excuse me. By the way, he's saying this. Are you still lying? He's saying this, right? He went with them. He didn't approve. But who is going to listen to his story now? That's the issue. That's why you don't join obedience movements. You don't join movements that will destroy things and then put it on your head. They'll just lie to you. We are not invading. We're just passing through. If you're a Yoruba person, this is one of the reasons we are doing this, to learn. These guys are our own. They are now going to tell us what happened, but what were they doing there? Of course, they have their reasons, and I'm not saying they're bad people. You know, they are good. By the way, they are good people. But what were they doing there? Guys, please, I need to crave your indulgence for 30 seconds so that I can really read very well. I may be distracted, so please give me 30 seconds. I promise it's not going to take longer than that. Just 30 seconds. I'll be back in a jiffy. All right, thank you very much for staying tuned. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we're going to listen to one of the Yoruba officers who led one of the columns. So Oyewale, who led one of the columns of invading Biafran soldiers, corroborated newspaper reports on how the Biafran army treated properties in the Midwest. What did they do? Listen and be blessed. Even be blessed. Listen and understand, because it's sad. Troops of the Liberation Army did not behave in a manner likely to improve their relationship with the people of the areas they occupied. The worst hit towns were Warri, Benin, and Sapele. Men of 18th Battalion based in Warri were notorious. Who was the leader of that column? Let me see. Let me look for his name. Warri Chukwuka. Humphrey Chukwuka. It says they were notorious, looting anything they could turn into cash. Abandoned commercial houses. It was not difficult to find ready markets in the Midwest, with thousands of Biafrans streaming into the liberated states to do business. It was not an uncommon occurrence to see a soldier in Warri dash another, that's dash, give, dash another one, sorry, dash another, let me take that again. It was not an uncommon occurrence to see a soldier in Warri dash another one the sum of 50 or even 100 pounds. Most of the beneficiaries were those who visited either from Biafra or some other operational areas within the Midwest where there was no opportunity for looting. He went further to report, again with he, that's Oyewale, all the cars that were abandoned in Warri, including those of people, mostly expatriates, who had left Warri by boat, disappeared fast. All their cars disappeared. The easiest excuse for stealing a car was to claim that the car was required at Enugu. He also observed the few who manned checkpoints when they existed used the opportunity to terrorize and extort money from innocent civilians. Biafran soldiers also engaged in outright seizure and confiscation of motor vehicles from their owners and drivers. The excuse was that they were for military operations and were never seen again. The owners who resisted such seizures were killed. Benson Ibude, the son of one of the victims, alleged that his 39-year-old father was dragged out of his vehicle in Ugo by Biafran soldiers and killed. Though Oyewale did not report the killings by Biafrans, he noted their indiscriminate shooting at the slightest provocation. Numerous deaths occurred from such incidents which were common under occupation. Defiance, resistance, and sabotage took various forms in various parts of the non-Igbo areas, while the Biafran soldiers and collaborators detained and killed arrested resistors. This is confirmed by James Akpenino, a teenager during the occupation, who stated, quote, outright molestation, harassment, and killings of non-Igbo civilians became a common feature on a daily basis. In fact, the Biafran occupation was a nightmare of brutal excesses from Biafran soldiers on non-Igbo speaking indigenous people of the state. At night, suspected saboteurs were fished out of their homes, arrested, and oftentimes summarily executed. Senior non-Igbo civil servants, this one, I'm going to go back to that book, then we'll begin to round up because it's already 7. Senior non-Igbo civil servants such as Imokwede, who was the secretary to government, Joseph Adiola, the commissioner of police, Olu Akpata, a permanent secretary, and Samuel Unweni, engineer at Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, they were arrested, taken to Biafra, and detained until the end of the war. I want to read something to you from Victor Banjo's speech. Again, this is actually for Yoruba people, especially those that are always jumping on, we are all together. It's a real. Okay. Listen to this. In the last few days, this is Victor Banjo speaking. In the last few days, there have been a lot of, by the way, the book I'm reading, this Victor Banjo thing, is called Colonel Victor Banjo, a revolutionary betrayed by Niya Borishade. Please check Read Me Books. You should be able to get this there on Telegram. In the last few days, there have been a lot of unfounded rumors about the safety of a certain number of persons who have been summoned to a meeting, not arrested. In this connection, I wish to assure you that Imokwede, Adeola, and the name is on here, I think it's Oluwapata, because they wrote here, name indistinct, are safe and will soon come back. He said this. Mumbo, I think it was the 14th. Was it 14th? Yes. He said this on the 14th of August 1967. These guys did not come back home until 1970. Victor Banjo made promises he couldn't keep because he trusted a person he shouldn't have trusted. The person, Ojukwu, who eventually killed him. Hopefully, we are going to get to that one on Friday. Tomorrow, we are going to finish this thing about what happened in Biafra, what happened in the Midwest. We're going to finish this tomorrow. Then on Friday, we'll talk about the trial and execution. This man was making, every promise he made, there were things that were beyond it. Maybe he thought he was in control. Ojukwu must have been laughing like, you will take Agba. Because, even the idea of go to Yoruba land and occupy the place and Biafra will be there for as long as we want, he did not know that thing when he left the East. He made this statement on 14th of August 1967. The letter was written by 22nd of August 1967. 8 days later, Ojukwu was telling him something he did not even agree to before he left Enugu. Thank you, Prof. Samuel Uwem never came back. His wife had remarried. Hey, yeah. Oh, by the time Samuel came back, his wife remarried. They took someone in 67. Didn't come back until 1970. The point is that, and this is what this Victor Banjo thing is really about. Of course, Victor Banjo was not a bad man. He was just a very idealistic person who didn't see his blind sides. And it's what I see with young Yoruba people today who are joining all these funny movements. You will be used and dumped. It's not a curse. It's a fact of reality. And this is not the first time it happened. It will not be the last time. It happens to all of them. In every time you have people like this, who in their idealistic mindset think, let's just work together. They will use you. The saddest part is that even while he was fighting for Biafra, Ojukwu undermined him every single time. You couldn't choose the governor. You must not meet the governor. The one who was going to secure, that person was going to be assassinated. He did not know. People were arrested. He said they were going for a meeting. What meeting do you go for the last 3 years? The guys were in meetings since 67 to 1970. But Victor Banjo was making all these things, was saying all these things during the broadcast because he thought that the person he was dealing with was reasonable, not knowing that the person he was dealing with. I'm saying that to say that love everybody as a roundup. We'll continue tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time, right? So we'll do this, by the way, Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So please join us tomorrow, Facebook, Twitter. I don't know if Twitter is going to come online tomorrow, but Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, all right? Love everyone, respect everyone, but don't be used. And I'm telling you, every single time, including Kayode Adams, who was doing nonsense and started being a Yoruba professor because he called his appointment in Lagos University tribalism. That one eventually had to commit suicide. This one was killed. Afanja was also killed. None of these people were bad people. They were just naive. So if you're a Yoruba person, all this pandering, all this, may not be like say I hate you, it's nonsense. Be fair in your heart, be fair. Do well to people, but don't pander. Why was Ojukwu not fighting the war himself? It was in Enugu now. Ordinary small fights. After 5 days, Ojukwu was crying. No wonder he ran away. You know what? I should even do a session on how he ran away. and people just died. People just died. I don't want to call praise Kayode Adams in his book on Biafra. They will now. What do you expect? They need people like Kayode Adams. They need people like Victor Banjo. They need to tell you that this is the definition of the real Nigerian. But guess what? You will not find that real Nigerian in their space. You are supposed to be the quintessential, whatever that means, Nigerian. But once they use you, they have a good. And by the way, I don't blame them for using you. I don't. Egbe ni fún ẹni tá fi ìwọ̀sí lọ. Àbí ìbùkún ni fún ẹni tá fi ìwọ̀sí lọ. Àbí báwo ni máa ń sọ náà? Mo sọ lọ́jọ́ kan mi ìgbà dáadáa. Ìbùkún ni fún ẹni tá fi ìwọ̀sí lọ. Egbe ni fún ẹni tó gbà. If they brought hey, who are the them? Listen very well, you soon get it very soon. Obedient, all the Igbo thing that they are doing is for obedience is for Igbo. It is for Igbo. Forget all this clownish thing that it is an Igbo agenda. It is. And guess what? It is not wrong. See, let me tell you, this is the beautiful part of it. It is not wrong that it is for Igbo. It is not wrong. It is not wrong. What is wrong is to lie to people that is for better government, and to now recruit young, naive people that they are fighting for the betterment of Nigeria, when we all know that this thing is about having access to the national pie. It has been, it will continue to be, and that's why you notice what happened in LP. It is, and you know the funny thing, the craziest part with this nonsense is that the more they lie about it, the more infuriating it gets, because you assume everybody doesn't understand what's happening. It's like telling me that Zikism wasn't essentially Igbo. Were there other Igbo from other places there? Of course. Was it essentially Igbo? Yes, it was. Especially when they moved to Enugu and NCNC became what it became. The Igbo State Union worked directly with NCNC to ensure the domination of the people of the eastern minorities in the east, and also to demean leaders of the north and the west. It is documented. But no, you don't know. Your own is just that we are one Nigeria. See, like I say, we are one Nigeria. I want you to prosper. I want you to do well, but I cannot allow you to use me for your own agenda. At least if you're going to use me, let me know. Tell me like a human being. I will now decide that, okay, use me. I can actually sing the song, use me, Lord. Then you can now do what you want to do. But all this is for Nigeria. It's not for Nigeria. If you are really looking for Nigeria, let me ask you a question, and I'll bring people up for a few minutes and we'll close. I want to ask a question to folks in the Southeast. If the Southeast were to become a nation today, would they want Obi to be the president? If Igbo land, let's say it's a nation now, would they allow Peter Obi to become the president of that space? It's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer. Just Mosinu, Mosikun. I'll bring people up, then we'll quickly round up. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you've learned something, and I hope we're going to continue this tomorrow, by the way. Excuse me. We'll continue tomorrow, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Thank you so much. So I'm going to have people respond, and then we'll be rounding up now. So let's bring, please, it's just going to be one set because of time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Please, we're going to keep it at 2 minutes, and then we'll move on from there. Babatunde Johnson. It is well. Eje, mute. The people I brought up, please mute. Thank you. Please mute. It's actually the least thing you can do for us. Ruzi, please mute. I can't mute you. Thank you. Edato, where are you? All right, so we're going to do this very quickly, please. Please mute Rewaju. Oh boy, I'm going to, okay, once the next person speaks, I'll bring the daughter up and that will be it, please. So let's have, so again, we're going to time ourselves. We started a bit late today, so we can't really have, I almost died when you called my name like my father. Emike. Arao. I was just, okay, let me do it better. Mr. Babatunde Johnson. I know your father will not call you Mr. So, Mr. Babatunde Johnson. All right, let's start with Rosie. Rosie goes first, please. 2 minutes. Autobiographical already. Hello, Rosie. All right, let's move on to Leo. Hello, Leo.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay. Oh yeah.
I really followed your analysis, but the issue there is that, like what you said, it's more of a selfish agenda that capitalize on a certain situation that people find themselves. You understand? I am from the Niger Delta. I'm from Delta State in particular. I'm from the so-called Igbo-speaking area of Delta State. You understand? Because everybody was just tired of the former state of things. You know, there was just this push. And this issue of people be capitalizing on the everybody's most people youth diversion. You know, that was it. But like what you're saying, you understand? An average Igbo man who is into his business is not really interested in, it's just like a trend. It's just like, okay, let us just belong. And I always ask people, I follow the analysis a lot of times. And people that are anti-Tunumbu, I'll tell them, what has he done? You understand that was wrong. He said, well, you don't want him, you don't do this, is that. I'll ask everybody, I said, what has he done? Tell me one thing that he has done wrong when he was a governor and when he was out of office, that you can point it to, that this thing was wrong. The man had a lot of successes. I'm not saying that because of my stand for him, I lost a lot of friends, I lost a lot of people. Even if you notice, I belong to a church, and some people, because of it, they wear a lot of things against him. But at the end of the day, nobody has been able to tell me today that because of Turubu, this is what happened to him, or happened to in the southeast, or happens to the north. But it's just sentiment, one sentiment to the other. Now, why am I against Obi? Is because of this segregation, trying to bring religion, trying to bring politics. It's just my concern there. And I always tell people, I say, look, if you are telling me that, if you are telling me that you do better when you stay alone, go and look that decide to break away. Look at a lot of things that are happening. It's just trying to live a fantasy.
All right. I want to ask you a quick question. Sorry, can you hear me? I want to ask you a quick question. Your time is almost over. You have just a couple of seconds left, but just a question. Well, not one, to be honest. So, you are Igbo. If you don't mind, you're from Anyoma area, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to ask you, like, so are you Ika, Oshimili, Ndokwa, or Anecha? Like, which one are you? I want to ask a question. That's why I'm asking these ones. I'm from Ndokwa.
I am from Ndokwa.
So please help me to understand. I want to understand something. Would I be right to say that there are Igbo people in Anyoma, but the entire Anyoma is not Igbo land? Would I be correct?
Exactly, 100%. We don't see ourselves as Igbos.
So why do people insult me for saying that? I said that Igbo, but are there people that are Igbo go inside that place? Who see themselves as Igbo in Anyoma?
No Anyoma, no Ndokwa person will tell you that it's an Igbo person. We don't Igbo speaking area. We stand out. We don't identify, even we identify more with the Benin.
Wow. You know, what you just said is even more than what I was saying. I was trying to still be politically correct by saying there are Igbos there.
We don't see ourselves as Igbos. We don't see. No. There's never a day we see ourselves as Igbos.
I spoke to an Ika man. Somebody was talking to that Ika man about being Igbo. The way that person was angry. Me, I would say there are Igbos there. They will say, I mean, not if you're not, I'm always saying there are Igbos there, but they're not always. They now are saying that what, if you know, funny enough, if you read some books, you hear Igbo speaking, not that they are Igbo. And, okay, so thank you very much for helping me understand this. I was thinking, I was wrong, but...
You're not wrong. You are not wrong.
Okay.
All the analyses are right. If you trace our ancestry, where we go back to the southwest, not the southeast. No. We are not Igbos.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Somebody asked, what's the full meaning of Anioma? Anioma, Aniocha, Ndokwa, Ika, and Oshimili. Then they added Ma to it. Anioma is a word in Igbo language, but it is not the name of the place. It was an acronym that was coined by Denis Osadebe. Let me ask you another question, Mr. Leo. What's the full meaning of Ika?
Ika is I wouldn't say that this is just a description. Let me tell you, like the Yorubas.
Integrated kingdoms of what? Okay, continue. Don't worry. Continue. Maybe you don't want to say it. It's okay. Continue.
Like if in the Yoruba we say Awamoibu. You understand? Awamoibu. It's like what they use it to identify some of us. And anybody that is not a Yoruba, is not an Hausa, they call them Awamoibu. You understand? So
yes.
Like this Adioma issue of people describing some people as Adioma, as like the Ikas, they will tell them these are people from Benin, that's what they describe us, and Igbos they can describe us like that. Like the Igbos, they call the Yorubas Ofemano. You understand? They say, oh yeah, Ofemano, people that cook soup that is full of red oil. After a long time, that is the trend. You understand? So, but we are not Igbos. We don't identify with Igbo.
All right.
Our lineage is not from the Igbo land.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, one day I'll do a session on why are Yoruba people called Ofemanu. Let me give you one spoiler alert. That name, that skinny, is more from scarcity in the East than it is of anything wrong with what we are doing in the West. But I'll do a session on Ofemanu one of these. Again, all these tiny, petty things, they are the reasons you have a leader assume that these people are cowards, because you just hear Ofemanu and say, oh, okay, we're just playing. You're not just playing, they're putting things in your head, but there's a reason for that. We're going to have a conversation.
Look at
for
the
that.
Eba we eat. If the Eba is strong, the Yoruba will say Eba Igbo.
You speak Yoruba? You speak Yoruba? You speak Yoruba, ba?
I speak Yoruba a lot.
All right, Eshion, thank you so much for being here. We're going to go to the next person. That will be Adekomi. Hello, Adekomi. Adekomi, are you there? Okay, maybe not. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, cross the show.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You see, I remember my days as a student union comrade while on undergraduate days. Yes, the zeal to serve my people, and all like that. I wasn't completely naive. I was naive, but not as naive as this. And why did I say so? I had a national mindset. Let's see each other as brothers. I'm talking of as far back as 2016, 2017, Let's see each other as this and this and that. But I was never naive to the extent of seeing a Yoruba person as Omo Yami, no matter what. That was one of the mindsets I have. You see? So, this is it. My advice to young people especially, no matter the obedience movement, no matter, bro, since when I've been attending your life, let me, Shebi, you saw the message I sent to you on the Green app. You have stirred up some things in me. Watching this program has brought out some beautiful dimension in me that I never knew existed, aside from culture, aside from politics. I read entrepreneurship, I told you that now. And you saw the last message I sent to you about water. So this is it. Irrespective of whatever movement and all, please, if you truly love Nigeria as you are claiming that's why you are joining the obedience movement, you are joining whatever. This is it. have the love of your region at heart. Even if you don't have the love of your region at heart, have the love of your hometown. Ìlú kan ló ṣáà ti wá, bẹ̀rẹ̀, start from there. Okay, even if you are not staying in your ìlú, for someone like me, I grew up in Ibadan, but I'm from Ilaramokin in Ondo State. Even if it's that ìlú tó ń gbé yẹn, ibi tó ń gbé yẹn, start something from there. Start from there. Start from there. Have this region, at least so that you won't be sold away completely, to the extent that you will be so lost in one movement, and at the same time, as at the end of the day, you won't discover the beauty of who you are, you won't discover the potentials in you. At the end of the day, you will end up discovering that you use larger percentage of your youthful days to do what you are not supposed to be doing. Igbo movement, the obedient movement, Rattle movement, Igbo movement, because you say these people, they will be the one in charge. Then just they use you, gun body, just to have their numerical whatever. Ideally, they don't have that numerical strength, I tell you. Or your state is 28,454 square kilometers. The current day Southeast is 29,398 square kilometers. If you remove Ibibios in Abia, remove the Idomas in Enugu, remove the Igalas in Anambra, remove half of Ebo in that they are not Igbos, you remove the Ikweres in Imo, you will find out that these people are not as, their plot of land is not as big as that of even Ibadan.
Oh.
At the end of the day, you see that they have nothing. They just need other people. But once you are naive, they trend on this thing. But even if you don't know anything about history, you don't know anything about what Bro Busuyi is doing here, let me tell you, have the love of your place. Have the love at heart. Larger percentage of the
please round up.
Also in Southwest Yoruba. Have the love of that place at heart and start something for the sake of development. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just a guy, I don't know if it's on YouTube. It says Idom Undok. Hele. That's how Igala people speak. They say Ele. I did not know that. I didn't know Ndokwa. I know there are Igala in Anambra, but I didn't know Ndokwa has Igala. Wow. All right. Let's move on to the next speaker. Ikwere is the rivers. They say they're not Igbo. Let me tell you the funny thing about all these things. We could have just continued in peace. The war.
Ikwere is in Imo.
Yes, because all close more than one, and they say they are not Igbos. And then you have Ibibio in Abia, you have Igala in Anambra, Igala in Enugu as well. Oh boy.
Idoma.
Thank you. Idoma as well. Okay.
Sorry,
thank you.
Abia was Abia was actually a coinage.
Okay.
Abia is a coinage. Abi is a coinage of the people of that area. That land essentially belongs to.
I'm sorry, not time. No.
Okay, I want to thank you. I want to thank you again. I want to thank you again and again and again. And I want to really thank you for what you're doing for us, for all of us, for the Igbo people, for saving their lives, for people to, for them to begin to heal. I don't care anyways. So I want to thank you so much. You are doing a great job for us, for Yoruba people and for Igbo people who have been in the wilderness of victimhood. Thank you so much for trying to liberate them. Now,
I apologize for what. Why did you apologize? We're going to drop this bomb.
No, for some Igbo people who came here earlier when we started this session, what they thought was that Busuyi has 3 books. In 3 weeks, he would have exhausted them. He would have read them. Let me drop a bomb alert for you. This man had quantum of books that will expose you, that will throw you under the bus, that will throw you against the moving train. That's number one. Number two, this session is not ending soon until we move all our people away from the bondage of one Nigeria. That Nigeria is not one. It has never been one. It can never be one. And it is not a curse. Look at Canada. We saw what is happening in Canada. People from Quebec, they don't talk about Canada. There's nothing that concerns them about Canada. They talk straight about Quebec. They don't care. Quebec. And if you look, if you even go to places like British Columbia and all of that, they don't even know what Canada is all about. They don't even know.
True.
They just talk about their own environment. So
it's a nation within a nation.
Exactly. So if Nigeria is going to exist, it has to
be that way. It has to be. I
don't care. It has to be that way. So until we bring back all our children home and they are properly schooled by not going back, this session will not end. Unfortunately for you, this session will not end, and it will not also end with Busuyi Oris, because some people are beginning to plan to start their own. In fact, some of the people asking for which book are you reading? Which book are you reading? They are trying to harness their asthma so that when they start, they won't be this lenient. But Busuyi Oris is a pastor. That's the reason you see him talk like this. Those boys are not the guy. The man that just spoke. Kinto, before I came here. Those ones, when they start, they are coming with barrage of APC, like those like they are coming with barrage of guns and bombs. So don't rest yet. Don't just go and be preparing. Unfortunately, you don't even have the numbers. You don't have the numbers. And for my people who always say that let us speak to the young Nigerian, young Yoruba people. In fact, as we have the young Yoruba people whose brain are dead following the obedience movement, we have a lot of Yoruba young folks who have been properly brought up to be Yoruba, because we still see them today. If you go on Twitter, if you go on Facebook, if you go on the streets, you see them. In fact, the people that you do not even think are self-conscious and self-preserved are the Agberus. They are far better than our leaders. They are far better, because when push comes to shove, these are the guys that always come up and defend us. So we are not talking about younger people. We are saying that we have brothers now. Is for Nigeria. Is for Igbo. So Abi, we have a Banjo's problem. She Baba Banjo to shall I see no. Someone not to work any. They used to
It was in the 30s.
No, Banjo to shall.
Oh, she Baba chief.
Anybody. Okay. Banjo to shall. We have a Banjo's problem. Now, to round it up, and I'm going to pray for you, sir. Now, I will say that I'm not praying now. I want to tell you, all of you listening to these things, there are 3 things to this book, Takaleni. Number 1, Ojukwu, like Zik, have always had their own agenda. If you plug in to that agenda with one Nigerian mindset, they are going to break coconut on your head. Have they done it before? Yes. What did they do? They came to Midwest. The Midwest people today are still supporting them. All the Shemafori want for again. Again, all the minorities in Nigeria will still suffer in the hands of the Igbo. It is not a curse. It is the reality, because their head is not correct. I would have gave their phobias free education knew what he was doing. He knew that their brain are dead. He wanted to resuscitate their brains, but their children are not. Round up.
Round up. Kill it tomorrow, Abia.
Ma send this in me not more. Ma send this in. Now, so meanwhile, I want people here don't minority. I want you to yasi. So number one, they always have their own mindset. They always have their agenda, and it is not bad for them to have an agenda. It is only stupid for you to key into an agenda that you do not know. It is only most of the people fighting for Yoruba land today won't support it in Ubu, won't they support Obi. In fact, one candidates want to support people for competence. But the actual balanda fugba bí Nigeria ṣe rí ó ti show fún yín pé Nigeria kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ competence. Okay, there's a coalition of mad people going on around Nigeria right now. This coalition, you go and look at the people in that coalition. These are the people who had ruined Nigeria to the state that it is today. How can those ones say they want to rescue Nigeria? And all of you are not saying, okay, and people they are gravitating towards such stupid coalition. How can David Mark be in a coalition? But that be Rara here, Kaduna, that pygmy guy.
Emiko Wabayin Daruko, me more pick me like Nigeria. You Marara. Emiko was of me.
Ṣé gbogbo àwọn olùfẹ́ ọmọ dàbí rárá ni àìrọ́ Peter Fáyọ̀ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ Peter ìkọ́ wà ó tún lọ́yàn orí wọn ò jọ how can people like this say that they want to rescue how can people like this say that they want to rescue Nigeria and all of you are supporting them because you don't want a Tinubu? In fairness, the man that spoke, the Ika man that spoke recently, that just spoke, said, okay, what exactly has Tinubu done for individuals? Me, I'm not a fan. But then, when we talk about good governance, we know our expectation. And our expectations are differ. You cannot be supporting people who jubilated when they saw Julius Vegas logo. When your own forebears had lights, 1896, Lagos, Tinino, at the telegram, what he called bridges. Abekuta te call bridges as far back as 1906 or thereabout. And what I celebrate is street lights. Ni 2025. Ni iwon long join. Let's open Nigeria oda. No! Nigeria le mada. Nigeria side iti won oburukuju. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kò sí kan tó ṣe ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tí ó bá ń ṣe pé àwọn èèyàn rush wá síbẹ̀. There is an example that I know for a fact. Ondo State government under Mimiko did a health program called Mother and Child. I went to Akure at that time to see because we were always fighting and saying, yeah, this must be done, this must be done. We went to Akure. Say, this Mother and Child, very beautiful idea. Do you know what people did? They made sure that they called their people from Enugu, Imo, Abia, Bogwe. They brought all of them to understand that the Yoruba people that own the land, that own the resources, that own the hospital, couldn't use it. When people began to call us, people, and I say, I have some of my friends who say, no, Nigeria, let us liberalize. You want to liberalize Nigeria. You want to liberate Nigeria. You want to sit on the fence. But the people who are engineering you to do that are not sitting on the fence in their lands. Number 3, why is it that it is only in Yoruba land that people are so comfortable of saying, let us take over? Why are you not doing that in the north? You were saying something about Kano the other time. If we talk about cosmopolitan society, when we talk about Yoruba land, I want northerners won't carry, not even Daura, not even Katsina, not even Sokoto,
Zaria.
Not even Zaria. Those places have been cosmopolitan for more than 100 years. In fact, Olori àwọn Mola Nigeria Leni is from Mauritania. That's how cosmopolitan those environments are. And before 1930s, Igbos weren't coming to Yoruba land. There was no way for them to come here. They weren't coming here. We didn't know you for 100 years. We have known Hausa for over 500 years. They are not saying they want to come and take our land. They are not saying they want to come and drag a position with us. You that we just knew in the 30s are rushing here to say that, why did you not allow Nnamdi Azikiwe to become the premier? And in 1952, there was no premier. And if there was a premier, why should we allow him? Is that not an insult? You that in 1951, you were still living on trees. You were still running from the cars. You were still running from a fig. You were still running from a Bibio. You were still running from Igala. In fact, rounding up. In fact, there was a Catholic priest. You have played it here before, and I've seen it. There was a Catholic priest who said that most of the masquerades in Igbo land
in Nsukka, northern part of Igbo land.
mo sorry o. Ṣé
northern part of it.
Ṣé tó bá pè northern part, ṣé wá jẹ́ ilẹ̀ Hausa ni?
Kọ́ńtà pé gbogbo ilẹ̀ wọn lọ́pọ̀ egun wọn. Ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ Jésù.
Those masquerades were masquerades that were used to turn the Igbos to enslave them. Now, that is the reason you cannot find an Igbo man who can conveniently go back to his traditional religion because they never had one. All these no. There's a stupid boy on TikTok who says, they have it in Igbo. How can they? And the other time you were talking about Republic of Benin. Yes, the Republic of Benin is called Republic of Benin, but Benin Republic. You know what man could the other one? It's a Benin, not Benin. It's called Benin Republic, not Benin Republic. So I want Benin Republic. Mad people. Now, this possibility. Do not, Yoruba bots, do not fall into agenda of people whose deep down agenda you do not know. And we have seen it with obedience movement. You can imagine Obi going on live on Twitter last week and saying that opposition jammed his network. That was the reason he didn't come on live. If you are not dense, Yoruba man or dancing. If you are not dense, how can you be falling for? And the next day, we now saw a discussion where because they were sending DM to him, he didn't read his DM and Kiniko. You can imagine somebody who cannot operate ordinary Twitter is telling you that he wants to fix Nigeria in 2 years. It's just like saying just the tip. How can you?
Just the tip. We have
to talk immediately. We have to talk immediately after this thing. We have a crucial matter to discuss after the okay. Very, very crucial. Ọkàn yà máa balẹ̀ ẹ̀ ní rí dààmú ànírógun àsáré pé ilé ò ní jóná Yorùbá o lágbára Elédùmarè ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ kò ní dàrú ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n kùsù yìí you will never lack. Ní tọrọ jẹ ní tọrọ mu ní tọrọ ná ní tọrọ lò nílò àkísà kẹyìn aṣọ lágbára Elédùmarè ẹ máa rí àwọn ẹni rí bá ṣe ẹ máa rí àwọn ẹni rí bá lò Ifá sọ pé ẹnìkíní ka ẹnìkejì ka ìkádìí méjì òdòdó adé afẹ́dùn ẹlẹ́yin ju ẹgẹ́ onídàlẹ́dà ni ó mọ bí mo ti ẹ̀ ń jẹ́ ọ̀wọ́ rere lábẹ́dùn ẹ̀dùn nìkan rìn ẹni dánìkan sílé ayé yín lágbára Elédùmarè ẹni dánìkan sílé ayé yín ẹni tọrọ jẹ ẹni tọrọ mu ẹni tọrọ ná ẹni tọrọ lò gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ mi tí wọ́n dẹ̀ fi ọkàn sílẹ̀ Yorùbá ilé yín ò ní dàrú ọ̀nà yín ò ní bàjẹ́ gbogbo àwọn tó fẹ́ balẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí jẹ́ ilé wọn ò ní rójú lágbára Elédùmarè ìbáwí àṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o.
Baba, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that submission. That's a very hear anything they said before I was saying Ashe. Let's all agree that the only part we heard was the Ashe part. Now, by the way, thank you so much for real. Thank you for the submission and thank you for always coming through. I already know I can't time you and Prof, but thank you for helping us get the message across in another way. By the way, what you said about being gentle, I think, to be honest, right, like I said, the primary purpose is for Yoruba people, but of course for Nigerians as well, and amongst the Nigerians, if the Igbos can get something, that would be pitchy. But in reality, if you have the mindset of teaching, then one has to, and I'm trying to make sure that's what we're doing. So, but it's okay to also have people like you come up and give us some gospel sometimes, but everybody will be all right. Thanks to everybody who has come up. I still have 2 more people to speak, or 3, but let me thank everybody who has been in the comment section tapping. We're over 400K likes. This is a feat. I'm going to clap for everybody. Thank you. On TikTok, thank you for liking the live. I see folks on YouTube also liking as well. Please like on YouTube. But TikTok, thank you so much for what you've done. It's fantastic. It's a blessing to know that you support this live, right? And then also, let me thank everybody who has, tapped and typed and, you've been engaged in this live session since we started at 1 p.m. Thank you so much for your support. And to those also who have been gifts, are still giving gifts on TikTok, thank you. Thank you very much for your generosity. And those who want to use the bank details, thank you, by the way, to Adura, who reminded me earlier. I didn't do it yesterday, but I just remembered. But thank you very much for reminding me. It's very important. So we have bank details up here. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the details. And it's a GT account. It's a Nigerian account. Don't worry about the foreign one. Use this one. All right? Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for your generosity. God bless you and keep you. Now, before we go, we're going to have 2-3 more people. But please, I know the next set of people, we're going to have to be... So, we're going to have to be strict with time. It's going to be 2 minutes, and then we'll be able to move very fast, okay? It's almost 8 o'clock. We've been here since 1 p.m. I'll be here again tomorrow at 1. So 1 p.m. Ife time tomorrow. We'll continue the session, and I'm looking forward to finishing this on Friday. We'll see how we do that. But there are many things to still study, all right? But thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your support. So let's have Olumide. We'll do 2 minutes, please. Olumide, Dark Poet at Dekole, and then I'll bring up Rewaju. So please go on, Olumide, 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Busi.
Thank you, sir.
This will be the first time I'm having the opportunity to join.
Thank you, sir.
To come up and say something. So I want to really, really appreciate you. I've been following for a while now. I've always been in the comment section, commenting and tapping away. Honestly, it's been I would say I've been enjoying you and also been learning a lot. It's not as if I don't actually have a very good idea about what you're talking about. I happen to be somebody who also enjoy reading history and finding out things about Yoruba culture especially, and Nigerian cultures in general. So I have a bit of knowledge on some of these things, but when I come up and I still hear some of the things I've never heard before. So it's every time there's always new things to discover from you. So I really, really want to appreciate you for what you do.
Thank you.
Having said this, my own message basically, because what's called dinosile, because you have fire and ice. So let me try to be the ice here. My own message basically is to young Yorubas and young people in general, young Nigerians. The problem that we have as a people and as Yoruba people, especially young Nigerians, because really, I think my own message is to young Yoruba people, is that we lack the wisdom of history, we lack the knowledge of history. And Mr. Busi, you said something yesterday that was so profound. When you were talking about issue of Afonja and repeating something Victor Banjo wanted to do, that he wanted to do exactly like Afonja, and how his sister was talking about him not repeating the mistakes of Afonja. And that particular thing you said really, really spoke to me, because, I mean, the people that said something like people who refuse to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. I mean, that sentence is, I don't know, you can see it from the exact thing you said yesterday, because Mr. Banjo was basically going to just repeat that history of Afonja. And the way we are going in Nigeria, especially Yoruba, young Yorubas, because I also have young Yorubas who are obedient. By the way, there is really nothing wrong with being obedient. However, just like Mr. Busi used to say,
there's everything wrong with being obedient.
There's nothing wrong with it.
There's everything wrong with being obedient.
Okay.
Emma, sorry. Just say your own. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I'll explain later.
What I just want to say is that make sure that while you are being obedient,
okay,
you also use your sense to think that why is it that every single time there is any negativity attached to people? Why is it that it's always Yoruba people? The king Oni of Ife was attacked. Different kings in Yoruba land have been attacked. Lagos State was attacked. If any politician in Yoruba land do something, for instance, somebody, Isaiah Labura, what's her name on Twitter, found, I think sometime last year, early this year, decided that Ondo State was where he was going to go. She was going to on.
Please round up.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, let me just round up. And then everybody saw, okay, these people were evil, which, I mean, politicians, you are right, they are your politicians, you voted them in. So you have every right to actually hold them to account. But why is it that when we want to hold other people from the other side account, it becomes a problem? Then you are tribalistic. Then things happen. Then you can't do that. So these are the questions I want young Nigerians to ask themselves, and also Yorubas that are in that movement. Like I said, I have a different opinion. I believe that everybody has the right to their own.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Feel free to believe in something, but actually use your sense.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. So because we don't have an echo chamber, it makes sense to have differing opinions. But let me tell you what I believe. I believe there's everything wrong with being obedient. And the reason is exactly what Mr. Olumide just said right now. If you are always singling out an ethnic group to attack it, if you do not do equal opportunity, in other words, you can insult Yoruba kings, Yoruba pastors, Yoruba professors, Yoruba lecturers. It has to be that Yoruba thing must be constant. And then I'm going to be part of that movement and insult that. But I cannot mention anything about Enugu. I can't throw any darts at the governor of Abia State. But no, governor of your state, why not? Let's take him to the cleaners. How about Ogun? It's the road issue, because all the roads in the east are clean. So the point is that movement it is wrong to be part of that movement, in my opinion. But it's not wrong to be part of any political party. So you can be LP, LP, I think they are big. I will tell you what to do. I will tell you what I think about LP after Obi makes up his mind about ADC. But I think PDP, with whatever is happening, APC is okay, PDP is okay. Any party, AAC, any party. But that obedient movement, that movement, you know what? I'm going to do a series of sessions on Zikism and obedient. You know why? Because if you are noticing patterns, it means that you can also predict what would happen based on what has happened. Since you see patterns that are very closely related in both groups, when you see those patterns, you know exactly what is going to happen. If you're a Yoruba person, like you said, I believe you should hold your governors accountable. You should talk to your governors, your president. If Tinubu doesn't do what you like, talk to him. He's your president. Yoruba is not the presidency. But guess what? I support the president, and I think he's doing fantastically well. But I'm going to do a session on Zikism and obedience, and you're going to see the parallels, and you see why I am vehemently against obedience, just like as I would if I had been there. Zikism was so bad. Zik left. Watch obedient movement. Like I said, it's a movement where the tail wags the dog. After a while, they're the ones telling him what to do. Just watch. He cannot lead those people. He can't lead them. He can't say this is what we will do. He can't. Well, it's a populist movement. It's a movement based on... It's a fascist organization. I said it. That's what it is. They are not... And by the way, anything that makes you look down on anything Yoruba, but prop up your own, I don't want it. And that even is enough reason. The fact that it's anti-Yoruba in many respects, regardless of what they say. And I hope that many young people, just like others, many young people will wake up, fight for Nigeria, fight for the survivor, soul of all those fantastic things you say, fight for it, but do it outside obedient movement. Because any movement that is dedicated to always bringing down Yoruba and saying things against Yoruba people, nah. All right. Well, thank you very much for your submission. We have 3 more people. 2 minutes here, John Torolo. I have to leave here before 8 o'clock. Dark Poet, please. It's almost 8 o'clock. Evening, sir. Thank you for having mercy.
Okay, I want to remind Prof again about that particular book that you mentioned that time. We need to act on that book. I don't care. I will devote my time. I will devote my time to it. We need to write maybe to the Ministry of Education, Lagos State, or maybe in Southwest generally. We need to follow that big time. And that being said, I want to appreciate you too. You've been doing a great job, and Edato, sir, Motu I live in Baba. You always have the ginger, and anytime somebody want to slack, Toba ti gbóhùn yín orí wọn á tún set padà. And tó bá fẹ́ slack díẹ̀ tó bá gbóhùn mi sure pé ó yẹ kó rí ẹni yẹn tún set padà. And see, this thing, I said it countless times. And I said it because I have done a little bit of old anthropology. They don't have this thing. History was in there, so they just want to steal. Like a doctor said, we've seen we've been working with ourselves over 500 years. Oh, they be my lonely. Our show won't be and they padà sílé because some might pay ilé wa okay ilé da. But the insurgency to one ilé tó ṣe ọ́n ṣì máa padà lọ́lé because ilé da. Àwọn kan ní olè lọ́lé tó fẹ́ wá kú ṣáájú. Òun ló ń ṣe wọn ọmọ adébì kan ọmọ àtẹ̀bàtì wọ́n fẹ́ dominate wọ́n fẹ́ para wọn síbẹ̀ ni because ilé ò dání tí ilé bá dání táwọn ò bá dẹ̀ tún ilé tiwa ṣe wọn ò lè wá kọ́ lọ́wọ́n fẹ́ wá dúró sílé tiwa àwa tún ṣe ni. So I will just keep it short, and I appreciate everybody. And just becoming, I don't know. When that first time she just disappeared. I don't know. I just want to mention that too.
She'll be back. She'll be back.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Eshio, thank you. Let's go to Akunle.
Hello.
Hello, Chief. Good afternoon. 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon. Good evening, Danny.
Sorry, good evening. Good evening. Anyhow. Yeah. For me, this is my first time speaking on your platform, and the main thing is, I don't know the reason why you established this platform. Whether you want us to know the history about Bafra, I don't know. So because of that, I don't want to be saying something that will be off, like So number one, that I will pinpoint. My number one point is whether we like it or not. Yeah, as soon as we are one Nigeria, that we'll be having a friction. We're having a friction whether we like it.
Sorry, hold on. Why did you start by saying you don't know why I organized this platform? Is it to play music or whatever? Why did you? Or is it to?
No. The reason why I asked you because I'm Yoruba ni
Komata. Yoruba ni Kayode Adams.
No matter because of I'm a pro. I want Yoruba to be separate. I don't want Yoruba to be in Nigeria. So just to let you know my level of Yoruba, I don't want Yoruba to be in Nigeria at all. So just to let you know.
I know exactly where you're going.
Yeah,
so that's the reason I'm stopping you.
The reason I'm saying it is that at times you might have the platform for us just to know the history, so that if any Igbo man are saying something, we have a way to defend ourselves or a way to tell them what you are saying is not good. that what you are saying that is not the real history. Because at times, anytime that Igbo people will talk, they see us as a betrayer. They see us as if we are jealous of them. They see us as if we don't want them in our place. So that's the reason why I just want to know the reason why you established the platform, so that I will know what to say. So I don't want to go the offline. But the way I'm saying it is like the way I see it. Well, this is my second time that I will join you. I joined you yesterday, and I joined you today. So my main point is whether we like it or not.
No, time is up. It's already 2 minutes up.
So sorry.
Time is up. Yeah.
So whether we like it or not, the best thing for us is to leave Nigeria. And if you cannot leave Nigeria, the second option is to have a regional government, so that as a Yoruba man, we have our own law. Not that we have our own law. So that's the way I see it. So that all this friction, all this we own Lagos, we do this, all this rubbish.
Thank you. I promise. Where do I even begin? So, I promise I'll respond tomorrow. I'm tired. It's 8 p.m. already, so let me not even get into the response. Let me just. thank you for your submission. I know where you're going. I knew where you were going before you said more than one. After your first two sentences, I knew exactly where you're going to end it. So thank you very much for not proving me wrong. But I will. If we talk again tomorrow, I will answer you. But for now, let me answer you tomorrow. Thank you. Let's have Rewaju, and it'll be that fun. Okay, I think he's busy now. Anyway. Okay. So Rewaju, 2 minutes, please. Good evening. Everyone else in the comment section, I won't be able to bring anybody up. It's already 8. I've got to run, please. Rewaju, please go on.
I don't know why I used to forget what I want to say. The last speaker. See, there's a need for you people to always align what you want with your reality so that you don't go and shoot the leg. Yeah, at some certain point, I was also there, but it was because of the reality that was on us there. And in political world, you have to be able to evolve, shift based on your interest. Stop acting like the people you are criminalizing. It's just the same problem wrong with the obedient. They don't see, by the way, and that's so. My own take is that I don't pray that they change, just like I want them to continue to gaslight people so that we'll have many people on our side. The thing there is that people that don't integrate and assimilate into a culture and they want to govern them, they are narcissists. They are a bunch of narcissists and bunch of colonialists. You made mention of that guy that represented Oshodi Solo that went to Abuja.
House of Representative.
Yeah, he went to speak against our interests because why? He is from there and he knows the consequences of his action. That lunatic that they voted for in is he Becky or whatever, that Benny guy. A lot of them that used emotions from top to bottom. You imagine a development want to come to the area where you are governing. You went there to Abuja to go and drop a report that you don't support it. So this is why we keep telling Yoruba youth that your basis of supporting obedience is built on ignorance and Yoruba hate. Nothing more, nothing less. It is not like those people like you. They are doing the coalition today. Obi is part of them. Every partisan, every personal person that went to meet Tinubu was haunted, disgraced, online, bullied, just because they are Yoruba. But some of your brain capacity, you can't think. You are so conquered.
Let's round up.
The problem is we don't need anybody to come and tell us how governance works. We put almost 63%. I think the first quarter of the year, we put out of the old money generated now, we put 63%. We got 28. We are running on loss. And some set of people that are benefiting, they are now the Fulani of Nigeria, now telling you how they want to, how you can run governance. It doesn't make any sense. But
all right, thank you.
Like I would conclude, I pray they don't change. Me, I don't know. I don't pray they change.
All right. Thank you. By the way, when people talk about obedience, I think I heard Gen Z. Sorry, when I hear Gen Z, I'm always shake, and the reason, of course, is because I think that they need to be taught more than they need to be insulted. Because for the most part, a lot of them, let me tell you what I noticed about the Yoruba people in obedient movement. Sometimes they appear to me like teenagers who didn't leave their adolescent. I mean, elders or whatever their age, like they just didn't move beyond the adolescent age. Like you see our peer pressure. A lot of them are there because of peer pressure. And it's sad. And I hope that they understand this and then they're able to, make the right decisions. I want to thank everybody who came up to speak. I know some people are trying to come up, but please try and understand time is not on our side. It's been a wonderful session today. Thanks to all the speakers who came up. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. The ones who did bass boost, the ones who prayed for us, and in some cases, a person did it too. And every other person who gave fantastic submissions. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate your presence here. Thanks to everybody in the comment section. Thank you for liking. Believe it or not, We have 455,000 likes. This is massive. Let me talk like that, guys. Massive, baby. Sorry. As I said that word, the image that came to me, I just remember, is massive, baby. Egungun of Lagos. Interesting guy. But this is massive, right? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And those on YouTube, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you for supporting this. And on Facebook as well, thank you very much. We're growing. We have more numbers. And the important thing is not so much about the fact that we have more people listening, that we have numbers, but it's about the fact that we have people listening, not that we have the numbers. So I'm hoping that we'll grow so we have more people listen to this. And then this will also, of course, help the live and also help our land, Nigeria, and then Yoruba land in particular. So we've come to the end of today's session. We'll continue tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. But before we go on TikTok, we usually end our sessions with national anthem, and we will play the national anthem, of course, and also Yoruba anthem. I want to thank our folks on YouTube and on Facebook. Thank you so much for being here and for being here, right? It was nice hosting you. I hope to see you again tomorrow, and I'm sure you're going to have a great time as well. Again, a few announcements. Please check out the videos on YouTube, right? Please, even if you're on TikTok, please check them out on YouTube. There are longer forms that we can put on TikTok than on YouTube. As a matter of fact, one is going on now. It's long. Other one is going on later tonight. So we're trying to put as much there. And the reason is because it's as if we're running against, time. We have to get the information out. We have to get information out. So please share WhatsApp, Twitter, anything you want to do, whether you want to download and anything you want to do with it, just do with it. Even the ones who are insulting me. Anyway, I was just like, whether they, like Paul said, regardless of what they are doing, is for the sake of the gospel. So thank you so much, right? And thanks to all the gifters on TikTok especially. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your generosity. These things help the live and it also helps the hosts, right? And thanks to those who use the bank account. It's up here. Thank you. I know that some people must have used it. I can't check now, but I thank you for your generosity. All right, having said that, we're going to play the anthems, the Nigerian anthem and then the Yoruba anthem. For our folks on YouTube, I'm going to say our goodbye. We're going to say our goodbyes now. See you again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Have a lovely, lovely evening on YouTube, Facebook. God bless you. See you tomorrow. All right, for those of us on TikTok, we're going to listen to our anthems, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy it as well. So please sing along the Nigerian anthem and then the Yoruba anthem.